said that
What's our
she didn't. He
alternative
was like
conversation?
trying to downplay that Helena had
What's
said
our
that to
alternative
Marty.
conversation? Because I'm sure he'll come in.
I don't care. He's going home.
Okay.
Yeah, Josh is like,
Yeah, you're funny.
but
Okay, yeah, continue.
sorry.
And then he like changed the word. He's like, yeah, it's a matter of semantics. So I just wanted to say that I think Helena said that Marty should be careful about getting close to me. Is that what you had said? Instead of saying that, she suggested it to Marty to put me up.
Yeah, which I never even said.
Yeah.
Which are both lies.
At this point, anything that this man
Replace one lie
says,
with another lie.
just make sure that both people are present. It's like,
But the point is, like, I know it's not even true though, and then he was like, pretty much going on the whole week of, you know, how it went down and whatever, you know, I had these people and they were
it's like if there's so much thought put into this, why did it fail? Like, it seems like there's more thought put into this explanation as opposed to like your decisions that you made.
Exactly.
He also, like, he literally pulled us into that room and told us all of that stuff about
Please
Moose.
fix your microphone.
Every day.
He pulled us into that room, told us that stuff about Moose, literally said to my face that Moose was going to be targeting me and Herman, and then went back to Moose and said, oh yeah, Tanisha said she would backdoor you. Because we spoke about, remember when he said, like, oh yeah, he put you up at, I mean, he mentioned your name, and I was like, oh, well then, like, what about backdooring? I literally said that, but that's because he
told us.
He told me that he
Yeah,
said
we
my
wouldn't
name.
just pull that
I
up
wouldn't
out of
just
the
pull that-
air.
And,
Yeah.
then, and when he said, but he brought it up again in the room, he was like, yeah, and then when you guys were mentioning backdoor, like, I'm not a person to backdoor, and I said, Kyle, the reason why I said backdoor is because you literally said to me, Moose said he would put me and Herman up. It's the only, I wouldn't just pull that out of my butt, like, stop trying to turn it around. And
Exactly.
Make it seem like it's
It came
something that
from
it wasn't.
somewhere.
It came from somewhere. I said I had no, I wasn't looking in Moose's direction at all until you said that he said my name. So
That reminds me actually, because he told me that's also one of the reasons he put me up is because he couldn't trust people who said that they would backdoor people.
oh my god.
It's like you were the one who came up with the example.
but even this
We're trying to make you stay with your original nominees,
like,
and then
the bringing up that whole
if you have an
Josh
issue,
thing,
backdoor him.
at this point I haven't brought it up. He goes, yes, so you've probably heard, and I go, probably heard what, right? I'm like, probably heard what? So I said this, and I'm like, oh, I'm like, actually, wow, I'm like, I didn't hear that, but I will cause havoc. So he was testing to be like, was this even said?
Right.
You know what I
Did
mean?
I come back to you?
Yeah. And I was like, oh, really? Oh, I'm like, oh, I didn't even know what I said, because I'm like, that's just obviously a blatant lie. Like, you know what, down the chain, because even he said, you know, people are dropping your name. I'm like, but before you said nobody said my name. Now you're saying people are saying my name. So what are the names though? He's like, yeah, so you know what? These are people that had your name in your mouth, your name in their mouth. I was like, oh, okay.
Who are the
good to
names?
know. And I was like,
Exactly. We need to start knowing.
Like,
Like,
who are the names
Yeah.
though? He didn't say?
yeah, he said names, Herman and Jess. And he goes, other people I can't say because it's not confirmed, because it was they told me to other people. So this is the people that straight. I'm like, oh, okay, cool, that's fine. I'm like, thank you for letting me know that. But it's funny that you're saying these two people, that Jess, she's on the block, Herman, when really Herman and you were like this, and you're obviously pissed at Herman that you want him, other people to be pissed at him.
Yeah, because it seems like he's trying to set up Marty.
Oh, and
Jess,
and Marty
Herman.
is just Marty's
That's what
running shit, and you know he's not golden like you think, and whatever. And I was like, nobody said he's flipping golden.
This man has to go. He's dangerous for everyone's game. And literally, I wanted to tell him, like, I don't know if you want to waste your time because I was the one who pitched for you to be in this position. So, like, why would I go back on that?
Right.
But yeah, I think just today, just to confirm with Jess, but it just seems like he's running a smear campaign on Jess to obviously stay. I don't even know if I'll waste my time doing that, but
Because he said to us that she was mentioning our name.
our names. And
Oh,
I was
yeah,
like,
she's
oh,
mentioning
I
our
find it
name too.
interesting how you're saying that the whole house is saying this trio about the 3 black girls. He's like, well, that's not how people see, or that's not how I would see it. It's like, well, it's kind of interesting that the only names that you mention, even for Marty, is just you and Betty. Why aren't you interested about my relationship with you or you or somebody else? So it's like, you already have a problem, like, regarding race. I don't know if that was the case, but like, you know, I've never said anything regarding you and your relationship with other people. It's like, you just keep talking about the 3 black girls. You're not interested in anything else. Like, I was gonna tell him, like, your eyes lit up when I sat on your lap. Why didn't you ask me about my relationship?
was like, oh yeah, like, oh, you're just you're acting the way you are. I go, I'm playing myself. Did I share with you? I share with you. I have ADD, right?
Yes, yes. you
Yeah.
did.
So like for me to like study and stuff, I guess before when he was one day he was there, whatever, studying. It's like, yeah, like, you don't even know those you don't even know those answers, the dates to those questions. One day it was like, I think it was like Kyle, me. I forgot else was there. You were there. Yeah. No, and it's just yeah. I'm like I'm like the way my brain works though is it works differently than others. I go,
Yeah.
so it takes me way harder and longer to memorize something because I don't have a pen and paper and the just I know it seems like a piss off for you to just assume that I don't know because I'm Indian or whatever, I'm gonna be so smart, I'm
Yeah, he's
acting dumb
disgusting.
type of thing. It's like for me though, yeah, it dead ass takes me a long time to memorize shit. Other people's brain just works like that. They look at it or they can memorize it. For me, if I had a pen and paper and I could write 100 times, I'm a fast learner like that and I can try to, like but my brain works flipping different.
You're more of like a
So-
visual learner.
Yeah, like a visual, I really have to do pen to paper and I have to read it 100 times.
Yeah.
And like just everything, like the dynamic of this house obviously is flipping a lot and it's fine. Like I'm doing it, and it's not saying it's like, oh my god, it's a disadvantage or it's an advantage. But yeah, that just pissed me off to think that like you think that I'm something, which is a compliment. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But really though, like inside though, yeah, it's flipping hard. Like, how do you like? You're not thinking. I know it's like person, but like how I feel. Like obviously, yeah, I want to just know it like that. But like it's
It
just
doesn't
taking.
come as easy for you.
Yeah, it doesn't, and it's just like you assume. I don't know, putting me in a flipping box or thinking like,
It's so rude.
that's just a piss off. It's like you don't
It's
have
rude.
you don't have a learning disability, so what the hell do you know? And
Right.
Yeah.
and it's more than a learn. It's not just a learning disability. It affects everything in life. But like and it's just whatever. It's a piss off. But it's like yeah, whatever. That's fine. Thank
He's
you.
gone. Thankfully, you could just like take back your
Anyway,
power
you
by
can't
just
even
being
let
like
something like
survived.
that make you feel
Oh
that
yeah,
way.
no.
Just,
Yeah,
just
no, I'm not
that.
even letting it big joy, but just like off my-
Expressing how you feel, yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
get
like,
you,
yeah,
doll.
It's just like whatever. At least I'm trying, piece of shit. Sorry, he's not a piece of shit.
Right?
Cool dude person, whatever. Like has a lot. He's a lot.
And
to
you know,
say.
quite frankly, speaking of the days, everyone has his week like fucked up because that's how messed up people. Like even me, who I think like I have the days pretty well down. Like his week, I'm like, it's almost like I'm blocking it out because it's
Yeah.
traumatic.
It's so messy.
I did have a dream about Big Brother last night though, and it was weird. My mom came to visit and was like trying to help me win the next challenge, and so she like figuring out what the next competition is.
Oh my gosh.
And my dream said puzzle. We have to answer questions to get puzzle pieces and then build a puzzle.
Okay, it could be
Probably
it could be
Okay.
interpreted in many
Yeah.
different ways, but
There was red tiles.
Okay.
okay, good to know. I'm shit at puzzles. I think.
hate puzzles. Oh my.
One of us are gonna win this next one, though.
I always
That's
take the vision
happening.
seriously, so
certain, for certain.
are you good at puzzles?
I mean, kinda.
Do you do them with Sienna? Mm-hmm. That's good.
But who does puzzles without having the box in front of you? Like I'd like to.
Yeah,
do
you
that.
need the picture.
you need the
You need the picture.
But honestly, I feel like the picture of the puzzles is always like somewhere in the room. Cause like the veto puzzle was the veto.
Yeah, the video's right there.
Yeah. I don't know if the honeycomb one.
No.
No. Yeah, no. Well, there's a picture. Oh, there was a honeycomb.
Was it
Yeah.
say anything on the TV?
Did it say anything on no, I just saw the backyard was closed.
I wonder if I have more phone calls today. if like slop was just once a day? That'd be different. Or even twice a day and you have one meal, you know?
Yeah. That would be nice.
But it's not. Just talking out loud. It's fine. I'm ready for my smoothie.
Yeah, I'm wondering when it will come to an end. I'm just feeling like maybe a week.
Yeah. Well,
Max
minimum is
two.
a week. Like, you do it for a week.
Oh yeah, true. And we're on what, day 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. Start of day 3.
Start of day 3.
Is that your entrance dress?
It is.
Oh, so I
Yes.
thought it was flowers. We were talking about it yesterday. Is it flowers?
I don't know. Maybe like an abstract flower.
No, it's a cute dress.
Thank you.
Yes, very, very nice.
Honestly, at this point, I'm just gonna add another waist bead because shit,
Yeah.
this damn boy. Never mind.
We've all been personally victimized by this man.
Pardon?
We've all been personally victimized by this man.
Oh yeah, the youngest person here.
This has to be one of the harshest ways to go though. Like week 4, your own alliance member sends you home.
Which was
Backdoor.
basically what he was trying to do to you. So
Yeah.
he went in a style that he made or he
Yeah.
created. It just didn't go his way. But it's like, hey, your plan did work out. Just it involves you. Oh
Might scare you.
yes.
So creepy.
Always watching.
Holy shit. I forget, like, not forget, but I know we're being watched all the time. Like, Big Brother's always watching us. But if sometimes, like, it slips my mind that we're being watched by Canada all the time.
Yes.
Like, Canada live streams, like, that slips my mind.
Yes, because like I
Yeah.
said, I was like, I love my letter from home, but it's also like, oh shoot, like this is not just our little world that only we experience. Like there's
Like they're watching.
millions,
Yeah.
literally millions of people watching, knowing what we're doing. Did you tell him that he doesn't have your vote though?
I will when he tries to talk to me today.
Yeah,
I'm
yesterday.
gonna say just enjoy your days here.
Enjoy your time. If you have a secret power, good for you. But I doubt it. You're an ungrateful
He
agent.
didn't ask me if I have his vote or not.
Really?
No. He goes, think about it. He goes, if the house, I go, what does that mean? Thinking about it, he goes,
Yeah.
think about it. And if the house, I still have to have a conversation with other people. But if the house will give me a second chance, I can play this game
Second chance.
as new.
Second chance is, say, for example, like if you burnt our pasta. when
Yeah.
We're all hungry. Like that's. I only give second chances when it's like personal. Like, oh, say for example, like, maybe for example, like Punjab is in northern India, right? So if I say something like, oh, as like, tell me more about the southern part of India as a Punjabi woman, like, oh shit, like that's a small mistake. That's a
I
very
wouldn't be
small
mad
mistake.
at that.
Hello.
Hey,
That wouldn't even be like, whatever.
good.
Yeah, so something like that. But game wise, oh my god, no. Never.
Good morning.
Morning. How soon do you want to destroy this human being with me?
I honestly at this point I feel like it's a waste of
happened
my
this morning?
time.
Okay, well then we can choose
But
to not.
I want to eat.
'Kay.
And
Don't start your day off like that.
oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm like I'm definitely not gonna start my day. My hair's not even done yet,
Okay.
so
I mean, mine isn't either. I'm just
it
like,
still looks cute.
thanks.
I need to comb my ish and
Yeah.
yeah.
All we have is time in here. I just want to be like, you need to fucking be accountable. And trying to use other names now to sink the ship when I have like, at the start of last week too, like basically zero agency. And then tell me 2 names and me be like, yeah, great, Steph can go. And then you change it the whole way through.
Yeah.
See you never.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
how are y'all
Nope,
doing? Did you
get it.
sleep? You happy the phone didn't ring all night?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
a
I
little
kept.
bit.
I was not paranoid. I was like, oh, it's gonna ring again. So I'd like, I don't know.
Put
go
your running
organize-
shoes on?
No, hell no. At one point when I fell asleep, I was like, I'm not gonna get up if it rings. But I was like, I have to get up.
Just slept in your runners.
Yeah.
I fell asleep in my glasses thinking I'd need them.
Really?
And I think I slept with my mic too.
Oh no. I was scared I was gonna strangle myself. With it.
I don't think I really put much more thought to it, and then I was asleep the whole night. So woke up, I'm like, wow, my glasses are still on. It's really cute.
I didn't sleep with my glasses on.
Yeah, this isn't something I would do normally.
I meant my mic actually, not my glasses. I don't have glasses. I almost did though.
Fall asleep with your mic on?
I was like falling asleep. I was like, I'm gonna take this off. I feel like there's gonna be warm up.
Morning, JC Lynn.
Yeah, I had a shower. I'm cold. I didn't do my hair though, because I was like, there's no fucking way. Dry shampoo will be my best friend. All right. I guess I should have expected Kyle to go this route because he's gone every other shitty route in this house. But
yeah.
like, I'm not interested in all the fires he's creating for me to have to put out.
No.
So I hope everyone can see through the fires.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not interested
For sure.
in doing firefighting all week. We've already got one firefighter in here, and he's way sexier than me. So.
Second.
You're sweet.
So you didn't say that you're coming after me, and you pitched me to go out?
Stop it. He said that to you?
Yeah.
Like, I really never wanted to have to do this, but like, is it really a house meeting moment where you're making up that I said everyone's name when you made all the decisions and didn't tell anyone?
I don't believe it.
I kind of want to see it though. But no.
But no. It's not worth it.
I wish I could have eggs in my belly to light them on fire. That's my only difference.
But he's going that route though.
What did he say to you?
He said a few things that. Let me see.
He said a few things.
That.
Oh, we pitched to the two of you at the same time?
No, this was like a few days ago. He hasn't pitched
Okay.
to me since he's been on the block.
It was
He just
different. It's gonna be
trying-
different.
Yeah, it was different than the one that they've been all
Oh, so
having.
he was already trying to sink me before he was on the block?
No. It wasn't. There was nothing mentioned about you. It was just like
Okay.
rebuilding our relationship and that he can trust me. I should trust him again. And I'm not his target.
To me yesterday is like pretty much the whole spiel of last week, and I just told him how the way he spoke to me, he wouldn't speak to anybody else like that in this house, and I
Yep.
appreciate it. And like for him to think, oh, you're so smart, and you're you don't know this stuff. I'm like, I have ADD. I'm like, my brain works different. So people assume like I think it's a compliment. Thank you if you think I'm so like I'm. But me, what people learn the dates or colors the door, this, that. I'm like, it takes me longer. I don't have a pen and paper. I need like
Right?
my brain works different. So it's like I'm struggling, and doesn't mean I'm like it's just different. It's just the way it was just like my brain.
I didn't
works
know you're on the
different.
spectrum. That's wonderful. You're a great
Yeah.
representation of that.
Yeah, and it's just kind of like it's
You're
hard
so
for
powerful.
Me.
I had no idea.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know. Yeah. So
Thank you
it's
for
like
sharing with me.
thanks. Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's just like I wish my brain worked like everybody else's. They could boom, they know it. For me, it just takes longer. Like I'm a fast learner, but not having a pen and paper and organization of like it works different. Not just like with like studying or learning, and just day-to-day life of like how I do things. it's a lot and it makes different, but I'm like, you're like putting me in this like box or like, I don't know, thinking, I don't know, whatever of me. And I was like, I don't know, it's just not cool. I'm like, when you spoke to me, it was just mostly about that. And it was like, yeah, you know what? The house gives me a second chance. You know, I'd be so grateful. I love this game that I love. I can play if the house gives me a second chance, and it'll be a, you know, together if the house agrees. And
Like your closest allies turned on you because you're untrustworthy, because you don't communicate, because you make decisions that are rash and poorly conceived. And now you're gonna like literally, instead of realizing your faults and like going out with some form of decency, you're gonna just throw lies everywhere and throw people under the bus.
Exactly.
Like, fix your, like, this is a chance for you to fix your name and be like, I screwed this up, you know?
yeah.
Moose, can we have a minute, please?
Yes.
Stop babysitting me. Sorry, it's the slop. I would have been way better about that, but I'm like, you need to stop following me into every room I go into.
Does it really?
Yeah? Like, go wash my face, because Jace is like, come, I'm going to put laundry on. I go wash my face. He follows us there and then just lays on the thing. And I'm like, what are you up to, Moose? Oh, I'm going to shower. And I'm like, hey, there's 2 showers open. Like, go away. Paranoid. I'm on the block. I can say that now. I need a minute with people. Go away.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just was a bit too harsh there.
Some
but
people are just really craving interaction when there's only like 5 places you can get it.
So was I rude there?
No.
Anyway, I'm just annoyed with Kyle. And I don't, my concern is just like, I don't like creating, like when conflict exists, when it involves me, I like to squash it. And I'm totally fine if the other party's like, agree to disagree, I hate you, but at least that's a resolution. Like, I don't need an entire day and a half of him doing this shit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, I sure hope it isn't landing and it's not working, but my game has been, I've been trying to build trust with people I love.
Yeah.
And like be grateful for like again, he thinks that I was like a last minute flip. That was the whole point of last week. Y'all were all privy to that I'm like pretending with him. So now he's trying to like use that pretending that he clearly thought was real to like throw me under the bus.
I wouldn't even worry about him. Like, I literally wouldn't even address it. It's not worth anyone's time.
The only thing I'm addressing is because Summer asked to be addressing it in a room with him.
Yeah, that's fine.
And so I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I think that's smart.
But like giving me a smug good morning, like, oh, good morning. And I'm like, you think
I
people
honestly don't. My thing is that you pick and choose your battles.
Yeah.
With
Yes.
this, it's like everything that's a, I don't care.
There's literally
That's it.
nothing to gain from it.
Yeah, there's nothing to gain from. There's no like I don't believe it. You know, I choose not to like, you know, feed into it. Whatever. It's not like not affecting my peace, my mindset. Like
Thank you.
I honestly, why?
No, it's just moving forward. I like don't want to be questioned, you know? I don't want like a little shit seed that isn't real planted in anyone's brain, like sprouting when there's something like a double as an example, where it's like there's no time to discuss things, you know? And people are like, oh, well, pretty sure Jess might have said this, so I'm putting them on the block. Like, even to like people that I don't have agency with, you know what I mean? Like Moose is an example of that, right? Kyle can say whatever he wants to Moose, and like I don't have enough of a relationship with him to like remedy that, you know what I mean?
It's so true.
And at the same time, I'm like, I still feel like I'm a target of Moose's, so maybe that none of that matters anyway. But like, fuck, I should learn to speak quieter, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, well, I should get a belly of slop.
Absolutely.
Belly full of slop.
And I have to like mentally prepare myself.
I know
each
to
day.
get up into the cold and the
Like, what am I
The
doing?
shower was brutal, and I was like, there's no way I'm wetting my hair.
No, I can't. I don't care. I'm going.
Did my body, and that was enough. It was more than enough.
Your body.
Yeah, and then I was like, I'll wash my face in the sink so I can like give my body time to wake up and then wash my face in the sink. Felt like breaking it up was smart.
Yeah.
Like people who do their full routine in there, I'm like, nah though.
That's a lot.
I'm in like a full sweatsuit and I could like sit in Expedia with the hood on. Like that's the vibe.
It goes to the bones.
It
Truly.
does.
And I think I said this yesterday. It's like a camping shower.
Yeah.
Like I'm fine with that because there's actually pressure. Like, I swear it's like,
Really?
Like strictly.
the pressure in here is just like so bad.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
when I'd have cold camping showers, at least the water would like come out. It like blasts the soap off of you, you know?
Tomorrow is addiction.
Is it? There's another day still. That's what I mean. That's why I'm so annoyed with Kyle. I'm just like, I have to do 2 days of your
Oh, so
bullshit fire lighting.
today's only Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
The more lies he comes up with, the funner it just becomes.
Let him do his thing. Does it really
They're
like?
just absolutely wild.
Yeah.
No, I'm gonna take the higher road. Thank you for reminding me. Please continue to remind me.
I will.
Thank you. You two snug bugs.
That's what we do.
I would settle
Yeah.
right in between the two of you.
We're the best.
Little piggy in a blanket. How are your backs doing?
Pardon?
How are your backs doing?
Mine hurts in the middle, but better than yesterday. Yesterday was actually really painful. I don't know why. It's really random.
I offered you a
And
massage,
I'm really
but that didn't
painful. It
happen.
wasn't actually that painful, but it was just like a pinch.
And you? Is it coming along?
I feel like I'm numb to the pain now. To be honest, like come at me, fucking hit me in the neck. It's just that like, what is that? Chronic pain now? Like it's fine, it's there. Some days obviously if it's more like it's tweaked, like after the comp, it was like during the comp it was on fire, like literal flames out of my traps and neck. But then it was like next day was sore. Like I've been massaging it and stretching it, so.
All right, well, I'm gonna go apologize to Moose for being so fucking short with him there, but that's why I also need to put something in my stomach.
I'll go as
Thank
well.
you for your words.
Good day.
It's gonna be a good day.
Good day.
We're gonna have a great day. In the Big Brother house.
Oh, one last thing. None of you found Kevin, like, swimming around in a pool of spaghetti in the most performative way ever is even slightly amusing?
I thought it was amusing.
It was amusing.
Okay.
But I found the cooking way more fun.
I was like, this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. I like couldn't control myself. I was like gonna die laughing, and everyone else was just like. And now I'm like, this is the epitome of like Jess just being the weirdo here. I'm like loving every minute of this absolute oddity, and everyone else is like shocked by it.
I just can't believe
Am I
it.
wrong,
I
though?
really did. It was like, where would I see
You wouldn't.
a grown adult dancing
Skating,
around,
swimming, twirling.
Yeah.
Nowhere
dancing,
ever.
Jumping.
washing
Nowhere ever
themselves
ever.
In spaghetti.
in spaghetti. You know?
Like. I
and I
just.
think also what makes it a little bit like the fact that I knew we had cold water. I was just thinking, this man, I feel
Please
bad for you,
fix your microphone.
Betty.
Betty,
it's a
come
tutorial.
on.
What you talking about?
Yeah, no, that's what I was in my. That came to my mind. I was like, you're gonna need a cold shower.
Ugh.
No, but it was so funny.
The
I think I needed that,
dryness
like,
up in
watching
here.
TV, like, cooking shows.
That was nice.
I'm trying to go through my 35 years of life, and I have never seen anything more absurd and hilarious in front of my eyes than that.
It's so absurd.
And I'm like, I think also like yesterday was hilarious. Is it's like this is Big Brother, and people were like so like annoyed by some of it, and I'm like, this is Big Brother. Like I can't believe this stuff didn't happen on day 3.
Yeah.
He did this with it, like. I feel like if I'm in a dark place, I'll just think of Kevin, like when her mom's like, "Get your pits with it," and he's like, "Oh, it was so good." The cooking show was great too. It was like a whole program.
Oh yeah.
It was tuned right
I
in.
felt like I was watching TV. I think that's what made me feel so good. I felt like-
Honestly. All right, cuties. Can I do anything for you? Coffee or anything else?
No.
No, just did that.
Okay.
Just need 2 minutes to prepare myself. Maybe 5, 10 more minutes.
rough though too, so
I'm already dressed, yeah.
it's good to go. Oh. A new day.
Kyle, you fucking butthole. I came in with white shoes. Are these my shoes?
No, those are mine. They have the same coffee
Did
stain
you
I've
tell
had on
her?
them
Did you
since
tell
day
Helena
one.
that yet?
That's why I left that coffee stain. And it's
Look under your
still
bed.
Remember, I was like, oh, let me
there.
wipe it. You're like, no.
Your teeth are so perfect, and they're all the same size.
Mm. It's so true.
Yeah, they're all the same size. They're like unified and perfect. Shout out to your orthodontist.
Shouts. Shouts to my parents for creating perfect teeth.
That
That then
too.
just said, these are real.
No, I know that. Well, actually, maybe I didn't.
No, they had to be rearranged. I was snaggletoothie as hell.
Were you?
Yeah.
My teeth came in so fast. Like I had lost all my baby teeth by early. Like I had braces on in grade 4.
Wow.
I had like these kids come in before the teeth under them even fell out.
That's your canines?
Look at that, the same shape, same size.
This one's ground down because I chewed my pencil a bunch.
And you have really nice gums.
I do?
Yeah. You have really nice gums.
Stop.
Good oral health.
I think you're the. Actually, maybe a hygienist has said it before, but that's the first person to be like, you have such nice gums.
Well, because I have terrible gums.
Do you?
Yeah, 'cause
Why?
I brush too hard.
Oh no.
Well, you won't now with your Philips Sonicare.
No, I love it. That's why I love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big problem for me.
I'm that way too, actually. Like when I use a manual, I like a medium brush and I like to push hard too. So,
I just like to scrape them off till it feels
Did your
clean.
dentist tell you not to do that because you
Absolutely.
your gums?
yeah.
Yeah, my friend.
Why are they receding or anything too?
Mhm.
Yeah, you need to not then.
Like you can get a gum transplant.
Yeah, that's what.
That's wild.
That hurts. Isn't the top of your mouth they take the gum, right?
Yeah.
Ouchie.
Then they
Let's avoid that. Philips Sonicare
Plants.
will save you.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, I need to find Moose to be like, sorry, I was snappy.
Okay.
It's the slop. I didn't mean to be
Okay.
like, get out! I feel like that's how I said it.
Yeah.
Right.
It wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't?
No, it was just like, we need a minute. And it was like, okay. But I
Really?
would still talk to him though.
I would too. Yeah. I don't ever want to be an asshole like someone else up here.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make me hang out here alone forever.
Flutter away.
All right.
Flutter away.
Hey, how are you?
Just used up all my energy for the day.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I need to go back to bed now.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
You're just exhausted. now.
Yeah, it's a lot of reassuring. It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot of resharing.
Yeah.
But also, like, just be smart about it. Like,
Yeah.
why would you do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Why would you want to go and start a problem for yourself when you're on the block?
Do too much. Say too much. Do too much. Just chill out.
How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I'm just. Yeah. Maneuvering this next week.
Yes, Matt needs to leave.
Yeah. Okay, let's just say this. I say these affirmations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, say I am happy,
Okay.
I am healthy, I am wealthy, and I'm so thankful.
I'm happy, I'm healthy, I'm wealthy,
Happy, I'm healthy, I'm wealthy, and I'm so thankful.
and I'm so thankful.
And all those things are going, you're saying you already are those things because they're going to happen. You're acting like it already is. You're already wealthy, you're already happy, you're already healthy, and you're already thankful.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're already going to have those things.
Okay.
Because they're coming. So act like we already have it. I just need this HOH. I want it so bad.
Yeah.
Also, I think it will really show like where I stand with people. You know, like actually.
What do you feel like you're out with?
Between you and us, I trust you. With Herman, like I don't know. I don't know about that man.
Me too.
I feel like he may be saying one thing to my face, but then behind, like, maybe wishy-washy. And not even like what Kyle said, saying the name thing. It's like even like before that, whatever I knew. But it's just like I don't know. You're just I don't know. Something.
There's some people who roam around too much and like to listen to other people's conversations, and I don't like
Yeah,
that.
same. And even with like Herman knows like people will be walking, his eyes it's like always all who in this room, but like when you do it though, nobody
Josh.
says.
Please fix your microphone.
You know?
It's like, yeah, there's definitely people who do that. It's like, why are you doing that? Because when you do it, nobody else does it. And like, you're just on it, wanting to know and like asking questions of like, oh, you're talking or what you're talking about. It's like,
Yeah.
or just, you know, coming on lurking and all of that. I'm like, really? Why do you need to do that much?
I know.
It's a bit much. Definitely agree with that. But
I want to win the veto so bad too.
I know. Just secure it. I'm getting closer, like, well, trying to, well, I think, like, getting to know Kevin more too, and, like, where his head's at. Before it was kind of like, I don't know, like, do I trust him, do I not?
Yeah.
I do think, though, Kevin is, he's a logical thinker.
Yeah.
I definitely do think that. And even, like, after I spoke, like, with Gino and stuff, like, I think Gino is more than muscles and flippin'
I
looks.
think so too. 100%.
I don't know, something to say like, oh, I fully trust Gino, no, but I feel like what he says, like, he means, you know, he doesn't just say things for saying things.
Yeah. I actually like that.
Yeah. It's the vibes I'm getting. But I don't know.
I feel like there's still some people who just keep running around that are just like problematic.
Yep. Agreed.
And I wonder if the house would be okay putting them up.
I wonder. Would they though?
I think so.
I don't know, because I think like, would they? That's why I want to win HOH. That's like for
Yeah.
sure. This game is not easy.
No. I'm just glad you're not on the blog.
I know, thank goodness.
Betty's not on the blog.
I know. Someone was going yesterday, was like, someone has a secret power. Someone has secret power.
Yeah.
I'm like, it could be anybody. And if it is what it is.
Oh, shit, I'm about to try to fall asleep.
Get up, get up.
I still can't eat though. I have literally no energy.
Your water bottle. That's the slop. Okay, I'm getting up in 1 minute.
Moosey, moosey. Hi. Oh. Sorry you had to
Hi,
leave.
I'm up.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't
Okay.
a good decision.
Good. What?
I said sorry you had to leave.
Why? No, it's okay. What, the conversation wasn't a good decision?
It was. There's nothing to
It literally.
What was? There's nothing of substance. I don't know what.
We both were just like, yeah. Yeah.
Karina's like,
you know what?
oh my god, totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I also feel kind of bad. I don't lace Jess, but yesterday I was trying to run by them as the phone was ringing, and I was trying not to hurt them. So like I went to like swipe their arm, and I went like that and like hit their arm, and they're bruised.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I'm like, any requests of that nature, I'm like, oh my god, yeah. For the next 24 hours, I'm like, I feel so bad.
Oh.
Like I was just trying to like competitively like race
Yeah,
by them, and
yeah.
I literally just went, whoop-ah! You
It's all
know?
good.
Okay, yeah. How do you feel?
Perfect.
Oh,
Nothing
good.
wrong with me. No complete loss of dignity.
That's great.
Not at
Really,
all.
really great. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
That is awesome.
How many showers did you need?
I did 3 like shampoos and body washes.
Okay.
3?
All right.
Yeah. And Helena, thank you. I got some wipes as
Oh,
well.
that's good.
And yeah.
You got it out
I
of
think the whole thing is when I was watching you, like it was like, when am I ever gonna see an adult literally frolic in spaghetti in my life? But then I just went to this place of cold water shower. Take that off. That's what I was like. Ah,
Yeah, I think
if you had hot water, no big deal.
we all need to deal with this on our own.
in our own way.
Yeah, different people had different experiences there. Some were shocked. One was laughing, which like there's some real sympathy going on. Some shock. I think yeah. It's in the past.
It's in the
You
past.
bounced back really well though.
No,
No?
I'm
Okay.
I'm not in a great
You're
place.
faking it really well.
Thanks, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I thought it was a great performance.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was beautiful. Moving.
It was the washing the pits for me. I love that.
Yeah.
Just getting right in the nooks and crannies.
Yeah.
The nooks.
My skin doesn't feel good today.
It looks really good. It's really great.
Thanks.
I was gonna say good and then great, and I said grid.
Yeah.
Grid.
Did it stain your sheets?
Pardon?
Did it stain your? Did you?
No, I think I've
Oh,
got
you fully got clean. Oh,
I
that's
think I've
good.
got it off me. I think it's just like I think the oil has like gotten into my skin a bit,
Oh,
and that's yeah.
that may be hydration.
Yeah. Hey,
A deep.
always look on the bright side, right?
Always. You got it in this
I was
house.
speculating what you were doing while you were cooking it. I'm just like, food fight.
I wish.
We're all gonna eat it together out the same pot, and then
I
you threw
wish.
the noodles in the sink, and I said, I'm absolutely not doing that.
Yeah, I thought at one point, but even when it's in the tub, I thought it was gonna be he has to eat it out of the tub, and if we want to eat it, we can eat it, but it's made so badly and grossly and unhygienically that we can have that option. That's what I thought.
You just get absolutely ill.
Yeah.
Although we all thought there was a reward today too.
I knew the entire time.
You did?
Yeah.
That's what got me, bro. I knew since the moment you got the call, you were like, shit, you know, like that's
Yeah.
like imagine slowly just cooking your own death.
Yeah, that's rough. And the fact they asked for you too, big brother, eh?
I'm both flattered and disgusted.
Oh my goodness.
As you should be.
Yeah. Wild.
I think Gino would have looked good in there.
I think Gino would have had.
He wouldn't have done it as justice.
He wouldn't have done justice. Yeah, I think Gino
Yeah.
would have had a tough time.
Yeah.
Really.
Capturing the essence
Exactly.
of the sauce on the noodles.
Yeah,
You know?
I really think he would have struggled.
You're the right man for the job.
You were the right
Yeah, I
man.
know. That also makes it hard.
Yeah.
I was the right man for the job.
Yeah. Sometimes.
But one thing I will say, it made me laugh. Like, not meanly, but I was laughing.
Okay to
is
laugh.
that you're like, let me give you something happy. Your screams were scary. They were not happy.
Yeah, I wasn't too happy in there.
You're like, let's do some happy moments. I was
Yeah.
like, that is not happy.
He's
Was
like,
it cold or warm?
Yeah. It was scary.
It's like room temperature.
Room temperature. Okay.
Moose was cooling it down for you, so you didn't have third-degree burns on your body.
Yeah. Thanks.
you're welcome. It was gonna cool down anyway, but yeah, definitely give it a good old wind.
Wind waft?
Wind?
A
Waffle
wind
wind?
waft. I waft it with the cushion.
What a day.
Do you
I
have
think maybe we'll have
breakfast
more
No.
calls today.
Do you have breakfast yet?
No.
Wow. You folks would be usually running down out here singing and smelling breakfast.
Yeah.
Laughter at the dining room
Yeah,
table.
I'm gonna have pancakes today.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I mean, yeah, I'll make breakfast for anyone when we have real food. Now it's like there's no hope.
None at all.
Oh, the fact that we saw JC Lynn cry. Were you there for that?
Yeah.
Were you,
He was crying.
were you crying too?
I was regurgitating.
You didn't see it, did you? Or
What?
you did?
I saw JC Lynn. It touched her tongue and instant tears. She didn't even swallow it. It wasn't in her mouth. It literally touched her tongue.
Oh man.
And it was
Honestly,
tears.
that's what I'm gonna enjoy the most. But like, yo, honestly, I shouldn't be talking the most crap. If I do get have-nots next week, I'm absolutely throwing myself into a wall. Imagine a full another week.
That's
with
the
other
thing. I
people
don't
eating
get it.
food.
How can it be weak? This is what, day 3 of it? Day 2.5? I don't know, but I cannot. A week.
It's literally almost hour 48. I'm counting.
Wait, you're serious? No, bro. It's been no.
It's
been
almost
more
been 48 hours.
since we started. Oh, bro, it's been more than that. Cause no, we had a.
Yesterday was our full day.
Oh God, are you kidding me?
The other day was a half day.
Oh my God. You're kidding.
I know.
That's
I think if
insane.
if there's no cold showers, I think it'd be okay, a little bit bearable.
Bro, imagine being a have-not for the week.
No.
That's personal.
Oh yeah, that is personal.
Literally, if you,
Like all of us were like, I'll be have-not. I'll
I
be
know.
have-not. It's chill. I couldn't imagine what it'd be like while other people are making burgers and
It's absolutely miserable.
pizzas. Oh my God, sandwiches, eggs and turkey
that'd
bacon.
be so sad.
Oh my
But
God.
I'm thinking maybe it'd be easier because you could smell it.
Nah, I mean, nah, I would just be sad.
No, because it made me happy smelling the tomato sauce.
I'm not the one that
Yeah, but it made you happy while the rest of us were not
Should be comforted.
also
right now.
happy.
True, true.
I'm being very selfish.
Okay.
Maybe that's what Big Brother's gonna do. We're all in it together. Everyone's on have-nots.
I think it's
Everyone-
better when everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is better when we're all in it. Because there's no joy. There's no joy in all
Exactly.
in any of our decision making. But wow, I mean, whatever. Not that I'm that pissed about it, but holy hell, I can totally see why now people get absolutely cranky, frustrated, and pissed if they're have-nots.
Yeah.
I totally get that.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, or like people are like, why would he choose me? Like that's so messed up. I was like, okay, chill. Like it's a part of the game.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Not to say that I would get that pissed
Yeah.
if someone chose me, but I definitely could see why somebody would like potentially be like, I don't know how I feel about you anymore
Yeah.
because you chose me.
I want to know the facts, the reasoning, everything, the thought that went to your decision of why you picked me.
Yeah.
And if it's not a valid reason, you're done. That's it. You're on my hit list. But like going on for 2 weeks, that's the thing. Obviously, eventually, but like if someone who puts someone consistently on it, you know, they want you down. They
Yeah.
want you in hurdle position on the floor.
Yeah. Absolutely.
There's no mercy there.
Yeah.
For me, if it was like a random thing in the first week and like or like I was the first person to have to choose since nobody's chosen, I would go for pure entertainment factor.
Yeah.
You would?
Yeah, I would go for like you,
Jace,
Jalen, Betty
Tanisha.
and T.
Oh.
That would be so.
I really didn't think I would not like it as much as I do, though. Like, I usually will eat anything.
Look at the despair. The despair in your voice is what's getting me, Josh. It's just the pure, unadulterated despair.
The
But I could
natural
do it, I just-
disgust.
Oh. Big brother. That's not it.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
hitting.
I adore Josh more and more with every day in the slopsage. But yeah,
I
that's
don't. I can't eat
Say it with a
breakfast.
smile
Like,
on your
I
face.
cannot
Say
eat
it with a smile on your
breakfast.
face. See if it works.
Big brother, I adore you.
No, say, I love slop.
I love slop.
no,
With a
the
smile.
I love slop.
I see it in the eye.
Why are you smiling like this is a school picture?
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Guys said, give me teeth.
Like, I will eat whatever's on the floor in the corner.
You eat those little nuggets.
Good thing,
Yeah.
good
Little
thing I
floor nuggets.
snuck cheese slices in between my thighs. I've been holding them this whole time.
Oh, have you? Let's
No.
pull them out. Let's go nibble them in the corner in the
Yeah.
bathroom stall. What's happening in the stall? Don't worry about it. We're just dealing with the skin issue.
Does fiber make you poop more or less?
More.
Makes you poop more? I don't know why.
Nibbling.
Maybe I'm just not eating enough slop.
Oh, wow.
I just want to know why the backyard's closed
Oh yeah.
with like this early.
But sometimes they've opened it up midday.
Yeah, they have sometimes. Yeah, actually.
Me and Kyle in the same
Oh.
room, so that I'm like, great, and then I can never talk to him again.
Yep. Okay, so that's who Summer was referring to. She was like, yeah, I'm just gonna get everyone whose names were dropped in one room together. And I was like, are you implying that that's me?
Oh, did she ask you to have a talk too?
No, she just kind of like threw that out there. But yeah, you know he's gonna go so hard and say whatever he has to do, and it's
I know,
gonna be bad.
it's just, here's the thing. He lacks an incredible amount of self-awareness.
He does. He really does.
And like, it's like instead of, like I already said, trying to fix the disastrous mess that he created last week and go out with a bit of dignity, he wants to like swing the other way.
Yeah.
And like light a bunch of people on fire thinking that that's gonna have him stay. Like, it's a mess.
I would love to know what he's saying. I need to talk to some people. He's definitely like, I did not expect him to be the type to go out quietly, you know?
No, but
It is very annoying.
well, do you have questions for me, or he hasn't pitched any bullshit to you yet?
Oh no, he has not pitched any bullshit.
Okay,
to
do you have
me
any
yet.
questions?
He just told me that he will be throwing me and G's names out there this week. I'm just saying whatever he
Well,
has
then
to
that
say.
that makes 5 people already.
So I'm like, okay, I don't even
can't
know what that
light-
means,
You
but
can't
okay,
light everyone on fire. Everyone talks.
literally,
You have to pick where you're gonna shoot.
he's right out of it, right out of it. So I just left the room. I was like, okay, I don't even know what that means.
What a fucking fool.
Yeah, don't even know what that means, dude. Do your thing.
I just
Yeah, are you good?
Yeah, I just, again, if I was in his shoes, which I never would be because I never would have had that messy of an HOH and never would have been non-communicative and like making like complete moves that had no option of happening.
Yep.
And then also like
Preach.
isolating myself from all the people I was already working with by not communicating with them,
Yeah.
like you included. I will be trying to save face. Like, we're on a show. The internet's watching, probably listening to this conversation right now.
Yeah.
Like, that's what I would be doing in his shoes.
I know.
Not
He's.
adding, not pouring more gasoline on my flaming body.
I think he's like, he is such a gamer. Like, he loves this show so much and he thinks he knows all there is to know about this game. But he's going too hard. Like, I don't think he can actually see or accept the fact that he is going home this week. And so he is, you
That
know.
is so sus.
I know. But you know what I mean? So he literally thinks, like,
Yes.
I'm just going to blow this place up. And he's like, I'm ready to be the villain of this season. Like, he told me that. I'm like, okay. Like, dude, after last week.
Oh, now you're ready? You already are.
Yeah. Like, it's already happened against True Will. So, let him talk. Honestly, let him fucking talk. It's so annoying. I think for the most part, no one's gonna believe what he's
All I'm trying to do
saying.
is the check-ins. You know what I
Totally.
mean?
Yeah.
And like, I feel like I've shown that I'm a direct enough person and a communicative, slop is hard, person.
Slop is super hard, yeah.
That if anyone has a fucking question or a doubt, like, I'm not here to, like, I will always admit what I'm doing. And last week, like, that was part of it. I had to save myself until renoms.
Yep.
And then he renommed, like, one of the only people that was, like, overtly close to me.
Yep. And I
it's
get
like-
that.
And I feel like he was trying to make me feel extra othered so that he could have me in his pocket, too.
He definitely, that's exactly. I think he's a very strategic player, and I think he tries to act like he cares about people's emotions in this game more than he actually does. Like, he's strictly looking at us like chess pieces, which, I mean, good on ya. But at some point, this game is also about relationship management, and he's not done a good job. Do you
And
mind?
of course, I always will. In?
Yes, please.
Sorry, hands are fucking freezing from the shower. Let me
Okay.
wrap this. Yeah, it's about managing relationships and having the self-awareness to know if, like, these relationships are actually true or false, etc. And like, the bravado is one of his absolute issues too. Like, you can't be that full of yourself.
He really is. That didn't really
That's
come
his
out
demise.
until recently. And then the other day, when he was talking to me during our chat, he's like, I'm just so happy the first little while I couldn't be myself, and now recently, like, it's like, this is the real Kyle. This is who I am at home. And I was like, are you sure? Like, are you sure?
Can you go back to the,
Are you sure?
Can you go back to the fake Kyle then, please?
Yeah, right? Like, the more quiet Kyle, the Kyle that wasn't power tripping and acting like an absolute fool.
There's also
I was like, what?
there's also a difference between,
So wrinkly.
like, making a joke about something and then, like, there's a fine line of it being, like, hurtful.
Yeah.
You know? And, like, straight up admittedly to you, and I think you felt some of that tension, like, that was some of my issue with Steph. Like, the banter and all that, like, okay, it was fun.
It was hard
but
to
it,
know
like,
when she was kidding or when she... yeah.
Truly.
Truly.
And then
That's how I felt too.
And what was interesting about Steph is, like, the second she was on the block, where was the banter? Who was always starting it?
Yeah.
And, like, again, not trying to talk about someone who's already gone or whatever else, but,
Yeah.
like,
But no, that's a good point.
I
It's true.
feel like it's a great representation of, like, kind of what Kyle's doing too. Like, yeah, some of the, like, don't get me wrong, you're talking to someone who makes jokes all the time and they don't land, but, like, I try to not do it at other people's expense.
Yeah.
And if I do, it's, like, supposed to be a laughing with moment, and if I can tell it's, like, hurtful, I would, like, literally own that and apologize for that and never do that anymore.
Yeah.
And that's my biggest issue right now with him is, like, you need to take accountability, and you're trying to make other people take the fall for steps that you were making.
I know.
I can't fall off the edge of the cliff if I wasn't the one doing the walking forward towards the cliff. Like,
Exactly.
you fucking walked that way.
And it's the fact that he's like, he's just so wild. Like, he straight up told me, he's like, I hope you know, like, it's going to be, if I stay this week, it's going to be like you and Gino on the block with me every week because blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, but that's exactly why you're up on the block, because we cannot be associated with you anymore. He's almost like using it as a threat. It's like, what is going on? I don't even know how that makes sense.
I'm so proud of you both for making that decision, and I know it was Gino's too, but it's for the benefit of both of you. And I'm sure you're like, fuck this, like,
Totally.
and I'm grateful. I know I can always be like an easy option for people too. So I'm just like, why can't you try to save face and
Yeah.
like go out here with your like some dignity? And instead he's just like, I'm gonna
Absolutely
keep drilling
clawing.
towards like the deepest depths of hell. Like,
Yep. I think he's going to come out of here and realize, like, he's going to watch everything back and listen to all of the conversations and be like, damn, I was really delusional.
I hope so.
I think he really will. I don't think I feel like
I
he's
also
in like a
was-
clouded haze. He doesn't know what's happening.
I know you're like this too. Like, you care about people. Like, I don't want to see anyone like have a shit time after this. But I'm like, there's things that like you're saying, and then there's things you're doing, and there's like, they're not congruent. Like, they
No.
don't match.
No.
There's no parallel there. Like one is this way and one is that way.
Yeah.
And like that's actually, to be honest, what bothers me the most about some of the like
prop, it would be perfect.
That was
I'm
also
telling
like,
ya.
part of the strategy. You know what I mean? Like if you press them straight on, like
I was wondering why T was holding her boxes so low. Now it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
'Cause, yeah.
She's always worried about, yeah.
And T was also
Boobs
T's
popping, she
second box
said.
also dropped, like right away. I was telling T, I was like, I feel like if it was me, I would have tried like obviously this might not have been the smartest thing. but
Kicking it,
Yeah,
yeah.
like because the second box was so low, and it's like
That's what
your
did
game
it.
is already so detrimentally ruined. So I feel like I would have tried to go. Pap,
that's
pap,
what screwed
and,
me.
like,
My
pick them
second
up.
present had the like slipperiest wrapping
Yeah.
paper on the planet.
Yeah.
And like even like third box in, I was like correcting it, like where I kept having to move it up where I could still reach it.
Yeah,
So
that's
when I
one thing
transferred the
noticed.
larger present, which was the move for sure,
Well, totally was the move.
um,
One more and Marty would have
the,
gone down.
the second one, my second one in slid because of the wrapping paper. And the ones that had like glitter on them seemed like Velcro almost.
Yeah, you said that, eh?
Really?
Yeah, like I had two together and they were so solid.
Glitter
So
ribbons?
it's really just the luck
No,
of the
like
draw, whatever your reindeer
there's like
chose.
glitter spots on the present.
Oh, I don't remember those.
Me neither, never.
There wasn't very many.
Couple.
There was only like a couple, but they were
Oh.
like the most. They never shifted on each other.
Yeah, summer
Was
was
it
like.
really 2 hours?
Honestly,
I know everyone is gonna like not say the time proper now because of the last comp too. That's why I don't know.
What do you mean?
Well, like that tiebreaker that Gina won was like
Oh, yeah.
impressive as hell.
But
like,
even then, even if I knew it was 2 hours,
Yeah.
I wouldn't know how to do the math that quick.
I think it's like I think it would be like 6,800 minutes, 6,800 seconds. If it was 2 hours.
God.
well, I don't need the
I know
I don't
nothing
need the
about math.
seconds. I'm just like, was it 2 hours? Was it
Yeah,
an
I think
hour?
it was like, I mean, including everything. I think it was definitely 1 hour and 49 minutes.
Dang.
Is my guess.
Oh!
What?
I just want a piece of toast.
Oh my God, I've never actually
the
experienced
carb
JC Lynn's
scream?
rage before.
The straight just lean back random carb scream.
Oh my God, Jace.
I'm here for it.
Can you get mad?
I'm here for it. I'm dead on it.
What? I'm actually kind of supportive of this. JC
Stop.
You just
I'm
missed it. You just
angry
missed a scream
today.
for toast. That you put on your
Rage.
bed.
Come on, let it out. Just scream. Just
Yeah.
one time.
Just
Yeah,
out
I
of
just
nowhere,
want
Chase leaned back and went,
I want toast. That's what
Oh
I
no.
feel like.
I
Are you
know,
gonna
I'm
mess
like,
with me now?
every time
So
people
hungry,
mention-
man.
Don't take it out on me!
So hungry.
I know, and people keep
I just
telling
want
me
like
to stop complaining,
cheese or
too,
like, yeah, like you
They
stop
are?
complaining.
yeah.
I haven't
get
said
it,
that
though.
to you. Complain away.
It's okay, I get it though.
Complain away if you need
Oh,
to.
yeah, my
It's
dry skin.
so
Wild.
cold in there.
You showered, eh?
In the
Yeah.
shower?
Yeah, just take
I'm
Yeah.
in the shower right now.
Yeah, just not my hair. But yeah, body, I was just like.
It's all about breathing.
I tried to do intervals too.
I'm stronger than the cold water. I am more powerful. I have more wisdom.
Yeah, but it's ice cold. You know, I've never taken a shower like that in my life.
Really?
Ever.
Me
At
neither.
100% never.
Wow.
Even in
At
Ethiopia.
ice cold temp.
Never.
It's really good for your mental health.
Yeah?
Yeah.
My mental health right now is just tipping over the edge.
Yeah.
Sorry, not to laugh at that. We shouldn't be laughing. The way you sold it, though,
Yeah.
was like, wait, why are we laughing at your mental health
I'm at the
tipping?
borderline.
That's not good.
Okay.
I'm just hanging by a thread. That's
Okay,
okay.
you know what? But that's okay. We're fine.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
That's this house.
I'm just starving now.
I know. I'm literally.
What up, live
so
streamers?
sorry.
We're back at it with another cold shower. We're so happy to see you.
I'm gonna use the
JC Lynn
bathroom.
is here,
Like, I don't even think
and
my
she wants some
stomach is like...
friggin'
Is what?
toast.
Just
How
some
My
badly
stomach's
do you want
bloated as
toast
hell.
right now? Tell everybody on the live
I
stream.
want it so badly. I would do anything for a piece of toast right now.
You
for
hear-
half a piece of toast, or even a slice of crust.
Anything?
Anything.
You hear that, live
I love
streamers?
that you called it a slice of toast.
Go ahead.
Crust.
Yeah, like
I'm
a
here
slice.
for it. And I feel like we're all getting kind of agitated too.
Totally. I'm actually like feeling.
Go ahead,
today.
live streamers. Start a poll online with what JC Lynn would do for a slice of crust right now.
What would you do for a slice of crust?
What would you do for a slice of crust?
What would I do for a slice of crust?
Anything.
Anything.
What would you do for a slice of crust?
What would I do for a slice of crust?
What would you do for a slice of crust?
Slight.
Anything.
Anything. Legit. Oh.
Yeah, even the words are getting mumbled now. I'm saying
know.
slide. Josh this morning was trying to say good and great at the same time. He was like, oh man, that's good.
That's good.
That's so good. Where's my, oh, there's my towel. Actually?
I can't wear 2 wrinkly things at the same time. That's just not good.
I like those pants. I wish I knew where they were from, but I definitely don't want to know. Well, I'm like, anything that keeps us on this freaking thing for longer, no way.
But I definitely don't want
I've
to
never
find
not
out.
wanted to know where people's clothes are from so badly before.
Yeah, there's no way I'm getting an answer for that. Thanks. Next.
Next. Next question.
Hello,
Okay.
it is me,
Do you think we'll probably, tomorrow's Wednesday, we'll probably
Towel Man.
tomorrow.
Buddy, I really hope not. I really hope not. And you know what? I get the whole being positive thing. I get it. But we should
It's
be allowed to
toxic.
have some complaint. And I think that it's toxic to a point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, like, yeah, we can all act all nice about it, but it's not how I actually feel.
I know. I'm just really, really, like, it's the cold showers for me, and yeah, like, I don't know. It's like, wow, the simple luxuries in life I'm never taken for granted.
Never. Literally never. Like, just even a slice of crust, as we spoke. A piece of Summer's crust off of her eaten pizza. Would never
Don't even
take
say
that.
the word pizza. That's a sin right now.
I know.
Okay. I know, I have like a headache from that shower.
Do, yeah?
A little. And it's like my time of the month. What awful time to get it.
That is horrible. I'm sorry.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm like, are you serious?
Hopefully that confidence doesn't bite me in the ass, but that's why I just tell people, if you're threatened by my social game, step your fucking game up. You could literally be on the same level as me. All I do is, because I'm restless, and I go to other rooms, I'm like, hey. I just bother people. That's literally it. Why are you threatening by me being not afraid to have a conversation? It's either you choose to go sit and stare up into the distance or go talk to people that will help you. That's why I hate when I hear that, oh, you're a social threat. I'm like, literally all I do is migrate because I'm bored.
I love when you migrate.
It's like I'm just dragging my feet and I'm bored. Like I don't even, if in a perfect world, I wouldn't even want to partake in this many conversations. I'm just trying to kill time. Yes, I do have game talks, obviously, but for the most part, I'm just trying to kill time. I would say a good like 70% of my conversations are just nonsense.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna move forward in this game. Like
I think your only threat would probably, for like early on, is probably Jess.
But like I'm talking like in a group, like who people got my back stuff. I know you guys do, but like, you know, I feel like Betty does. Helena, I'm always iffy with. I still think we're good, like, but
I think that Moose needs to be more mindful about what he says. Like he only said it to me, but even that, I'm like, okay, like I
can only check him so many times. Like all the time, like, bro, just like relax. He's sitting there like, Betty's got a power. I know she does. I know. It's like she's like harping on Betty. I'm like, yo, let her live, bro.
Yeah.
Like, for a second, let her live. Like,
yeah.
I'm like, what are you bugging about? And then,
because in my head, I'm like, who are your day ones within this group? Are you referring to like me, you, and T? Because apparently wasn't that his like pitches for people to go up?
yeah.
I have no idea. So.
Are we good?
You and I? Yeah, we're fine as long as you're not scheming early on in the game.
I'm not scheming.
And you don't put me up.
Great.
Yeah, we're fine. Your name was not mentioned. It was mentioned as like.
I'm talking about you, me and you.
As a.
Just in this game.
In this game? Yeah, we're fine for now. So
Great.
just know when it's time to size up, I
Great.
caught you, my guy.
Perfect.
Yeah, we're good. We're solid. T and I are good. Helena and I are good. Betty just needs to make sure that she never ever says that I don't want to see you in the Final Four with me. And I'll never
said that
forget
to
that.
you?
Yeah. She's like, I want to see you go far. Like, maybe not Final Four. I'm like, are you serious right now? Are you serious? Like, and then it was like, oh, well, you know, things can change. I'm like, keeping that in the back of my mind. Jess said the same thing too. She's like, I don't want you in the Final Four because I know I'll lose. Like, well, you might not even make it there with that kind of comment. But yeah, no, we're solid. Like, honestly, the people that I really, whether it's like, I want to win or be in my jury or I want to like size up against, I think you, definitely Helena, Josh, T, myself, I will include myself. I don't know. I feel like Marty's going to be very hard to beat.
Marty would be very hard to get out
Yeah.
and beat.
Would I mind Marty? Maybe in jury. But against him, one-on-one, final
Marty and Jerry
two.
would be fine. Marty in the end would be very tough.
Yeah, so I definitely want to see Marty. There's a few people that I do want to see. JC Lynn just needs to like talk more. But I think like I would want to keep the showmans around for a while. Because that's like a easy,
They always play for yeah.
they play for each other, but it's an easy target. Like, or an easy shield. I need to, for me, I'm just trying to create a shield with at least Gino. I think I would protect Gino more than JC Lynn. Even though it seems like it's a dumb idea, at least for myself, I don't know how to be for the entire
Yeah, it
group.
is. It's interesting because it's kind of like it does feel
Hi.
like that.
Never. Go get it.
It's in the bathroom?
Yeah.
In
It's in
your-
the bag. It's probably all mashed up.
Okay, I'll
but
go look for it. Thank you.
No problem.
But yeah, it is interesting because I'm like, I don't talk to. Anytime I talk to Jace, I gotta force the conversation, or I gotta bring it up, and I'm like, I'm not really trying to chase you for nothing. To be honest, though, Jess still hasn't campaigned to me.
Just doesn't?
Hasn't.
Oh.
So it's like feels like
If they
kind of.
win HOH, then you go up.
It just feels weird because I haven't. It's just annoying to give someone a free vote, but
Yeah.
there's still time. There's still 2 days, but
Of course, but unanimous vote. Let's make it iconic.
yeah.
Deal with them on a later date. I feel like, honestly, I know you want one of the females to win, but I think either like Josh or you.
Josh would be good. Moose would be good. I'd
I
be
think
good.
Josh, yeah.
And just anyone from that 5, I'd be cool with.
Yeah. For me, obviously the goal is always to win, but I'm sticking to my strategy.
Yeah.
My mama told me don't disclose your game, so I'm not going to disclose it. But it's like, obviously I don't know what the challenges are going to be, but I want to, if I'm going to put you on the block, I need to make sure I have this list for people. And right now it's just, you didn't really talk to me, or you put this person up. Nah, that's not how I move. I need it to be, I'll rip you apart and make you cry. But maybe not really. If it was Kyle, then oh Lord, I was ready for it. But there's just a few people where I'm like, I feel like for myself, I need to keep around. I don't know how much of a shield you are. More of like a distraction, if anything. But I want you around. Like sometimes it's just like, oh, it's just nice to have some people to see, which is
Thanks.
good. Is that bad?
No, that's all right.
It's like sometimes it's like, oh, where's Herman? But yeah,
That works for me.
yeah, out of this thing, the least amount of trust is in Moose. Like after that comment, like at least disclose who you're prioritizing within that group. And even to say that, it's like, stop being like fucking Kyle. Wait
I know.
before you start trying to shoot shots or making comments. Like keep it to yourself.
Like, just shut up for 2 weeks.
He's like, because he's like, I already know this is a number thing, and I'm like, do you see T and I and Helena?
Because I thought we said we would do the 5 within the 7. We did mention that. You were there for that. We just brought it up in the room.
Betty's not in this, right?
No,
Or she?
yeah,
Oh,
but
she is.
we were talking about the 5. Just me, Josh, Moose, UT, and just
Yeah.
rocking with that. Like actually rocking with that. If you want to do that, I thought everyone was kind of down for that, but we just said it in passing.
I would still wanna work with the girls. Like the goal is to make sure the females come
Of
through.
course.
And like even though Betty made that comment, I'm like, I'll disregard it for now. I handle it
This is
later
like, I mean, that's 7 people.
Yeah.
The goal was always to do 7
Yeah.
and take it as far as possible.
Yeah.
So like, that's still the goal. Like we're at 13 people. We could lose 6 people and you know and be where we need to be. We can also go 3-4 weeks. I don't know if there's doubles, no doubles, whatever. But
Yeah.
the goal is to get this group of 7 to that point I mean, the goal is obviously to win, but
Of course,
you know,
but if it doesn't happen, then it is what it is.
yeah,
There's probably $1 million plan in store.
situation station.
Yeah, I'm like, all this situation really has made me realize is that like earning $100,000 is like it's going to require work. So if I don't win this game or at least come in second, then I know the amount of effort that I'll have to put in to like earn that in the outside world, if anything. But like minimum goal jury, like if I don't make the jury pool, this whole place is gonna be torn apart. Turned. Obviously, it's just a fake threat. But yeah, the minimum goal is jury, then second place, and then if I could win, bless them. It's all about playing my cards right, aligning myself with the right people, not disclosing too many things to the wrong people. But I also have a habit of planting seeds and just seeing if the seeds go to another place and grow somewhere else. So that's why I was cussing Kevin, because I was like, buddy, like, if you say that you like me, you respect me, I'm this and that to you, come back to me with what you say to Kyle, because that's the only way that I'm going to trust you. Don't like say I'm controlling your. I feel like I can manipulate you and control your vote and all that stuff. So I was like, I was.
How
So,
do you know he
I was
said
so
that?
confused. That's what Kyle said. And then I asked Kevin about it. And he's like, it is the truth, but it's only because.
Stop.
He was like, it was because I was like fucking with Kyle. I hate Kyle and all that stuff. And he was just like, I was just saying that to like say that like I hate you, just to like to deflect from our dynamic and whatever. And I was like, well, that's fine, but like if I'm like, first of all, if you're riding with somebody, you might want to avoid their name, especially when if the person's an HOH. But if you feel that way, talk to me. Because like if I'm saying like if I'm trying to create.
That's why I was bugging about Kevin.
Yeah, I'm like if I'm trying to create a division between T and I'm still gonna let her know what I've been saying, because it's like, okay, this is what I said. If you hear this, then you know that's part of us. Because eventually I feel like we're gonna have to have like a fight, whether it's fake or real. It's just something's gonna have to happen.
Oh my god.
So yeah, that's what I was telling Kev. I'm like, don't paint me out to be this person, if that's not the case. Or at least come back to me, because then obviously Canada sees how I move, and I was like, there was never a time where I said, Kevin, you must vote in this way. That's Kyle. I always say, Kevin, like, what's your mindset at? Like, where are you heading towards? If you want to tell me, that's fine. If not, then like, don't expect me to ever tell you anything, and that's it. I don't feel like I can control anybody. I just feel like I could just talk to people, say where I come from, see where they come from, and how we can like move forward together. And that's how I move. Like, I'll never force another person ever. It's like we all have our like we're in control of ourselves. Anybody who says that makes it seem like as if they had a gun to their head, like JC Lynn, you didn't have a gun to your head. You could have literally still voted in the other direction if you wanted to. Same with Kyle.
Too scared.
Marty did not put a gun to your head and say, put up Josh.
No, exactly.
You made this decision. If there was a gun to your head, then I get it. But there's no gun to your head. Oh, Lord. Jip up on my bed. But yeah, so I don't care about these crocodile tears. Even with the slop, it's like, yeah, Big Brother is punishing us, but like, there's no gun to your head. You want to self-evict, you can't. You can't. Get out.
No.
That's it.
Make it easier for everybody.
Yeah, make it easier. But yeah, so I guess moving forward, like, we're solid like 10 toes for now. Just
Why are you making it so uneasy when you say stuff like that?
Everyone has told me.
The goal is to not make your
everyone,
friends and alliance. Not the F word. Your alliance people. Like,
no, everyone tells me that. It's like, stop saying expiry date. Like, this is just my way to protect my heart.
It's something that is known and doesn't need to be said.
Fine.
That's how it works.
Whatever. It's for myself, so I'll
I
just
feel like
say
I'm
it for
dealing with
myself.
Kyle right now. You know, I talk to.
You're a liar. I should dash this to you.
When I talk to Kyle, he's like, yo, we're good, fam, but this is for the best of the group. And I'm like, what? And you're over here telling me there's expiry dates on our fucking friendship. I'm like, okay.
I'm sorry. I'll still come to Nanaimo. Like, if there's a reason for me to, if there's actually proper sushi, then shit. But yeah, no, we're good. The only person that, again, I'm slightly concerned about is Moose, because it's like, buddy, am I part of that? Those people that you're more so writing out, and like, you don't know who's listening. Yes, Big Brother's always listening, but like, Helena could have literally been in that middle area where you can hear everything in the members lounge.
Yeah.
You know, and hearing you say like, oh, I know it's just a numbers thing.
Yeah.
No, I actually don't feel that way towards the bulk majority of the people that we're aligned with. So
I'm gonna have hella conversations today because I've been chilling lately. But I definitely want to talk to. I was supposed to talk to Lena last night, but I was dead. So I talked to Lena. I got to talk to Moose. Yeah, we'll see what the vibes are.
But yeah, I would say that
appreciate
in our group, I don't see folks as numbers. It's either people that I'm willing to ride out for and support if they make it to the end, or I think that people who would probably ride out for me and support me if I make it to the end. And that's it.
That's the way you should look at it. I mean,
Yeah,
that's the right way to
there
look
are
at
some people who are like, I'm just talking to you because I'm gonna need you to be on my
Yes.
side. But there are other folks where, if we're in the outside world, I would say you're my friend. I'm just joking, but
so
yeah,
dumb.
nah, we're good. We're
Alright.
good. Don't worry. I just need these talks about young lovers and this, especially people in our group. Like, what are you doing? Do not put no
What,
showman
with me and you?
label. Yeah, I'm like, chill the fuck out.
No. We can just keep our distance if you want.
I guess if you can do that. But you know you can.
Hey!
See, look at you reaching with your hands. But yeah, if those talks can silencio, but I don't think that it's the same as that.
All right, I'll take that back.
Like, I don't think I'm moving with you the same as that.
No.
Like, could be wrong. It's just a little, hi, and that's it, and then keep it moving. Keep your distance.
I
sir.
got you. Thanks for the chat.
Of course. Did you talk to T?
Huh?
Did you talk to T?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Well,
I feel like for as long as like us three are on the same page, I have
then we're
higher
good.
hopes.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Because we all think very rationally.
me?
I said all three of us. It's not always about you, Summer.
No, even me.
Yeah, you do too. You
Sometimes.
get a little excited, but
I do.
it's nice.
All right, bye.
Bye.
Where'd you get a nail file from?
Very interesting. Very interesting lady.
The Black Girl Duo.
Whatever.
I was like, where's Jess? But and there. They're still going at it. I hope when this goes up, it's just a feast. Although, is it too early for dinner? No.
No, we will take dinner.
Early. Yes. Just imagine you just have one plate.
It literally does not matter
toast.
what time it is. We don't have time.
It doesn't matter.
It's not existing here anyway. We'll eat dinner, whatever.
So,
Jeansky.
I like your hair.
You do?
It's very nice.
Is this your favorite style?
I know.
I like when you do the buns too.
The buns? That's your favorite?
That's really nice.
I'll do that for your HOH.
Okay, cool.
Oh wait, no. Your last
cold shower.
HOH. Not your last.
The cold
but
shower is the worst
The ending
part.
to your HOH.
Easily.
One of your.
Yeah, it took me a while to kind of find a bit of a swing this morning. Like I was.
Let's go,
I
Hotlanta.
called myself out of bed.
Oh, we have fun.
Have you been there before?
No.
I was gonna say I heard.
I know
that
that twice though.
I heard that like the community is
Or, you know,
big out
Yeah,
there.
I've come
people
there
like
too.
Ooh.
celebrities or famous people are who they
Native
look up to,
or
like, no
black
matter
or
what,
what?
right?
Or
Oh yeah,
all
you get to
three?
a certain age and you just start appreciating and like you're like whatever
Black
that
people are
person is a
doing
person.
big things out
Like,
there in Atlanta.
If they
That's
have the
part
ability
of the
to,
reason
like,
why I want to
change all
go.
these
I don't know,
kids' lives
move.
by like
I know, Marsha, the move.
Oh, I hear stamping.
Quick.
Busy with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And just see what's up. But I thought someone was coming up the stairs. Yeah, so like obviously like I think with us three, like that's us talking to. I know you guys don't like to be lumped together and stuff like that. Maybe as much, but I mean you are a little bit. And I rock with y'all obviously. So like yeah, I'm trying to go as far as possible with you guys.
Who's your number one though?
I really don't have one right now.
You don't have one?
That's why it's like kind of fucky.
Yeah.
Because
I feel like most people have their number one.
Hmm?
I feel like most people have their number one.
I know, and I don't. So the reason why is because I was in like a situation across the street,
Yes.
and then it imploded, and I was kind of not given or had to take a number one kind of thing situation, but like that almost kind of just like fell into my lap.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it didn't take. It wasn't like. I don't know. It wasn't organic.
But if you would have, Steph would have stayed.
Hmm?
Do you think that if Steph would have stayed, you would have been like
No.
No?
I just like you have to like enjoy. I don't know. Anyways, it just wasn't for me. So it
No, I
was.
mean game wise.
I know, but
No,
just
I
like
mean,
no,
okay.
it would have been a lot to.
Just yeah.
Also, I think she was a little too much for some people. Sometimes I don't know.
Okay, so it would have
I
painted
just
like a
I
target.
think so. Yeah, and I didn't want that. I didn't want any of that showman's, flirtman's, target or whatever.
Yeah.
It just wasn't the game I was trying to play. So anyways, I think right now I'm kind of looking like for that, but I don't mind like I find comfort obviously in like some of our bigger groups obviously because I mean I'm all about controlling the vote. Like you can talk about power and people being in power, but I've just ever since the beginning, like since I watched this game, since like from time I know it's about the vote, you know, and like yes, like you know, power keeps you safe. If you're on the block, it helps you make decisions, but you don't get a vote, you don't get to play in veto.
Right.
And it's like, you know, and you know that's like, so as long as you have people riding with you, I think you can go really far in this game, and that's been like my mindset with it. So I have the group of 7 I was trying to do earlier on, and like even just like the 7 we talked, like we kind of mentioned now the true few and stuff like that. Like, you know, there's numbers there, but there's also people I really fuck with there. So like it's perfect. And like the first group we had, it was the same thing. It's literally the same 5 people
Yeah.
that I've been trying to roll with the whole time. Just replaced 2 people. You know what I mean?
Plus the two, yeah.
That's all it was.
Exactly.
It's the exact same thing. So it's like my game hasn't really changed. I've just been trying to pivot a little bit
Exactly.
because numbers are still vital. Because even if like one of us goes up or 2 of us goes up, you know, and we can get the replacement, not be us, or something like that. That's worst case, right? I'm talking worst case scenario. Then you still have the numbers.
You always have to think about the numbers.
Yeah. So those are like just always kind of things that I try to think about, but keep it a.
It makes sense for sure. The thing that I always found difficult with that is like just trying to have too many people. I feel like the more I build like a thing with people, the more I have to hurt more people.
I know.
But I get that we need the people
I think.
for the votes.
Yeah, like I was talking to someone, and she was like, I don't like to use the word like numbers because people like if I'm rocking with you, I rock with you. Like numbers would be like having a check-in conversation with Kevin every day. You know, that would be like numbers. Or like alliance with people you're rocking with would be, you know, 7 people or whatever. I think 7 is too much. That's why like I really like want to do like you 2 and then you Josh Moose. But I think Summer's like he Moose talks a lot and says like kind of dumb shit sometimes about stuff and like and I think kind of rubs Summer a little bit the wrong way. I think he made a comment or something and I was like this is like exhausting because I mean if he was the reason the first one blew up, you know what I mean? It's like
I mean, I'm down for that, honestly. The only thing is that I keep Moose at arm's length because he mentioned our names.
exactly. And it's like no, just welcome back.
Yeah.
So it's I don't know if that's like the exact option I'd want to do. I'd be down to. Another option would be like another option would be like Josh. I could just rock with Josh.
Absolutely. I could do that.
And we could do like a 4.
Because I feel like I'd rather work with people that I know for a fact have never mentioned me.
There's
Otherwise.
those 3 people.
Yeah.
All right, the people I trust the most.
Yeah.
Can we chat later? Cool. Yeah, but those are 3 people I trust the most. I think if we do like a 4.
And him, he's loyal to a fault.
Rock solid.
Rock solid.
And the rest, like, we can keep at arm's length. We can keep within whatever we want to keep it in. I mean, if we're talking about 4 or 5, I mean, those things are all going to happen within, like,
Yeah,
like,
for sure.
But to have like a rock solid,
Yeah.
plan or 4 or something like that, and just be like, no matter what, we rock with this.
So you want to lock that in like now, this week?
I think so.
I think that's a good idea.
I think so. Like, I just feel like it's more
At least
genuine.
it's more genuine, and like, you don't have to be so like wishy-washy with,
Yeah.
because you got something that's
If I
solid.
can't win the money, honestly, I'd love it if you won the money. So if I can't win the money, I'd love it if she won the money. Because I think it'd be cool if what you would do, with your family,
With
your little
it,
family and
yeah,
stuff like that.
exactly.
So I see that's like a.
But I feel that exact same way about like you and Summer. Like, and even when last week, people were mentioning that you were kind of on both sides, I was kind of just staying quiet about it because I didn't want anyone to be like, oh, you're kind of really close with Herms too. So I was like, yeah, maybe he's playing both sides. Like, just kind of deflecting or whatever. But every time someone would say it, I'd get like, I'm like, okay, don't keep that idea in your mind too long.
Yeah. No, like, that's why, like, I know there isn't really sides, but I definitely want to pick, like, I just want to cement something a little more legit, because I really thought we did early on, and it got blown up, and it's hard to just be like, hey, I got another plan, Like,
Yeah,
I don't want to be a plan guy either.
Because we can't keep doing that forever.
No, and I don't want to do
And
7
people will
again.
feel it too.
Yeah, we don't need 7
No.
anymore. So, like, I think the 7, like, conversation is great because, again, for numbers, whatever, you can say whatever you want to say, but it is for numbers. But I mean, people got to win also. Like,
That
you know
too.
what I mean? Like,
That too.
And I was like talking to someone about it. And she's like, well, my game plan just doesn't make sense for me to win. And I'm like, okay, I understand that, but like, you got to try and win. Like, this isn't just like you just told me enough right there. I can't just like, this isn't like a carry
I'm
situation.
Actually, every time I play to win.
I know, and I see it.
Yeah.
But it's
Like
a
even
little
that
bit
veto,
frustrating.
I didn't necessarily have to, but I was like, fuck, I want to. Like, I want to show that I'm some type of.
Tell me that you're trying.
Yeah.
Tell me that you're trying.
Even if you're not, just say it.
Just say it. Like, I don't. There's like, painful it is, just to know every week you're down a person like, going in, but you also have to like keep that person safe.
Yeah.
It's like exhausting.
Yeah, but because then it's like they become more of a liability than an asset.
Exactly.
It's
just you're just a vote at that point.
Yeah.
But we're way too early past it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So let's see.
But I think it's a good.
I was like, a girl should win. And she's like, well, she's like, I know you want a girl to win. I was like, I'm just saying that for, I think 4 dudes.
Oh
Like,
yeah, I
one
would love for a
HOH.
girl
It'd be
to win at
great
this
for a
point.
girl to
I mean,
win.
It's got to be a girl on.
Huh?
It's got to be a girl that we,
Yeah.
on our side type thing. But
and a girl that like I don't know, level-headed and on our side and whatever. I think it'd be very different HOH with a female running the house.
absolutely.
So like this year's had a lot of firsts, like 4 dude HOHs.
The best, honestly,
that's
some of the
probably
best
has
food I've ever
happened before,
eaten.
maybe,
The
but-
cold showers, heinous. Not like chilly showers. That's the thing that gets me is it's not like it's like, ooh, this is like a lukewarm
Yeah, I
shower.
know.
It's like actually you put your hair under the water
Ice
and like
cold.
brain freeze.
The sad thing is I was complaining and crying, bitching about the lukewarm water. Oh my goodness, no one left me hot water. I was saying that. And everyone's like, oh no, I'm so sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, now
Nothing. I'll take that
here we
back
are,
any
right?
day.
Yeah.
Any day I will take back a lukewarm shower. Also, I apologize for me yelling at my brothers, taking all the hot water. We share a bathroom, and him and I, he take all the hot water. Now I will take that lukewarm water any day, any time.
It is one of those things that like, and it's like, oh, this is like an exercise of the game and resiliency. This is all these things, and
You
it's
do
like,
You
Sorry?
do it. I'm like, no, it's those people. You do it then.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like you're like, oh, you know, food, getting up when you want to, fucking having control in your life,
Literally.
having warm water, all of these things that like on the day to day I take for granted so much.
100%.
I'm gonna go home and absolutely just be like the most thankful guy.
Are we
for-
though? I feel like it will last a little bit, and we're gonna get used to it, and then we're gonna be like.
But I think like with something like this though is like this is something that you never forget, right? Because this has
True.
been like such a unique, out of this world experience.
Yeah.
Like it's just been absolutely like life changing. I don't know if you can just kind of like I think it would take
A lot.
to kind of forget like remember those days on slop, on cold showers. Like
Yeah.
got to be thankful. Thank you, big brother. Thank you.
We have it good right now.
Happy. If you guys hear like absolute just like bloody murder screaming, yeah. Thank you. I need it, honestly. Ooh. Oh, it's not as bad as it was yesterday.
I woke up this morning, I was like, and then yesterday I wanted to chat with you, but no, I just wanted to like talk about kind of like, you know, moving forward. I know we talked a little bit more early on in the game just because I was HOH and stuff, and we had a little more chats, and then I don't really feel like we touched base too much after that.
Yeah, no, totally.
So
I do agree. I wanted to chit chat with you and be like, hey, you know, some things are being said, and love to address it and ask you.
yeah. Is it the same thing you brought up last time?
What? Oh,
Last
no.
time, yeah. Oh.
It being apparently that I was, you know, you wanted to put me up. I'm a target. I'm your target.
Like how does this even come up?
Yeah, so
Who's this from?
I took that from a grain of salt.
Okay.
And it kind of, you know, like, is my name, you know, being talked about. Obviously, it's a game, and I totally get that. But I think it was said out of, you know, being angry at somebody, and I don't want it to explode into anything else because honestly, not to say I don't care. No, it's not that. Because I would care, obviously, but there's no substance or any truth behind it, I believe. And may I be wrong, but, you know, Kyle, you know.
I was gonna say, was it conveniently timed information?
Oh, 100%. That's what I mean. Am I taking that with, like, you know, oh, Jess is coming after me and Herman's coming after me?
Oh, so Jess is coming after me too.
Yeah, so I'm like, oh, Jess is on the block. And you share that information with me yesterday? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And Herman, you may be mad at Herman, and you want me now to be, like, mad at Herman too, and say my name type of thing, and, like, create something when, I mean, like I said, I'm taking it with a grain of salt. I think our combos have been good, and it to be, like, I've never been, like, you know, Herman, like, I haven't done that, to be, like, Herman is my target, and I'm coming after Herman. I've never said that to anybody. Never, like, I haven't done, so I'm like, why would he be coming after me when
absolutely not.
I haven't done shit all to, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
But, and that's why I took a grain of salt, because in my mind I'm thinking, you're saying it to me now when you're on the block.
Right. Like, exactly, when it's convenient. Like, why didn't you say this, like, last week or the week before or whatever? Like, you know what I mean? I ran through everyone as an option week one, for sure.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know where he's pulling this shit from, but it's starting to get agitating because I think this is the second time that you brought it up, and obviously this is like new kind of information that he's saying again, and it's starting to irritate me because you're like, to me, I'm like, I don't see you as a threat, like as like someone I want to put up as my imminent threat. Like I don't feel threatened. Like you're gonna threaten my game, so that's not a, you know, I don't feel like that's a threat to me.
Eventually down the road, obviously we'll have to go after
Of
each other,
course.
and that's gonna be a thing. But I think even with that, it's like, I think he's said a lot, done a lot, and it's gotten so messy that he is now trying to pin things or put things on people to deflect off of himself, and it be like causing little fires everywhere else, and everyone be at each other. That's why, even that when you asked me to talk yesterday, I was like, yeah, cool, we'll talk, like, you know, whatever. And then him and I had the convo, I'm like, yeah, cool, we're gonna talk, you know?
Yeah.
And it not be like a fire between us, because I genuinely, I think we have a good relationship.
Absolutely,
and
absolutely.
It'd be like, you know, when time comes, obviously I would have to come after each other.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. But I think it's just he's trying to get into everyone and piss him off. So even me telling you that, don't let it piss you off, because I think that's what he's wanting to think, and it'd be a big thing.
I know.
And it'd be like, you know, I'm pissed off at Herman, da 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 da, and you know.
It irritates me so much.
I know, but don't let it, because it's like, really, how much shit have you said out of thin air?
I know. Well, it's so annoying because it's like it's not legit, and you know, why the fuck would I try and create like just even hanging out with you guys and doing like a 7-person thing? I get the game is numbers, like I totally understand that, but it's also you gotta fuck with those people that you're with, because in this house, like a week's like a month. So if I'm sitting working with a group of people for a week, it's gonna feel like a month. And if I really don't like you, I can't fake it for a month. I can't, or for a week. You know what I mean?
100%.
It's really hard to do. Like trust me, I had to do it last week. Like with Ka, and it was really hard to do. Right now, I can enjoy. Like he makes jokes, I can laugh. You know what I mean? There's no imminent threat. He's not. My game isn't threatened by him right now, and he's on the block. It's like so I can bring those guards down a bit, but. It's absolutely rubbish. It's bogus.
Yeah. No, definitely.
And it irritates me. And he asked me to talk when I was coming up the stairs. I told him that we'll talk after. So I'm gonna take some more time now, because I just feel like I'll just pop on him.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah.
No, I just need you to understand that you're absolutely not on my radar. There are people, specifically other people, that have said my name. Which is enough, you know, which is enough.
Yeah, definitely.
And I know they've said their name, because I've asked them, they said my name. So it's like, you know, that's there you go. I was like, that's a threat to me.
Even I spoke with Kyle, and was like, for it to be anything of like, you know, throwing someone under the bus or whatever it may be, but using as a scapegoat of like, you think, you know, whatever, thinking of like saying someone's name and you thinking they're not gonna, you know, say anything, or you're gonna cause a little fire, like really, like you need different. It's not
tactic,
different tactic, because right now you're making yourself look horrible.
100%.
It's like, okay, like you don't know my relationship with Herman.
Exactly. He doesn't think we talk or something. Like, of course we're gonna check it. We're gonna fact check it. Everything he says, I fact check. Like, anything anyone says, I fact check. And it's not always like that, but you know, it's most of the time it is, especially if you have a good relationship with that person. Because if we talked and we didn't have a good relationship, then it could be something else. Like,
exactly.
So no, I need you to never worry about me coming for you.
Yes.
That's not where I'm at. Obviously, it's gonna come down the road, but I want us to make it to jury. I want the squad to make it. I want to do like cool shit. I want to win. I want to play games.
To me, you thought I was a number. And I guess one thing I want to clear up with you, because I don't know if this did cross your mind or whatever, of me being a footballer floater where my head was at. It was that I never was consulted in anything with John. I was asked, do you have my support? And I was like, well, who are you putting up? I wasn't even told. I was told literally the morning of. This one putting up. I was never once involved in anything. So I don't want you to think that I was never a flip-flopper.
Okay.
It was kind of like, hey, you know what? I have all these people are voting staff out. And I'm like, okay, like, it sucks, but I guess, like, that's what we're doing, like, you know? And then it flipped to, like, Moose being put up. And then I was never consulted in anything. So one thing, I'm not a flip-flopper. That's not it. I will stand my decision. And kind of like, you asked me, oh, like, where's your head at? And I guess, like, Kyle must have been telling you, Clean, it's for sure in.
Locked in,
Locked in. Dude, he asked me, like, do you need to chat? Do you need to, you know, you're good? And I'm like, chat about, what do you want to chat about?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel so good about this week. Didn't once ask me, hey, you 100? Like, you're in this? I never was consulted in anything. I legit was just a number to him. I was not informed on anything. Mine was just wanted my vote. So that was one thing. I'm like, you can't pin me as a flip-flop, because I didn't once pick sides.
You didn't decide,
I wasn't in anything to consult or to decide or have an input or anything. So that's one thing I'm like, no.
So I never thought like you were a flip-flopper. I just thought like, I just felt like I didn't know right away where your head was at, which is fair. You don't have to show your cards, but like I also know that like I was also coming to you asking for like, because I was looking at, to, I was picking my side.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, I'm done with this kid.
I know.
And so
I think we're trying to build trust with each other because I'm like, okay, do I say it? But then like, crap, what if Kyle's playing me and Herman actually is open? What?
oh my God, let's go, Alina!
They're done? They're done?
Come on.
Shout out to the people.
Yes! Yes, we love you!
There were like 35 minutes left.
We're going down! Thank you, Jess, Kevin, and Marty.
Thank you. We get to eat.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
You're welcome.
Oh my God, I can already smell it.
Thank you, Marty.
Such a good job.
Yes.
Marty. Literally, that's all we need. Kev, thank you. Wow. Holy shit.
Antlers, butts.
You guys can count them.
Love Marty.
Antlers and kisses.
Oh, plus kisses, right?
Oh,
We did it.
Love Marty.
wow. Was it hard?
Yes.
It was hard?
Yes.
You guys had like an hour. You guys had like 40 minutes left.
Left. Yeah.
That's why I told you to stop stressing me out.
I wanted dinner.
Wow.
You had so much time.
So excited.
No worries.
Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you.
OMG.
Everything.
Oh my God.
Get to eat.
Food.
OMG, I love literally.
Oh my God. What if we're
Okay,
gonna go
well
out there?
done, well done.
I needed this.
I know.
think I kind of underestimated how open people are to talk about their game, because I know that people want, and understanding like the level of like how much honesty is in this and how much are people just feeding me nonsense because they want me to make a decision that's best for their game.
Right.
But like at the same time, like there's tremendous value in seeing how people communicate with you, knowing that going into a conversation as somebody in power, they are pitching to you what is best for their game.
Right. And
And then you have the opportunity to see, okay, it's early game, relationships change all the time. From week to week, things can like move around and things, it's like, this house is this organic thing that like everybody has their own objectives, everyone has their own initiatives. And if you go into it with the idea that you go in any given week with like, okay, where do you see this week going?
Yeah,
How would you like to see this week go? And you go and talk to every single person in this house, you're able to make a truly informed decision, regardless of whether those people are on your side or not on your side or whatever. The value in that is one that I overlooked completely, and that was a huge error on my part, because learning from that kind of stuff is. This is a game of people. And when you're not talking with people, if you're not consulting people, and you're making choices based on people,
select few people.
a select few, whatever, you're missing out on a lot of the other elements of this game that are happening that you're not aware of. So I see that if it's too little, too late, it's a lesson learned. But at the same time, like, don't think that that's something that is falling on. Like, don't think that that's not something that I've thought about and realized that that's. Even with G this week, who would you not want to see leave? Who, that kind of like that question. That's something that like, that should be asked.
It's a great question.
It's a great question.
I told him that. I was like, I guarantee you I will be asking that if
Yes.
I ever get the chance to win HOH. It's a great question.
Who do you not want to see leave?
There's your game right there. Like,
And that's one of those things where like.
and you can see someone like right there answering it, looking
Yeah.
in their eyes.
Yep. And also too, like, that round of questioning takes 20 minutes. Versus if you sit down and overthink and overplay one conversation with one person for 20 minutes versus getting 20 or 16 different perspectives in that same amount of time, you have you're like, the information input that you're getting, same amount of time, tremendously more information. And you're able to make a much more well-informed decision for you and the people around you. And I guess, and I got very caught up in this idea of trying to win the game in week 3 for the people that were around me. This idea of it being a cakewalk going forward, running this house, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. What's up, Kev?
What's up? Yeah.
Thanks, Kev.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
I understand. I do think like, I 100% like see that like last week. You've learned from that or whatever, or whatever you want to take from it. You've learned from that.
Yeah.
Like that's not kind of what I'm debating. I know that for sure. You've kind of leaps and bounds from there.
What questions do you have? Like, where is the gray area still?
Usually like these conversations, like, it doesn't typically happen the week after HOH. Like, not all the time, unless it's something massive that happened during that HOH. One of the things I did when I was HOH, I talked to everybody. I gave everyone like an opportunity. And I had a date. Like, I had a morning to do it, I think. But it was really telling, and they told me a lot of stuff. And I think some of the questions that G asked were really good. I do feel like from within your alliance, you're getting information, and some people's information is valued more than others, or is made to feel that way. And that's kind of where I kind of got lost in the sauce there, and I was like, well, this isn't working for me. But I think for me at this point, I'm basically Jess would really have to fuck up for me to not be looking in your direction. Only because I felt so many types of ways last week, like made me emotional, made me angry. It made me vow to hopefully never see you in power again. That's like really where I was at last week, because the way I was made to feel, or the decisions that you made, the way that your decisions made me feel, sitting there with Steph and having to do all that, and just like just over and over and over, just all that stuff. It was a lot.
Yeah.
So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah.
But anything can happen in this house, and if it, if this thing gains traction the other way, and it really makes sense, or Jess is just absolutely the bane of my existence, and I can't do it anymore, I'm just done. You cats have 9 lives. You know what I mean? I don't know how many do Jessens have. Like, you know, how
Yeah.
many times can you hit the block and you know, be in situations, and eventually they're gonna win.
Yeah.
And eventually they may look in my direction. I don't know, but it's a, you know, an imminent threat versus a perceived threat, and that's kind of where I'm at with that. So.
Yeah, listen, man, it is one of those things that, you know, I knew this was an uphill battle from the start. I think the biggest thing is like, I do kind of want to have some like, it's one of those things. Like, if the house consensus is by the end of the day is like, yeah, no, like, Kyle's going home, Jess stays. That, you know, it'd be nice to know, just so I know if like my last day, okay, have a lot of conversations about mental health, really kind of get in, you know, those, you know, what I came here to do. Not that wasn't the only thing, but like just like having that opportunity to kind of. Sorry.
Like the mission.
Yeah, a little bit of the mission, a little bit of that. You know, prove something to myself, do this, do that, and the other. Yeah, it'd definitely be good to know. It's a weird thing because it's like, you know, in the conversations that I've had with Jess specifically, like, you know, I know that, you know, it doesn't mean a lot coming from me, and that's the thing that is kind of tough because it's like I know that
Convenient. Like a lot of the information is conveniently timed. Like,
yeah, of course.
It's like the thing with Moose. Like if you had heard all that stuff about Moose before you got HUH, why didn't you tell me? Like we slept in the same room every night or same bed.
Yeah.
And then you get power, and all of a sudden it's the biggest deal in the world, and we got to go after Moose, right? But you knew the information prior. The same thing with Jess. You knew the information prior. It's like, why did that information? Why did that not come from you initially?
Yeah.
Now that you're on the block, now it's coming to me. It's just all convenient.
Well, that is a
It
part
all
of.
serves a purpose. Like
But that is a part of the game, though, where it's like you do have to kind of have information that you can't. Like, there's
unless
been
you're working together, unless
Right.
we're supposed to be working together,
right.
right? Which is the Moose thing,
Mhm.
which I appreciate, and I was able to talk to him about. But there's all just the timing on everything is very convenient and almost calculated. So it's like it doesn't come off as genuine.
Fair.
That's
Yeah.
just the way I was looking at it.
Yeah, I definitely. It's funny because it's like I feel like people either kind of like overestimate my abilities or underestimate my
Right,
abilities. Where it's
right.
either like all of like it's like Kyle is this lone wolf making all this decisions. When like you know I did feel at the time like I was being like there was a lot of people who still had their hand in the cookie jar, and then once the pot got slammed down, they like pulled their hands out, or all of this is calculated. Everything Kyle's thinking of every single conversation, every single situation, every single word is doled out.
Yeah.
And I don't think neither are really the case. I think I've definitely been operating more so within the gray area of I've seen other people do the exact same thing of I can't give you names right now, even though we're close, because there might come a time where it's like that's a piece of information that's like really valuable, and like that's a way for me to kind of like leverage the situation, whatever,
Right.
regardless of whether you're working together. Like, you know, I think there's always things that like you had at the end of the day, knowing that it's like only one person wins. I get that early on in the game, it's like, okay, yeah, you do want to fortify every like those like really close relationships with the people that you're working around, so that it's like open lines of communication,
Trust down the road.
trust
yeah.
trust all around. I don't know. There's only so many times that I can say I got caught up in all of it. And,
There is no like right. Like I'm not saying this because like there's 13 or 14 people or 13 other people that all have a different perspective.
Yeah.
On like, you know, actions or things that happened, and everyone's is going to be different. Like your actions are never going to be, you know, they're not going to be perceived the same way. It doesn't matter what you say or what you do, bro. Like at the end of the day, it's like it's not like, you know, there's not like things that could have been done, and everyone takes their time to analyze it and then comes up with their own theory on exactly why it's happening.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, so like don't beat yourself up about trying to like, you know, figure out like, well, I could have done this or this should have happened or whatever. It's like
it's in the past.
With everyone kind of taking their own approach and their own mindset. Everyone thinks they're a gamer. Everyone thinks they can figure out exactly where your head
what's
was
going
at.
on.
It's like we really don't know.
Yeah.
And so I don't know. That's just how I felt. And if it's like, and the thing is, in the moment, if we're doing this and I honestly thought, and it was kind of a little bit of miscommunication, but I thought the four of us were kind of working together already, like, in a more serious kind of way. But it was fine. Then when the whole thing actually got officially brought up, I was like, okay, cool. But you know, there was times where I felt like it would have been like a trust thing, like, hey, by the way, this is what I heard from Moose. You know, okay, cool. Like, appreciate you sharing that with me. That would have been that for me is how I build trust with people.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have. I probably wouldn't even have talked to Moose about it because I would have tried to keep you know the optics of the 7 and all that stuff, and just you know it would have been good to know.
Subtle,
right?
yeah. Versus,
so like that would have been the one way if I would have. At the point when you did tell me, and Moose was then now the target. Now I got to check the information because like it's like we're acting on it.
Yes.
You know, it's like those words have ramifications. Like so, that was kind of where my head was at with it. But
I've had plenty, man. Honestly, it's one of those things. I'm starting to see the writing on the wall between having a conversation with Summer last night. Summer's done. Like she's kind of already, and Summer's a decisive woman. That she is. That is something I very much look up to her for. And she's somebody who it's like, when she was like, okay, you did this, this, and this, that's 3 red flag, you're done. And I was like, I'll try to explain, you know, that, you know, I know that you've been skeptical of Jess since the beginning. I thought maybe, you know, I'm trying to keep my hands in too many cookie jars, using that reference again. And then to see, like, you know, to hear Jess be like telling Summer that, when Summer asked me about the order of the tough sledding competition, that I winked at Jess and then told Summer the wrong order, which is just false. I literally just forgot that Moose was behind me.
That was a joke.
No, Summer took that seriously. Like, she was like downstairs, she's like, I think you're lying about like what you know and stuff. And I was like, Summer, I've got literally no why would the fuck would I wink at Jess and then lie to your face? Like, obviously you're gonna that information. I'm not an idiot. Like that information. I don't think I'm playing the mastermind game. I don't think I'm playing the worst. But I'm not like I'm above that line where it's like I understand if I say, hey Summer, this is the order, and she hears it from somebody else. I look like a fucking moron, and it's like a terrible game move. So I'm like, why would I ever do something like that? So it's like, even to hear that like I advocated for Jess for 3 weeks, and then to hear that they were still planting these seeds of doubt in very important people's ears about me, like, it really makes me wish that I had to just listen to you. At the beginning of the week when it was Jess and Betty, that would have been nice and that would have been great. Didn't happen. Yeah, man. Listen. My game was completely out of whack. There are a lot of people who certainly deserve to be here more than everybody deserves to be here more than I do, based on kind of the decisions that I've made so far. Everyone else has stayed. Where I kind of see, like, if you looked at it like a control panel, I see certain people kind of, whether it's like you kind of got emotions, game, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Some people are kind of like here and here, little touches, but everything's kind of like, working that consistent line. With me, it's been, this is down here, this is up here, okay, there's that. This one seems kind of normal, but like, oh, who knows? And then like this one's up here and this one's down here. Right. And I understand that as much as I want to kind of go like this and say like, hey guys, I've learned from this. In this game, I understand that that's not always the case. And even though that somebody like Jess has talked about targeting you since the beginning, and I've been like, hey, trying to, like, obviously we were working together and being like, yeah, I see Herman as a threat way down the road. Like, we're good right now, and you can build a better rapport with him, and like trying to like get, that situation sorted out. Her pitching the idea of Summer and T instead of like not. When I was like, oh, like I'm gonna put Betty up, and they were like, well, like if you're taking a number from that side, take an influential number, take T or Summer, not Josh because they're closer with Josh, and then they feel betrayed because I put Josh up because I'm like, well, now I've got Marty saying, that Josh is the biggest threat, and I'm like, I've got no reason to go against T and Summer, because even though I do see them as being stronger players down the road, right now I'm trying to take out people who I see as threats to my game based on trusted information. Just did it wrong, and that's the thing. Man, honestly, I came in here, and I'm happy to say that I'm not the best Big Brother Canada player. I really wanted to, you know what I mean? I was like, oh, I really want to, this idea. I think that I'm a mental health advocate. I public speak, my entire kind of like mindset on life is all like, people and relationships and connections. And outside of this game, that's served me really, really well. But those skills that I built outside of the game, which I thought would translate exactly to here, where it's like I've got people around me who trust, that I've got, that I'm making the best decisions of, whether it's a company or whatever, and then we work together on the implementation of it. It's just not how it works in here. And I didn't, so it is one of those things. Although I think that if Jess wins next week, you could very well find yourself on the block, and that wouldn't be the case with me. You also have no reason to trust that. Like, it's the whole catch-22. It's like everything that I say, So yeah, it's like it's one of those things that I know I have a lot of growing to do outside of this house after this whole experience and stuff. If I stay, which again seems more and more unlikely, the more conversations I kind of have with people, because Jess is smart. Jess will come to you and pitch to you. I have no doubt that that will happen at some point. I plan on the rest of the day pitching every single person in this house. I know Jess will do the same. And it's just, and I know that like, you know, if Summer's already bought out, if you're kind of leaning towards the direction of keeping Jess, G made this move, Marty doesn't fuck with me, and on a game sense, Kev doesn't fuck with, like, there's already like, you know, I think Helena sees it better for her game and relationships moving forward if I'm not in the house, like.
I see, okay.
I think that, like, that's where I'm just kind of like, all the conversations I've had are people being open-minded, because I think that people do see the Kyle Moore of week 1 coming in here and now, like, you know, where I can be kind of thing, and the asset that I can be. But I think that the fact of just like, I think the fact of how many question marks are already in this game, it's like taking me out is taking out somebody who could be a contender going forward. Taking me out right now is taking out a massive question mark. It's a house consensus. It gets everybody back on the same page.
Right.
There are a lot of...
and you don't go against the HOH, I think?
Yeah, I think...
I don't know if it's something that he was... I assume if you make a move like that, you probably...
Well, G and I have talked, and it's one of those things where on a game level, we're kind of severed, but like, you know, in terms of like having me in the house, having me in jury, well, there's still things that he's very much like open to and kind of wants. I do think I'd be a good juror, but also at the same time, it's like not like, okay, jury starts and I just go, all right, see you later. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's,
how about, thanks for
okay, okay, now that it's jury, okay guys, hey, listen, I told you I only wanted to make jury, now I'm gonna self-evict and fucking kick it in that house. I'll meet you guys there. I just know that that's not how this game works. None of it's lost on me, man. I know. It's a tough decision for a lot of people, because I know a lot of people are giving me the benefit of the doubt on that social level.
Yeah.
But I also know on the game level, you can't make up for, you know, it would take like some pretty significant circumstances to make up for you for everything that I did to your game. And then the only way that you can do that is by moving forward in the game, which would mean that you would have to continue to buy into trust and this kind of stuff that's been so severed. So like,
I feel like it'd be easier if there was a week buffer, like for if, like, just because like things aren't so raw, as you can see things like no one even remembers week 2.
Yeah, I know.
Or my HOH really.
Yeah.
Which is great.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I don't
by
mind
the way.
it.
Yeah,
thank you.
But I know it is literally that, and there was, you know, it sucks because like I know how much I remember watching the Big Brother US a little bit last year, just a little bit, and early on there was one of the guys, Frenchie, who like did a lot of the similar stuff that I did, where everyone really liked him, and then he got a position of power, and he just got lost in the sauce. Made a bunch of decisions based on whispers instead of actually communicating with people, thinking that he was playing the best game, and then he was out next week because everybody was like consensusly like, that's too dangerous to have in this house.
Right.
Wild card, whatever. And that's where it is. Granted, his campaigns after the fact, I thought were pretty lackluster as well. It was kind of just like, what do you mean I fucked up kind of thing.
No ownership is the worst path to take.
Yeah. So, you know, I definitely do think that it's like, okay, you can see that one a bit more cut and dry. But again, you've known me for 25 days. You don't know, for all you know, my bio was, I want to be the villain of this season. I want to cause as much shit and then make people trust me because I'm a mental health advocate. And then like every chance I get, fuck more, like more with this game. And people, I could be lying through my teeth right now. You don't know. And that's the thing that it's like, that's the part where I'm like, it's not lost on me that everybody is playing this cutthroat, ruthless game, and nobody has a reason to trust me as far as they can throw me, which isn't very far because not a lot of beefcakes in this house. So, listen, man.
Well, I appreciate you like coming to chat with me, and I mean, I mean, things could happen, but I got to talk to Jess, and I think I'm basically in that direction though.
Yeah, I got you.
Just to keep it a buck, so.
Hey, listen, if just the one thing that I can ask you is if you believe any of what I'm saying right now, just give me a heads up. Like I just really don't want to sit there on eviction on Thursday. It'd be the first unanimous vote of the season, and I'm expecting it, but nobody's kind of came to me clearly and said like, this is the House consensus. I'll get that from somebody, but like when you're 100% sure where your vote lies, and everybody else is, just let me know.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
cool.
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Cool.
Deal.
That's all I can ask, man.
All right, brother. Thank you.
I got you.
All right, bro. I'll see you out there.
I got you.
Oh, you're doing it out here. Oh, you're tweezing? I thought you were doing makeup out here. I was like, damn.
It's so cold and I'm there. I'm like,
Yo, I actually should tweeze too.
Tweeze. Get a little tweezing going. Who's in HOH right now? Gino.
Whoa, that's scary.
I'll pick up just G. Yeah. Oh. Hey Kev, whenever you get a chance, you want to chat? Do you want to check quick while I'm waiting for Kev?
Sure.
This room?
no, go ahead. You can have it.
Yo.
So pissed I did not put it.
What up there, guys? You guys are good.
Thank you, brother.
What's up?
Oh, not much, honestly. Everything's kind of, the writing on the wall is becoming a little bit clearer and clearer with every conversation.
Yeah.
So I think at this point I'm just kind of like I just kind of wanted to just talk, like, just on an actual like person level, and like again kind of apologize for putting you in the position that you're in. I talked with Summer last night. Excuse me. Summer has all but written me off. Herman's leaning towards keeping Jess. Those are two people who have significant influence on a large portion of this house. T was pretty open-minded, but I know that T would never go against anybody. Moose has no reason to keep me. Kev has expressed that he doesn't I think Kev just kind of just doesn't like me as a person, kind of thing, like big time.
Really?
Yeah, Kev I think feels like, and I'm gonna talk to Kev here soon, but like I think Kev feels like, I don't know, disrespected or whatever, but like coming up to somebody after they get absolutely blindsided and be like, yeah, I lied to you for 2 days, like this is like that's not something that you just do to somebody, and say like I felt like
Right up and say
Yeah, like, and then to like, just kind of like also just be like, never really kind of like looking my way and just, I don't know what I did to him, but in this house, who knows? It seems best the more I talk with Helena, it seems kind of the best for her game. Betty would obviously, Betty's gonna vote, same way. Marty won't vote to keep me, obviously, for obvious reasons. So I think that seems like a majority. You only need 5, and it seems like there's more than 5 people who are like, nah, like the damage has been done, like what's happened has happened, kind of thing. And I get that, like I do. So, I just kind of am like, I don't know. I don't know why I wanted to chat. I just was like, just kind of wanted to like, why not? I got maybe 2 days left in this house. Like,
How are you feeling about like that reality, kind of thinking after talking to people and stuff? Like, how does that make you feel?
kind of excited to go home.
Are you? Yeah.
A little bit.
That's good.
Yeah.
I feel like it's been like a tough week for you too. I know.
No, yeah, I think the toughest part of all of this is knowing that I made people feel shitty. My whole work, what I've dedicated my life to, is trying to make people who feel shitty feel a little bit better. And so, to hear people say like, "You made me feel this way, you made me feel that way," it's something that like, it's something that's it's hard because it's like I did something that is so out of character in a game that I love so much, and is that the legacy? Is that what people will remember me for? Is having a wild week 3 HOH, making everybody feel shitty, leaving the next week, and coming in here and wanting to have this substantial impact in a positive way, be the complete opposite. And now I have to go home and deal with not having a chance to in here rewrite that narrative.
Right.
But outside, then having to kind of fight somewhat of an uphill battle of possibly people perceiving me in a certain way. I talked with G this morning about the fear of like hearing how many people don't want to work with me in here. It's like that's people saying that in front of 1 million people across Canada.
Right.
And it's like, does that impact how people would want to work with me outside of this game? Are people able to compartmentalize the idea that this isn't real life?
Yeah, I know, and that's why this game is so strange, because we're not playing, like if you were watching us play this game with game pieces, it'd be like, obviously, but it just seems so obvious. But because like we are the game pieces and we are humans and we have feelings and thoughts and emotions and whatever, that's what makes it so tricky, because we have lives outside of this, but this is still just a game, and you did what you felt like you had to do last week. Got a little messy.
Yeah.
You learned your lesson,
Fuck
obviously.
Yeah, you're goddamn right.
I know. But I mean, that's what I thought you did what you had to do last week. You did what you thought you had to do last week.
I did what I thought I had to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And nobody can take that away from you. Like that's how you felt like you had to do your HOH.
Yeah.
So that's, nobody else can understand that.
Yeah, nobody else.
That's yours.
Nobody else can
That's
be in
for
my
you.
head, and that's the thing. Is like I kind of am looking forward to having a mic back in my hand and being like, all right, you guys want to know exactly what I thought during week 3? Let me give you the start to finish, exactly like where my headspace was at and everything. And it's like, hopefully people can kind of see that and like, oh, all right, yeah, it makes a little bit more sense. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's going to be like, I don't know necessarily how much I'll interact with the rest of the season, kind of thing. Just in terms, like, I've had so much fun, and like, it has been just like the coolest experience ever. But like, it's going to take a little time to kind of like
be ready to actually watch it.
Yeah, I think.
I know.
I think my mental health played a weird little role in all of this too, where it was like, that's a struggle that not everybody kind of has to take into account, and. When you're in these pressure situations back home, and I have all these support systems, it's like it's easier to bring yourself back down to a state of neutrality versus here. It's like the decision making is fogged by just the general anxiety, the OCD stuff, the the things that like the little like your brain being pulled in this way and that way, and the idea of the anxiety of people are going to see me as an absolute slouch if I don't take a shot at Josh, and it's like, I need people to see me, and it's just something that's so I don't care about in my regular life of how people will think or whatever, all of a sudden becomes at the forefront of my mind, and it becomes a part of hearing people, Jess, Marty, talk about oh, that's a small move and you need to blah 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 blah, and you can't send Betty home. Betty's nobody in this game. Send T, send Summer, send Josh. Josh is coming after me. Blah blah blah. And you're like, I do have to take a big swing. Nothing in this house is guaranteed. This is my one chance, kind of thing. And granted, like that's a risk I was willing to take, and now I'm dealing with the repercussions of that. And I literally said that last week. I was like, if this fucks up and I go home next week, like I'm still happy that I took a big swing.
Yeah, that is a good way of looking at it. But it's so true, like thinking about what Canada's thinking of you, how you're being perceived, how you're being portrayed, like it all plays a role in how you choose to play this game too. And you can totally get in your head. Like sometimes I'm mid-conversation and I'm like, wait, like what? Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, okay, like how should I be handling this? Not even necessarily like what I want to do, but then you start to think about like, what do people want to see, or like how do I want to be portrayed if I say this, So that's so hard. It's all part of it.
Yeah.
I totally get why you were in your head that way. Like I get it.
It's one of those things. I came in so like, I'm a mental health advocate. I like work with people for a living. Like I'm so like, I work with like stressful social dynamics, and I operate like really hard situations on like a daily basis in terms of like directing people towards Christ, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I have like, I'm rock solid that way. This is a whole new world, and I think like coming in with the expectation that you understand anything about this game was like where I completely shot myself in the foot.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking that I understood what Big Brother Canada was.
No.
Not even.
Absolutely not.
Not even a little bit.
Not even a little bit. I love the show, and I don't even know. I did not expect this. I don't know what I expected, but not
sure
this.
as hell wasn't this.
It seems so easy on TV.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, well, duh.
Yeah.
Obviously, you should have done that, or obviously that was a bad move.
Yeah.
But when you're actually in here and you have no information and paranoia is at like an all-time high, people do some weird shit.
Weird shit.
Yeah.
Weird shit. No, it's such a strange feeling. I hope you're when you walk out of this house, it's with 100K, but it's weird. Like to this idea of like, okay, like
this is all over all of a sudden. Like, or this is,
over.
Yeah.
Granted, I got to spend more time in here than 3 other people.
Exactly. That's
which I can definitely hang my hat on.
Yeah. For sure.
And that's the thing. As everyone keeps telling me, literally everything I'm hearing from everybody is, I'm leaning towards keeping Jess, but you never know what happens in the next 48 hours. I'm like, no, it's true. Like I get that. But if nothing, but unless anything absolutely like bonkers happens, as long as Jess just minds their P's and Q's, I'm going home on Thursday.
Yeah.
And so like, and I also know that Jess is an incredibly smart player. Jess will mind their P's and Q's. Jess is not going to blow up.
No.
I also don't have it in me to like incite
something like that, like to make them blow up. Kind of thing. Yeah.
Like I could never go and try to like, and that's what I thought I could do. I was like, oh, I'm locked in. I'll be like savage as hell. Then you get here and you're just like, damn. Like,
these people have feelings. These are actual people. Yeah.
I can't. It's just not who I am. It's not in my. It's not my character. Not my whatever. Like, yeah. It's so weird. It's so weird. I don't know. It
is such a strange place. I'm trying to put myself in that like position of leaving. I did the same thing when Jay left. Same thing when Steph left. Trying to like understand what that would feel like. It's almost like, I don't know. It's very strange because at the same time you are excited to go home and see your family.
I'm excited to go home and have my life back.
Yeah.
Like, I think like I've done this, and this has proven to not quite be. So I'm not a natural at this.
Right.
Like I kind of thought I might be. But then like going back and knowing that I'm going back to my work, like Gino and I talked about that this morning. He was like, I can't wait to go back to work. I was like, I can't fucking wait. Like that's
It's gonna feel so weird, but so good.
but so good. And like, and it is, it's like, I also kind of know like, and I think a reason that this is kind of so tough and the like, especially going home pre-jury, was this idea that like, I quit a serving job before I came here. I was banking on this being an opportunity that gave me enough leverage and enough publicity that I could do my advocacy work full time, and I'd be able to support myself and my team with those finances, and I wouldn't have to pick up a second job.
Right.
So this idea that all of these things on the outside are so unknown, and everything is complete. Like I haven't had conversations with my team. I don't know where things are at. I don't know how I'm being perceived. I don't know whether people like me. I don't know whether this experience has done more harm than good. Like
I know. That's the tricky part of the whole thing.
yeah. So that's the part that's like I guess like that's the part that if I kind of knew by the end of the day today, everyone's set. This same thing as Jay had their 1,000 Nights of Jay.
Yeah.
If I had a day where it was like, okay, I know I'm leaving tomorrow, I completely understand, and today is like the one day that I can actually use to like get everybody in better stuff, having conversations about mental health all day, like doing as much good as possible, using this platform, this stage that's like what a gift, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
And so like that would definitely, if the writing's on the wall, I'd rather just kind of skip the last day.
Too.
Yeah, that's definitely
It's a lot
part
of
it.
pressure, yeah.
It's certainly a lot of it, and I think that it probably did end up playing in a little bit to the last week HOH, where
Yeah.
it was like all these high expectations, all
Make
of my,
these big moves.
Everyone thinks that you've been talking yourself up, like you've been like, yeah, I can do this, what an amazing opportunity this would be, like I think I'm built for this, blah 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 blah.
Mhm.
All my friends are like, oh, like dude, like this is a game that's made for you, like
It's a lot. There's a lot of pressure.
yeah,
For sure.
so I think that like, kind of having some, because I know the narrative last week, I know that's going to be a messy week for just like me as a person, my character, people like being introduced to my work and that, like, or just introduced to me.
Yeah.
And like a large part of my work is me, which is weird. That week's going to like, I made a lot of people feel shitty. I made, a lot of people kind of feel like I was the tyrant or whatever word they want to use. So it's like, okay, it's like having a PR person. It's like you're like, okay, there needs to be a little bit of like I'd call a house meeting tomorrow morning and be like, okay, like here's why I came here. Like this is these are all these things. Like this is what I want to do. This is like what means the most to me. And like just have an opportunity to like apologize to everybody as a group.
That would be sweet. I think people would really like that actually.
Yeah, and kind of like let everybody know that like, coming out of this experience, like I have learned so much I've learned about areas in my personal life that I need to work on. I've realized so much about myself. I've grown as a person. Thankful that every single person in this house was part of this opportunity, and apologizing that I in some way would have made this this absolute gift worse for them, kind of thing. So like, yeah. I'm gonna continue to have conversations today, but if by the end of the day, like things are pretty cut and dry,
yeah,
just let me know. I'd appreciate that. I told the same thing to Herman. I was like, Herman, like he was like, I'm basically like, unless Jess like comes to me and is like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Like, you're the absolute worst human being and you're my target. Like I'm probably voting to keep Jess in this house because Herman obviously feels pretty betrayed.
Yeah. Based on things that I've heard, people I've spoken to, I'm kind of getting that same vibe, and I will tell you that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's good to know.
And I would want to know.
It takes a bit of a weight off it because it's like, okay, like I can just try to like take these last 48 hours and like actually
do something fun with it, do something that matters with it outside of this game.
Do something outside of this game that, hey, I can't, I'm not a great Big Brother player, but I'm a damn good mental health advocate.
There you
so,
go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Use the platforms provided for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, but I appreciate I just appreciate everything, like you know, the place that you've held in this game for me, because it does it means a lot more than you know. Like you and G are two people who, not like, and I'm like, this is like game aside, like two people that have like trusted me and have shown like an interest in like me and my work, and who have been there as like not as players but just as like friends and that kind of stuff. And like, yeah, the experience wouldn't have been the same without you guys. And I just I do really appreciate. Like I know, but I do really appreciate. standpoint. I'm just sorry that this experience, we've talked about how difficult it's been at times, and it's been really difficult for me because of you know, extenuating circumstances, whether it be with mental health or just this, how stressful this situation as a whole. We've talked about how it's been difficult for you. We've had those, I know that this hasn't been easy, and I just, like, I want you to know that, like, outside of this, everything, like, I'm just sorry that, like, I added pain onto an experience that, or added stress, or whatever you want to say, onto an experience that's already been really stressful.
Yeah. Game-wise, it's all good. Like, to me, that's just game. You know, that's just part of this. These things are going to happen. On a personal level, it's going to take me a little bit of time.
Yeah.
It is going to take me some time, and I have been upset.
Yeah, I'm very aware.
Yeah, and I probably haven't given you, like, the respect or space that you deserve either.
No.
I'm not trying to be better over the next couple days, and if you end up staying, I'll try to be better after that.
Yeah, I you know, I can never. We will chat more outside of the house.
Yeah,
I look forward to that. But I understand, like, I get it. You know, what happened. And I'm never going to say that somebody should feel a certain way or do a certain thing. So you take it as my, honestly, I get that. And you know, if you do want to talk game wise, you know, I'm definitely frustrated with the fact of you coming up to me after like a 9-2 absolutely gutted backdoor and being like, hey, I just want to let you know I lied to you for 2 days. That hurt a lot. Granted, some other people lied about lying, and so that hurt even more. But just to know that, like, even though, and I know that you did that because you felt like I was manipulating you and using you, and shit, if I felt the same way, I'd probably do the same thing. I didn't mean to make you feel that way, and I don't think you necessarily, like, a lot of people came to me and said, hey, you're not communicating well enough with me, and I was like, oh, okay. I don't think you were necessarily one of those people to do that. And so then to hear about it afterwards, I kind of just thought that, like, I kind of thought that it was almost unspoken. I don't know. And that was, dude, I fucked up so much last week that it's kind of hard to say X, Y, and Z. From a game standpoint, that's something that if I was to move forward, you know, I think the fact of keeping, as a lot of people did, but just like the timing of everything and the fact that it was kind of like I was reeling, and then to have somebody who, you know, I did trust, you know, come and just be like, yeah, I lied to you for 2 days, deadpan, typical, like as you would, and then just walk out and leave. That's something that I can't necessarily just like look past from a game standpoint. But yeah, the one thing, like the really, like, the one thing that I can kind of promise you, I know that you have. I know that, you know, you have your irritations with both Jess and I. I've seen that. The one thing that I can promise you that I don't know if you necessarily get from Jess from a game standpoint is space and like, you know, when we were in the HOH room and you know, we were joking about, oh, Kev's a millionaire, Kev's all this, you know, Kev does X, Y, and Z, and you were like, it's getting obnoxious. I stopped. I didn't question it. And I didn't talk about it after the fact. You said that, and I respected your wishes. I've seen Jess not necessarily do that and kind of be a little bit more pushy, and it's fucked up. But like, I kind of think, like, based on kind of like the weird game relationship that we've had, that's kind of like what I can promise you is like somewhat of like that. Not questioning you, not, you know, kind of like riling you up or anything like that. Giving you your space, being somebody who very much like isn't going to push your buttons or ask. I've just seen how Jess and you go, and people are like, oh, like they bicker like siblings and that kind of stuff. And if that's something that you know, brings a sense of normality to kind of all of this, I understand. But like, I can just literally offer you some semblance of peace.
That's interesting. The reason why I told you guys was I just wanted to own it.
Yeah.
And like, I know people were like lying about it or whatever. I just wanted to tell you.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's like, I appreciate you telling me. I think it was just one of those things. It was like, that's the thing. what I've learned is that everybody interprets things completely differently,
Yeah.
like in terms of the situation. I've had people who were like, hey, the tone you used when you said this to me is one of the reasons I flipped.
Right.
And I'm like, something that would seem so like passive and somewhat insignificant in a grander scale means so much. And I think it was just like the element of timing. I had, you know, Herman standing over me with his fucking business fingers, you know, telling me like boom, 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 boom. And then he leaves and you come in and I'm just like sitting there just like an absolute like, I'm like, yeah, Kev. And it was like, yeah, I just want to let you know I lied to you for 2 days and then just walked out. I was just like, God fucking damn it. Like,
Yeah, I think
nobody gave me any kind of like semblance of heads up. It was literally just like, you know, Kyle, everyone bought into very much the idea that I'm acting alone just because. Anyway, it just stung a little bit. It doesn't sting nearly as much as some of the other moves that were made in week 3, but it just was a tough pill to swallow from somebody who I was like, I really thought that like, I don't know, I kind of thought that our relationship was a little bit, but obviously you felt the exact same way. So like,
I felt like there were times in the
Oh, I
first
know.
3 weeks, where I felt you were my number one. There were absolutely times like that.
Yeah.
And then you told me, like, you started telling me about this 7-person alliance. I was like, oh, like I was right. I was being played. Like 7 people. That's like that's like most of the house.
yeah, it's significant.
That's
I know.
Yeah, and so like I don't need to know anything about that, but like it's.
Well, you know, I will say, like, coming into this house, I definitely did treat this house like I treat my outside life, which is like, you know, I see value in every relationship. Week 1, yeah, that 7-person thing was okay, this is like an absolute power house. Like, this is something that, but then it was like, okay, well, what relationships, because this is a 7-person alliance, doesn't last awfully long in this game.
Yeah.
So what other relationships am I looking to build that are kind of more of those, like, you're planting a seed, they're long-term plays. And I guess I very much saw our relationship as this is somebody who I think is going to skate under the radar, or who's going to be you know, or who, you know, as you kind of, after week 1 I saw, like, people kind of see as like a pawn, but somebody who I think is really smart, I think is really social, I think is like really good at being a distraction in a sense. Like, you are a human smokescreen, my friend. Like,
a human smokescreen.
You are a human smokescreen. Literally, like, you could, you know, I truly believe you could walk up to somebody and be like, hey, I just wanted to let you know, like the game relationship we've had, you know, has been a complete farce, and I'm X, Y, and Z. And then like 3 minutes later, you're taking a spaghetti bath, and everybody just remembers the spaghetti bath. Like, I don't know, man. I'm just telling you, it's weird. Like, I think that I was like, I see tremendous value in somebody who does all these voices and characters, and everyone kind of is like, oh, like, you know, it's Andrew, it's Kevin, it's Marshall. Like, it's, you know, it's fun. It brings light to the house. It's like that stuff. So anyway, I'm sorry. I guess you know, I overplayed. I played way too hard, way too fast. I caught myself up in aligning with way too many people, and that's what came to bite me in the ass, because when it came to nominations, I had people in the stronger kind of powerhouse, more of an alliance, saying, like, here, you know, do this person, this person, this person, this person. Anybody who's kind of like not in the 7, but like, oh, make sure you're putting up like kind of people who it's like, you know, people who are good for like everyone's game. And I'm like, well, these people who you're saying are kind of good for my game in the long term, very much so. Especially yourself and Helena. We're 2 people who I had really good early talks with, really good relationships with, and 2 people I was like, I think Helena's, you know, background, playing a good social game, like, I can see her going far. I saw the very similar thing for you, and I was like, once this shit implodes, I need to make sure that I've established myself with these people and that I can trust these people, and the only way that I can show them that is through safety, and not looking their way ever, and making sure that they kind of like are aware of that. But at the same time, like, I very much understand the idea of feeling used, because what I'm describing right now, seen from one lens, is strategic, seen from another, and strategic, and a relationship that like means more to me than this, because it's a long-term relationship. But also at the same time, if you're not giving the same level of communication the entire way through, it's like, oh, you just want to be able to attach to me when it's convenient for you, versus playing the game as a team kind of thing.
So I assume you've been through this, but like, so were Moose and Steph in that 7?
Moose was, Steph was not.
So what happened? Like, what?
You want to know the story?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you the story.
I assume you've said it a million times.
I have done it far more than I would like to, but here we go again.
All right, I'm interested in hearing because I'm still like very confused.
Yeah, hopefully this will break everything down. Let me just start by spinning the tale that Moose and I went to university together.
Yeah.
I had known you people for 25 days. I've known everybody. At the time when I became HOH, 13 days.
Yeah.
I had known Moose for 4 years.
Yeah.
There's an element of trust that is
that's amazing.
Established.
It's unbelievable.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So, Moose was in this 7-person thing.
Okay.
I have Moose coming to me early game, within the first week kind of thing, saying this person in the 7-person alliance is wanting to take up this person. This person wants to take up this.
Really?
Person. Right away.
Okay.
Right away. But at the same time, I was like, okay, like this is I'm. Moose is telling me a ton of information really fast. I'm a little skeptical, even though we have this certain level of trust, I'm really skeptical with like the amount of information he's sharing, and he's talking about every single person in this house, right? I have to assume he's also talking about me with every other single person in this house. He's playing kind of like this middle ground. So at one point I was cool with Steph. I was semi-aligned with Steph, but nothing like, Steph was very much somebody who I actually saw as a number, and was like, kind of whenever she goes, she goes. That is part of this game, obviously. So when I found myself
I actually don't think Steph was coming for you or me.
Not even a little bit. I'll get to that in a second. So once I got in power, I was aligned with a lot of people in the house in terms of whether I saw them as being long-term relationships, short-term relationships, whatever. Had this more significant alliance, and this person who I had this pre-established level of trust with, I kind of go, fuck, I don't really know who I'm going to put up. Like, I don't really have anybody who I'm not cool with or has given me a reason to put them up yet. So this person comes to me, or Moose comes to me and says, I want to let you know that Steph, Jason, Jay were talking, and I overheard them, and Steph was saying that she will take a shot at you and Gino. Gino was somebody who I saw as being a very strong physical threat and smart guy too, who had my best interest in mind. I had his best interest in mind. I go, okay, well, if there's a reason. I was literally grasping for a reason to put somebody up. So, okay, fantastic. Put Steph up on the block. Steph was somebody who I kind of saw that relationship being a number, and now I have somebody who I really trust saying that she's a threat. Done and done. Not in this 7-person alliance. Not somebody who I really feel connected with outside. Perfect. I'll put Betty up next to her. Steph goes home. Easy week. And not a lot of people liked Steph. Wipe my hands of it. Continue to play the game that I wanted to play, which was the, like, as hard as it is to believe, the good guy background game, whatever. Then, when I told Steph that I was going to put her up, she was like, why? Why would you, like, she seemed super, like, it wasn't one of those things where it was like, oh, like, how'd you know kind of thing. It was something where it was like, I never said that. Like, that's just, like, what are you talking about? I said, well, Moose, who you know, like Moose came to me, and I know that you were really close with Moose, so why would he bring that to me if he didn't feel like it was like a huge threat? She goes, I'm going to get Moose right now. A lot of people said that fight was fake. I can guarantee you that it was not. Steph goes downstairs, gets Moose, brings him in. Moose sits on the bed. Steph's on the couch. I'm sitting in the middle. And I realized that this was a really great opportunity because I had already been a little skeptical of like the information Moose was giving me and the fact that I trusted him so much. I kind of thought, okay, I want to see how he interacts with Steph because I know we've been working together. I know a lot of the information that's true and what's false. And in 3 minutes, Moose took Steph from an absolute 10 out of 10 pissed off, yelling at him, whatever, to a point where she hugged him and apologized, and Moose walked out, and everything he said was lies. Just 3 minutes of Oscar-worthy lying. So I go, shit, I kind of have to reconsider, the information that he's told me. So I go back to my alliance. I say, hey, Moose has told me that if he wins power next week, he's putting up you, and he has told me that you are coming after you, and you are coming after you, and he is feeding me a lot of stuff that is making me very skeptical of this thing that you guys are saying is rock solid, and I'm not feeling like it is right now. So they go, okay, backdoor Moose, leave Steph and Betty up as the thing, and I go, no, I didn't come here to play the backdoor game. That's not, especially week 3. It's terrible for my game. That's not something I want to do. And I go, but I will leave Steph up, and I'll put Moose up on the block. And this was hours before the ceremony, like maybe less. So I go, okay, well, what if we put Moose up against Steph? Because now Steph has an axe to grind against Moose. Steph has shown in endurance competitions at least that she's a more capable comp threat than Betty. So maybe she has a better chance of winning. We don't really know what Moose's competitive abilities are. There you go. And if they both stay somehow, Steph now has a reason to be pissed off at Moose, and we kind of weed him out of this alliance. And now he has enemies of all the rest of us plus Steph. We thought, okay, that maybe that works. This is kind of fun. I like doing this. So then Moose goes, wins the veto, takes himself off the block. That's when the week got messy. Which the week was already messy because of this whole Moose. Everyone was like, oh, well, now why are you targeting Moose, somebody in your own alliance? I'm like, well, he's literally ripping this alliance apart. Why would you not want to, you still have a strong 6, and now you don't have somebody who's pitting people against each other, whatever. Everybody was super on board with that. Moose wins the veto. Then I go, okay, back to the original plan. Steph is still somebody. But then I had a lot of people around me, Marty, Jess, they were talking a lot about the idea that, well, Jace is a number for you, or not Jace, Steph is a number for you, not against you. Steph would never go after you. And Steph was also saying the same stuff. So I was like, okay, well, maybe if more clearly divided lines in this house are being drawn, where it's like, okay, there's people on one side, there's people on one side. I'm really shaky with my alliance. I don't necessarily know if I want to work with these people anymore. I think a few of them are much closer than I am with them. So if I'm going to be if I am in the position of power and I have to draw the lines, okay, well then maybe I'll send Betty home. Betty will be, I'll put Betty up as the pawn, have the numbers, send Betty home, and that takes away somebody from that side of the house. Then I have,
Where did these sides come from?
Just in the way that people were voting and who was closest with who, and when you have 7 people who are aligned right off the rip, there's gonna be people who are closer with each other. Yeah. And that's where this kind of sides came from. Is you have power players who are getting clicky within a click, and so it was like, oh, okay, I see them on the other side
sides
of
the alliance.
Sides of the alliance, but then also other people in the house, like somebody like Betty, who was not in the alliance, showed really tremendous loyalty to some people. And then all of a sudden you're looking at a house of 14 people, okay, there's 6 people who are really strongly going to vote together. Where does that leave kind of the rest of us? Okay, well then, fuck, you kind of need to make sure that you have, if you're going to go into a, you're tossing one, I'm tossing one, you're tossing one, I'm tossing one, you need to make sure that you have the numbers. Now I'm sitting back going, okay, well, I'm in the position of power. I need to kind of figure out who are people that I've trusted and who have, who are people who I know that I can work with. You were very much one of them. Jace, Gino, Marty, and Herman. Yeah. Trusted them, trusted all of you guys 100%. I was like, okay, well,
at one point you told me Herman was on the other side. So what happened there?
Herman had always been close with, Herman was the week 1 HOH. You can kind of decide who started that alliance. I always felt like Herman was close with a lot. He was ride or die for this thing. He was really close with some people kind of on that other side that I perceived on the other side of the fence. But he was still absolutely he was a smart player. He was a for the numbers, and we had stronger, more proven competitive numbers than the other side. So Herman was like, no, this is a game here. But he always had that emotional attachment to the other side. So when shit kind of went sideways, he found himself, it was a lot easier for him to be like, you know what, fuck that guy. This is actually what I care about. So I go, okay, I'll try to send Betty home. And then I have a sit down with Jess, and Jess goes, well, I tell Jess kind of what I'm planning on doing because they're a vote that would be really important. And I go, Betty, and they go, well, if you're trying to take a number away from this other side, why not attack somebody like T or Summer? Because they have a more emotional pull on people. They're more strategic, whatever. It's more valuable to take one of them out of this game. Didn't pitch Josh because Jess and Josh are really tight. Then there was Marty who came to me and
Jess and Josh are really tight.
Yes, Jess and Josh are tight. Not like, not overtly tight, but like they hang out. Jess again, I will tell you, Jess thinks that they are closer with Josh than
Josh does with Jess. Okay.
So yeah, and then I had Marty who, sleep deprived Marty, was coming to me and saying that he had heard from, I'm not going to keep dropping their name, but he had heard from somebody that we both mutually really trusted that Josh was coming after Marty, and the way that the exact words were, "You have to be careful of Josh," and Marty took that and absolutely fucking ran with it. And Marty was somebody who like showed nothing but having my best interest in mind. So I'm thinking, okay, Marty and I are both from New Brunswick. There's already this kind of connection that people have seen. We were bedmates and all this kind of stuff. If Josh, who's a very capable comp threat, wins next week, and Marty goes up, there's a good chance I sit beside Marty.
Yeah.
And whoever takes himself off the block, a pawn goes up, the other person goes home. So I'm like, okay, I have no reason that nobody has shot at me yet, but now I'm, I've got somebody who I very much trust who's saying this person's coming for me, and I'm thinking, okay, well, if he's coming for you, then he's also coming for me, and X, Y, and Z else. So I go, okay. I guess, I have the, I really did think that based on kind of where I saw the game from my perspective as HOH, I saw, okay, there are 6 people, five other people in this newly formed alliance, and it is messy, but we have to make a big move quickly. We take Josh, who is a significant player who I saw was coming against me. So that was the other thing too when talking about size. When you hear that somebody who is surrounded by a bunch of other people is coming after somebody that you're really close with, there is this element for me that I'm looking at it going, oh, so that's a side, and they perceive this as a side. So okay, I have to make the decision to, I had 5 people who were like 100%. We only needed 6, and then I was having conversations with Helena. Helena was like, Josh, I don't really talk about a game, and Helena and I had built again one of those more external relationships that were very much both of us agreed, and both of us. The one thing that I did with Helena that I didn't do with you, and I apologize for, is that we communicated that more clearly. That it was like, this is a relationship that works best if it's at arm's length.
Okay.
And whatever. So Helena was like, I don't really talk about, we've had this good relationship. Although Jess, I kept Jess safe I had advocated on Jess's behalf. Jess goes, okay, as much as it hurts, like I'll vote this way as well. It makes most sense for my game. So I had 5 people, I had 7 people realistically that were like committed to this. I decided to put Josh up on the block. And I've come to learn that like immediately after that, some of the people who were like, they were saying yes to both kind of thing. Like, of course I would never vote you out, and of course I'd vote Josh out, kind of playing that bit of that middle line. So that is when, so the Josh stuff happens, a couple days of campaigning. Maybe it was that I perceived that there was more happening in the house than I thought. I wasn't necessarily, I was very much in a weird headspace. I did get, I keep saying, the only way I can really describe it is lost in the sauce, in the terms of just feeling like I was absolutely, I had so much information being thrown at me, so many people are bringing me stuff, and I overanalyzed the game. I overcomplicated it, and because of that, it was tough to have sit-down, flatline conversations with everybody and say, hey, what do you think about this? Because I'm trying to just process everything that's happening, and then the people who are most intimately are like, oh, but this and this and this. And I was just getting pointed in a bunch of different directions, and the fact that after the 9-2 vote came out, so many people went like this and were like, Lone Wolf did it all by himself. That hurt, because I was like, I wouldn't have made these decisions if I didn't have.
And by so many people, you mean Marty and Jess?
Marty and Jess are the 2 people who I'm pretty, I'd say, most irritated in. I definitely, because of the fact that we hadn't communicated, but I just had this, I just assumed, which again makes an ass out of you and me, that we were in this relationship that was a longer play than just an immediate, hey, right now Kyle and Kev are a thing. I definitely felt hurt by that. Helena came to me after and talked about why she felt like betrayed as well. It felt that I was forcing her to kind of like, I was forcing her to do something that was kind of against her game, which was pick a side, kind of like, not that Helena's actively not doing that, but like she kind of just vocalized that it's like, the more that I just like do my thing, the better it is for my game, because there's nobody who's really talking about Helena and all this kind of stuff, but all of a sudden, if this big bloody move happens, these lines are so clearly drawn, and then people have a reason to kind of come after her, and she's done nothing. So, you know, she talked about why that was, you talked about why it was. I was hurt by everybody.
Yeah.
But, you know, Jess and Marty, the two people who were pretty much like, yeah, like, do this, and then at the last second, the 13th hour, we're like, fuck it. Marty especially. Marty I'm the most chapped with in the house. Like, going forward, like, he would be my target number one, easily, if I was to stay. Because it literally was one of those things where afterwards, having a conversation with Marty, I was like, Marty, you were like convinced that Josh was the biggest threat to your game, and I was the one who took the shot. And you, because I came up to Marty afterwards and was like, Marty, what happened? Who flipped? And he was like, I don't know, it wasn't me. And I was like, oh, okay, so it wasn't you. Jace was crying to me in the bathroom because she thought that I played her and that I made her look like an idiot, and I actually wanted to keep Josh the whole time. And I was like,
really?
Yeah. And I was like, Jace, like, why would I ever backdoor somebody and want them to stay? It's just, I'm not that smart. Like, that's not a move that happens. When you backdoor somebody, you are adamantly saying, you are my target, I want you to leave. So Jace was like, so who flipped? And I was like, well, Marty didn't flip and you didn't flip, so it was Gino and Herman. Marty, on my way to confront Gino, Marty pulls me aside and goes, oh, it was me, I flipped. Like I was the person who flipped. And so I was like, Marty, like, what the fuck is going on? And he was like, well, I didn't feel like you communicated with me well enough. I'm like, communicated? Dude, you were like, this was something that was very much pressed by you in terms of like, who is the biggest threat to our game kind of thing. And it was Josh, and Josh is, you know, Jess and Marty both, when I had conversations with them, both said the same thing of, and I agreed with them wholeheartely, that, you know, you don't get, there's nothing guaranteed in this house. The fact that you're HOH right now, you're only guaranteed one HOH. And if you want to be a long-standing player in this game, you know, best to make a resume move than to send somebody home who isn't a threat in competitions like Betty, regardless of the fact if it's like a small victory. You might as well kind of like swing a little bit bigger. And I agreed with them on that, because I was like, okay, it is a bigger resume builder to send out somebody like that. And if we take away Josh from what I perceived as another side, that's a huge gun that you take out.
Yeah.
And if one of the six then wins HOH the next week, you take another number out, and then we are absolutely rolling with house money, and we control the jury house, everything. We set ourselves up really well moving forward. And that would kind of be...
Thank you for the breakdown. I have two questions.
Yes, please.
If that's okay.
100%.
How do you view the house?
Right now?
Now.
I view the house as much more shattered this week than last week. I think last week was much more unified, but now we're in a position where a lot of people are kind of like, it is smaller cliques. I think the fact that Gino and Jace are in such an overt showmance, and Gino put me up, and it's very likely that I leave. I think that they are trying to rebuild relationships within the house. I don't know where those relationships are going with who. I do still think that T, Summer, and Betty are an absolute force of a three. In terms of, I think they're all playing a really smart social game. I think people kind of see them as, because they're three very important votes, and they're three strong voices in the house, that if they make a decision, like there's a few other people who would kind of be like, okay, sure. And then once you have the numbers, then people who don't want to go against the house kind of see that from there. So I'm not sure necessarily kind of where Josh fits in, you know, anywhere. I'm not really sure necessarily where Herman. I think Moose is really close. Moose and T are super tight. So I think that kind of like, you know, that's somebody, as I said, Herman has this emotional tie to people that he was kind of working with early on in the game. I will say one of those, and you know that Moose is one of those people he doesn't necessarily trust. Herman doesn't trust Moose as much now, but he does trust the other people there. So I think that there's still very much an element of, especially with me out of this house, a bunch of people in this house who are going to find themselves kind of a little bit on the side of a bit more fractured in terms of relationships and having to build, whereas there are still people who have really rock solid relationships.
And you're saying that's Herman, Summer, T, Betty. It's
tough to speculate at this point because like I really don't know, because I thought I knew what was going on last week and I had no fucking idea. So like, so you know, when I'm saying all this, like this is stuff that should be taken very much with a grain of salt. All I know is that when I've heard conversations between like why people flipped and blah 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 blah, there are people who communicate very well together, it seems, and those are a few of the names that I'm like, okay, like if you tie T with Moose, which I really do, I really think that T has Moose kind of 100, and Moose is an absolute competitor. And I know that I know Josh and Betty are pretty tight. And you know, I know that like, and I know that, yeah, I don't really know exactly where Herman's head's at, and I like if I was to just kind of like throw a dart at a board and say that he's tight with some of the, if not like, do I think that they're a cohesive unit working as one? Are they an alliance? No idea. But do I think that they get along and that they have seen that they can kind of work in tandem? I do. So there is certainly an element of that where having numbers at this point in the game, especially with jury being 2 weeks away, is significant.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's a real tricky situation.
Yeah.
And hey, listen. I've also said that, like, you know, Marty's somebody who I felt significantly betrayed by.
Yeah.
I did feel, you know, I felt hurt by you. I feel like Moose has a reason to come after me. Like, there was a bunch of people who, like, I have, like, named in terms of when people are like, okay, well, if you state, like, who are your targets going forward? It's like, I could fucking rattle them off at this point.
Marty, Jess, me,
Marty,
Moose.
Jess, you, Moose, and then I do see. This is so funny because this is literally like the one thing that like I pegged Jay on in week 2 was like being like, here's exactly who I'm fucking coming after, and you're one of those names.
Yeah.
But just like, you know, just from a game standpoint, obviously you're just gonna have to look at like, okay, where was my mentality and where was the mentality of the other people around me, and they made the decision that they had to make. But when you kind of like in this game, it is one of those things where it's like early on in the game I was looking for reasons, and then I had a whole group of people give me a reason. So I don't really necessarily know. I feel there is an element of being a free agent where it's kind of like the same thing that Jess said way too fucking often that kind of pissed me off was like, throw me a bone, like I'm, you know, blah 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 blah. It's like I don't know where I stand. I don't know where anything. I don't know what's going on in the house. I don't know very little, Kev. I really do. I know very, very little. All I know is what my perception is, and that perception has been proven quite wrong last week. Do I think that a lot of things kind of shuffled around in the 23rd hour because of me specifically, and that there's still people who are very strong together? I do. And I think I've kind of given you a pretty decent grasp of that. So I hope that that maybe softens the blow of me being like, yeah, I'm a bit upset about the lying thing. Kind of a little give and take in terms of the like a compliment sandwich. It's like, oh yeah, you're really good, but there's this, but you know, blah blah blah. Any other questions?
No, that was a good talk.
I'm glad. Whew. If you have anything else that comes up that you want to know, I'll let you know if I feel comfortable sharing it or not.
Okay.
But I hope you feel slightly more informed on why everything happened and everything went down.
Thanks.
Gotcha.
And if you want to talk again, I can as well.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Problem is sometimes I stuff myself so much before dessert, and I get to the dessert like I'm like.
Yeah. Oh, I'm waiting to see a kiss.
I saw one
You were
yesterday.
in the hot tub. You were in the hot tub area.
Oh, you want one like
I saw one. I saw one yesterday. Super, just
that one.
super
No, but I mean,
casual
like,
setting.
like a genuine,
Yeah, super casual.
Yeah, casual.
When you
Saw
saw
one.
that yesterday?
Yeah, maybe 2 days ago.
What?
About a week
Where?
ago.
Like,
More.
there was like
Spill it.
there was blue couches, and it was like a walk thing with the arm around the shoulder and a quick, keep walk thing, you know.
There's the post-workout one. That was the one that got me.
Stop it right now.
She was sitting on the floor. He was leaning over, and then.
Stop it right now.
Love it.
Stop it right
Absolutely
now.
love it. I almost feel like I hope when I look or when I stare, they're not like, ew, what is she looking at? Because I like to just watch them.
I know.
And touch and hold hands.
That's why I was like, I don't want it to be like I'm some creep. But I'm also like, it's so.
Yeah, especially when I look with just like a straight face.
Oh yeah, it doesn't stank.
That's weird when you
Yeah.
look over and you see someone staring at you like that. But it's all with good intention. Just because I'm slightly jealous.
You're not eating more slop?
I'm gonna have
You,
a glass
you just
that Betty's
drank
made.
down your shake?
Two full glasses.
Does it not make you want to use the bathroom instantly?
No.
Because I'm already feeling it brewing.
There's
but
not
do you
enough.
still haven't
slop, so
finished
I will
that?
not
No.
be eating, which is totally fine with me.
Yeah.
always take my very sweet time with my.
Do you eat lots of fiber normally in your diet?
I don't know.
I think that could
I
be
eat
what
what
it
I
is.
eat.
Yeah. And that's fine. It's just like that meal is so high in fiber.
Love that.
And that can make people poop. Like, there's that orange drink you can mix if you're like, well, backed
The
up
orange
or
powder?
it's consistent. It's like basically condensed fiber. It's like a fiber drink.
Oh, my dad used to drink that
Yes.
when I was younger, and I would always wonder why the
Yeah,
hell
for
are you
people with
drinking this?
digestive issues. Yeah.
So close. Oh, damn! It's like right there.
But that might be what's doing it to you, T. I'm just gonna get a small bowl.
Can you give us what we want, please?
Give the viewers what they want.
We want to see a
Just a little
kiss.
smooch.
We just want to
No, we're
see a
supposed to
kiss.
see it organic. Okay. Okay, so there's no cameras out by the hot tub then? Because I witnessed that.
Okay, by the way, just to abolish that rumor, there was no kissing in the hot tub. I was there.
There's no
I know.
cameras in the
You
hard
kissed
tub.
that beauty right over there,
Well,
real
what-
hard
what-
on the lips.
I'm talking about the other kisses.
What's happening?
We were hoping
There
to
was
see
a
a
lot of
kiss
kissing
from the
partners that
BB
night.
Can 10 showmance.
Just me and Marty.
That was a
But it
kiss-free
didn't
zone that night.
Sorry, flat tire.
I don't remember anyone kissing except me and Marty. It was black out for me.
Is that how that works? Is
That was the best one.
That was the best one.
No, like step on my feet.
Why?
Don't walk over my feet ever.
Yeah. Well,
Your
just
nunny
know,
would be pissed.
There's a reason I created
behind
that
you, buddy.
portrait for you. It's an apology letter to Matt Lehman,
Wow.
okay? That was.
Oh, there's enough. Maybe I'm gonna have to try your smoothie.
Just going and we just give it with me.
We're just so happy. We're just so happy because it's like you drink it.
I love watching all of this.
It's just
Eating it straight.
just watching this week unfold.
Yeah. It's just, my heart is exploding.
This is the
Josh is making.
This is the greatest week of all time.
Ever.
And it was prefaced by the worst week of all time.
It literally almost makes me want to cry. I don't know why.
Yeah. It's because you love eating other things.
I
And,
tried.
Like, I literally care about you so much.
Me too.
That I genuinely just would want to put you on slot for entertainment for Canada.
That is so.
Do you want
so
harsh.
evil.
You too.
I'm just gonna wait for the smoothie one second.
Done deal.
Part of me.
Done deal.
No one takes my nutrition.
There is no rush.
For the entertainment factor.
My first
Oh
night was
yeah.
very, very, very.
God, I was ready for the violence.
Yeah.
Things are kind of loose
That
down there,
was
so
not cool. Now
I just
I'm actually
slammed
drinking
2
it and I
massive
barely
smoothies.
Oh,
I can see your
Wow.
happiness.
Oh yeah,
shaking
back
of
to
your
back.
legs
How
and
quick?
style.
Probably 15
How
seconds.
happy you are.
you absolutely do not take your time with them, eh?
No.
It's just down and.
Yeah.
Do we have Expedia?
There's an
It's
objective,
locked,
you know.
I think, still, but
Still
you can
lost?
check maybe.
I'll give it a
Where's
check.
my water
Why not?
bottle?
Nah,
There's not enough.
that is
Or
cold
no?
as ice now.
What are you gonna do with ingredient 1?
It's so yummy.
No.
You were
I don't
just
think
born
so.
with this space to do this. Like I can't
God.
believe.
It might be that.
Oh,
It might be.
whoa.
Sorry.
Damn!
Oh, sorry.
Let it out, yeah. Let it.
I made a 5-serving batch, yeah.
Okay. You were born with this face. Like I cannot imagine anybody doing this better than you.
What do you think would happen if you just drank ingredient 5? Think so?
How many years have you been doing
Minerals and
We've been
vitamins?
bro do this for a while.
this? Like 10 years plus?
Probably 10 years.
Your brother did the
Oh,
same
this
voice?
is, oh, you guys brought this out. Sorry.
He's just more like He's just fucking adorable too. Like, yeah, when he says it, then it's the only glimpse I get of like what mine might look like. But he's like, I was wondering if you want to, I don't know, hang out.
A little bit of
He
block
like come in, he's
I
like,
think.
I don't know, I might have to do a little bit of studying, but then maybe later we can watch TV or something. And like his is like a more like a, like
Yeah.
I don't know, like that.
Oh my gosh.
It's
I'm
so
totally
cute.
gonna.
You know what I'll do? I'll split this. I'll split this. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. Yum. Yeah? Okay.
We are out of slop right now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Text me. Call me. That phone.
Not bad. Is that maybe because it's not warm? I mean, it's not.
So they make
cold.
the
It's not cold.
the image, and I think that somebody else turns it into
Yeah.
pins.
Okay, let me
I
wash
want to
this.
buy like 1,000
I'll
pieces.
sorry, wash this.
Maybe not 1,000. I'm just being extra.
Oh.
Lot.
Okay.
Not pins.
Yeah.
I'm just envisioning my signature look, and I think a pin.
G, you mind if I? Thank you.
No worries.
Oh, nice little slop cookie.
Oh, nice.
Delightful.
Just leaving it around. I don't even want to try this. I can't. Just gonna sit here.
Just go let it sit.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll try not to take up too much of your time. I want that to be an absolute.
It's fine.
You just dump it out at the end.
I don't think you can destroy, ruin, spoil slop.
It's kind of beautiful in that
It has
sense.
its own life.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah.
doesn't end.
Oh, well.
How's everything going?
It's going. I think honestly, like the vibe that I'm getting, I'll kind of like start with that. The vibe that I'm getting from the house is unless Jess does something kind of like Jess absolutely loses their mind today, or like something goes really wrong. Like it's kind of like it seems like the writing's becoming more and more clear on the wall that it's probably my time to go after last week and everything. I think the biggest thing that I wanted to start with is game aside, being put on the block in the back door, and knowing that you're not a pawn, knowing that you're the target and that kind of stuff this early on in the game. I've seen like the emotional toll that it's taken on me because of the fact that it was Gino and it was somebody that I trusted. And I know that you had that level of trust with me too, and I put you in that situation. And I just want to, from a personal standpoint, apologize because what I keep hearing this week, and what's been kind of the thing that I want to make sure that I can try to make amends with the most, if it is my week to go, is just the element of like in my day-to-day, my personal life, like my whole job is trying to help people who find themselves in really shitty mental situations and trying to make it a little bit better, or try to connect them with the resources that can help with that. And the fact that I've hurt so many people on an emotional level in this game really is something that like stings. And it's like, if I am to go, like I want to make sure that I sit down with everybody individually and kind of like acknowledge like the hurt that I've caused, because this is already such a stressful game, like ridiculously stressful.
Yeah.
And to not be and to be a perpetrator of that stress, as last week was for so many people, is just something that like I do want people to know that I'm sorry for. And so like I am really sorry for putting you through that last week. Obviously, it's a little bit of a different situation because whereas I thought that I had people who were being honest with me about, where the votes lie and what they saw as best for their game, you, on the other hand, had those same people kind of reassuring you of the other way. And I don't think that there was really, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it seemed like just based on like our conversations and stuff, it really didn't seem like there was a time where you were like, I'm actually going home. Like it kind of, like you said at the very beginning when you're like, this isn't a logical move. And I was like, yes, it is. I wouldn't be making this move if I didn't believe it was. It seemed like you had a pretty good grasp of what was kind of going on in the house, and where people's emotions lie, where people's games lie. It just seemed like you had a better grasp of where that was than I did. And obviously now in hindsight, I definitely believe that you did. So yeah, I just kind of wanted to like start the conversation with that.
I appreciate that, and I think if anything, like, I don't think that you should extrapolate this experience at all and correlate it to your personal life and your objectives. Like what happens in this house, I don't think anyone should take anything out of it and put that into what someone's day-to-day is outside of this house. Yeah. I mean, there's people I still have a million questions about, one of them being Kevin. Who is Kevin? What does Kevin do? I'm almost past that point. Yeah, but at the end of
Kevin
the day,
a human smokescreen earlier. And
the Kevin I know in this house is the Kevin I know in this house. Yes, and you know who you might be outside of this house is completely different than inside of this house. Yeah. And I don't think that should be correlated directly across. Yeah. And if there's ever a concern that you had that like something might come up or whatever, like I'm totally happy to defend you in any way possible. I think you're an absolutely amazing person, and this is literally just a game.
That means a lot, and honestly, like that is what I'm really trying to take from all of this. Is like, I think there's an element. We'll talk through all of it because like I really like. You've always given me the time of day to kind of talk like on a personal level and on a game level.
Sorry, I tried it. I really did. I'm gonna have to. Ew, sorry.
It's that bad, eh?
I hate it. It tastes like everything gross.
I mean, I haven't eaten lunch. Do you mind if I have it? I said, I haven't eaten lunch. Do you mind if I have it?
Nope, you can have it for
Beautiful.
sure.
Wonderful.
So disgusting.
Okay, what's in it?
Oh, gross. I wish I knew.
Is it? Oh, I hate when people add a bunch of stuff to it.
I think cinnamon with a little bit of sugar.
Okay, I can actually. I don't find that bad. No, that is the one thing, and I think that just because of the fact that it's becoming more and more clear that. And granted, when I'm saying all this, it doesn't mean that I'm like throwing in the towel by any means, or I don't think that anything can happen in 48 hours. It's just like the block gives me a different perspective on, when I don't know if you would say the same thing, but I've been thinking about my personal life a lot more over the past 24 hours than I have at any point kind of in the game so far, because it's like looking at my time here as a ongoing body of work versus a completed body of work, where it's like if I leave on Thursday, what's been done is my legacy in this game, and I want to make sure that kind of like that I acknowledge the people that are playing this game versus like the players that are playing this game kind of thing, because I do know that there is a differentiation, and I want to make sure that going out of this, like if I kind of was talking with Gino earlier, and I was like, if I can really just get like if I can do anything for myself over these next 2 days, it's just be as close to the person that I am on the outside in here, because everybody else will still be very much locked in that game mode. But if I know that it's kind of my time to go, it gives me an opportunity to kind of like really use this platform, really kind of buy into what the situation is, talk with everybody about like on all of these different levels kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I do appreciate you saying that, and it is one of those things that after all this is said and done, like I can't wait to re-meet some of the people from this house. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
Meet everybody outside and actually like, you know, I'd love, dude, if you came down to Halifax, I would love.
I'll be in Halifax. I do love me some Halifax.
Dude, it would honestly, it'd be fantastic. I'd love to see you down there. I'd love to meet Daniel. Like
yeah,
that'd be the cool.
I'll be in Halifax for sure, though.
Okay, done.
Yeah.
And when you are, like,
I want the lobster. I want the fish.
I will bring you to the best lobster and fish spots.
wine.
The works. We could tour winery. Like, oh,
Let's do it. Yeah.
All right. There's so much that I'd love to do. Yeah. So I know I've already kind of laid out to you everything of why all the decisions that were made were made.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I kind of wanted to know if you have any questions for me or about this week, or just kind of, I have a few other things I kind of want to say, but I just kind of wanted to give you the floor and just see if there was anything that you wanted me to clear up from my POV.
I guess from HOH, we kind of discussed everything, and I feel like I have an idea of why I went on. I think we honestly could have went really far in this game together. I truly do.
Yeah, I really do too.
And I wish that we got that opportunity. I don't think that I'm saying that I would never be able to trust you again, but it definitely would take time to rebuild, and I don't know if we're going to have time to
And
do
I don't
that
know if I have that
in
exactly.
this amount of time that we have left.
Yeah.
So I think that's really all I have to say right now, and I hope that, you know, if you think there's like, I'm not really set on anything, but if you think there's people I can trust, I would appreciate it. And if you think there's people I can trust, then I would also appreciate it.
More than happy to give you my perspective on that. In terms of people I think you can trust, genuinely, as weird as it kind of seems, Gino and Jace. I know that they were.
That'd be hard.
Completely understand that, but two people who are absolutely like have never lied to me once, even though I gave them plenty of reasons to. I just think like those are just two people who I think in terms of like characters, not necessarily who I think you can kind of trust right now, but in terms of like people that like, I know Gino's an incredibly logical person, and so is Jace. They're two people who genuinely, I think, like if you're ever finding yourself in a situation that you're like, shit, I kind of need to rearrange where my head's at, or there's some people that maybe have done you dirty and like whatever. I always think that those are two people that you can still look to as resources to your game. I think that you can. I think that you can probably.
Because I remember you saying also that Marty was the one who had pitched it to you.
Yeah, you can't trust Marty at all.
You wouldn't trust Marty?
Not from your standpoint, man. He had your name in his mouth week one. Like he was convinced. Like it was the second that. Am I here being all fucky?
No,
sorry.
fine.
I like was seeing my reflection. It was all warped, and I was like, "What's going on?" No, Marty was a huge perpetrator of. You know, Josh is coming for me. Josh is the biggest threat on the like. Also, the idea of sides was something that Marty said a lot.
So Marty basically created the sides, you think?
I don't think created it by any means, because I think that like I think I was very much involved with that because when I was HOH, seeing all the infighting within the seven, seeing who was closer, seeing the clique within the clique, you know, the alliance, but then who was closest with who had each other's kind of priority number one. And then with everything kind of like how it splits and like the people, I think it was very telling for me when Moose kind of turned on everybody, and I think T especially was like, I'm done with Moose, but it sure doesn't seem like they're done with each other. Like they're really tight. And I know that that's maybe on a personal level, maybe not as much a game level, but I do know that, you know, T and Moose are probably have a pretty good relationship kind of thing. And I was just kind of like surprised to see that. And so I kind of like, again, more and more, the more distance that gets drawn, the more you're like, oh, there's groups versus like everybody's kind of like doing that.
Yeah.
But Marty definitely, sides was a huge thing. Jess was somebody who said sides a lot as well. I think the fact that Jess has been playing a little bit of the middle, the idea of having sides is good for their game because it means that sides fight, and you know, Jess not having a bunch of people who they've been aligned with gets to kind of pick and choose when they want to work with who.
Which side?
Yeah. Jess was somebody who I definitely think that you can trust. I know that I couldn't trust Jess, but I think that Jess still had your best interest in mind because Jess pitched Summer and T as the back door, but left your name completely out of it and felt really betrayed when I did put you up. Even though they said that they would vote because they wanted to create agency with people in this house who I trusted and blah, blah, blah. They were really ticked off that you went up. So Jess is somebody that I think you can trust that I wouldn't be able to. T and Summer, not really sure. I haven't talked enough game with them. I don't really know. I bet you have a much better grasp of kind of where their heads are at than me, so I won't say anything about them. Also, same thing goes with for Betty. Kevin, I don't know. You talked about he's like an absolute question mark. He's still an absolute question mark. He was somebody who I thought I could trust really early on in the game, but he never came to me and voiced any concerns up until the vote flipped, and then he was just like, hey, I just want to let you know I lied to your face for a few days, and I apologize for that. And I was like, please leave, Kevin. So I don't really know necessarily kind of where Kevin's head is at.
Okay.
Who else? Helena, Helena, you can trust. I know that you, this whole idea, this idea of having conversations with Marty and Helena over the past few days, Helena's pretty adamant that your name, Helena wanted to play, and still does, very much the game where she is a safe, she is a confidant. When you tell her something, she doesn't tell a soul.
Yeah.
And she keeps, and I have no reason to believe that that's not true, apart from that one thing that Marty brought to me, and Helena says that it's completely false. At this point, I trust Helena more than I trust Marty. Okay. So if I was to kind of look at both of those relationships, I would say, okay, maybe Marty took something out of context in his sleep-deprived state, turned it into something bigger than it was, pitched it to me. I had this level of trust with Marty, and then that's where Helena gets roped up in all of this. But Helena was somebody who gave me no reason, while I was HOH, the conversations that we've had since the beginning of the game, nothing that we talked about got back to anybody else. That's huge.
Yeah.
That's something that's like...
That is huge, for sure.
Significant. Helena, I think you can trust. I think the biggest question marks that Herman is still somebody who I think you can trust, but I also know that, Herman was very much okay with things being as they were up until he felt like he wasn't necessarily consulted enough, and then he kind of found himself on the other side. Like, I think Herman's a really strong player. I think he's really smart. I think he is much more decisive now than he was. I think, like in week 3 and week 2 and that kind of stuff. Herman, up until the vote, never gave me a reason not to trust him, but then after was pretty adamant about all of these other things like that went down. So that's a bit of a question mark. I don't know which way I'd lean, but I think that's for you to decide.
That's really helpful, yeah.
I know that you're probably much closer with him than I am, but Herman, when Herman trusts, he trusts hard. That's what I've learned, and he had an immense amount of trust in me, and then an immense amount of not trust in me. Like, it's like these extremes where it's like he's all in, he's all in, all out kind of thing. So if you have Herman all in, you have an asset. You have somebody who is rock solid, completely. Somebody who you can trust and work with, and as long as you continue to prove to him that trust is warranted, he is nothing if not an absolute asset. I misused that asset when Herman showed trust. I didn't bring him in on conversations that he felt he deserved to be a part of. So I think that if you feel like you have all in Herman, you have somebody there. If you feel like it's essentially like going forward, if you ever get the idea that maybe he's wavering, then maybe then have the conversation with him at that point. Okay. Because you need to reaffirm that trust. He is somebody who, if you don't give him that, he will go all out. Okay. So it's like when you see the all in start to shake a little bit, reaffirm. If you want to be working with Herman and have him as an asset going forward.
Well, that's super helpful, though.
That's pretty much everyone. Did I miss anybody?
No, I don't think so.
No. That's where I see everything. Josh, you're still somebody who, I meant everything that I said. I still think that you're somebody who deserves to win this game. I still think that you have a good chance of winning this game. If I was to put, maybe this will help you. If I was to put money right now on who I think would win this game, it would be a split bet between you and Summer. I don't know if that helps you or not, but that's where I see things right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's super helpful.
Yeah. Well, glad I can do you a little bit of service before, and yeah, before everything. And I also, it's funny because it's like, as I unpack all of this stuff, I also understand that this is basically, I'm just like emptying a chamber in terms of like information that I can use to kind of be like, oh, well, keep me and then I'll tell you kind of thing. But I've done enough people dirty, and I've, things are kind of looking a certain way kind of thing that I'd much rather kind of like be able to give these little pieces, these tidbits as like a hey,
yeah,
game kind of thing, like good game. In terms of a handshake, it's like, here's just a little bit of something that might be useful going forward.
Are you upset about the possibility of going home?
A little bit. I'm
like, is there anything you would have changed?
Everything. Do it all differently. I would have.
'Cause I still think Steph was a great target.
Yeah, I think that would have been a nice, easy, clean hands of a week, for sure. Honestly, yeah. It just sucks that everything else got muddied in the process, right? Literally, my first. It's so funny. It's the irony in the situation is not lost to me that the first person that I wanted to target ended up being the person who went home after 2 other people were targeted in the process. Yeah, I think Steph was somebody who would have attacked T, would have attacked Summer, would have kind of attacked Betty, would have put a dent in people that, like, I never once questioned putting T or Summer up on the block. I think the only reason I put you up is because I just saw you as being this I saw you being this huge force. And when I have, again, like I say, when I have Marty sitting here saying, Josh is the biggest player in this game, Josh is the biggest move, we have the numbers, we have this, we have that. Josh is, I have people who I trust saying that Josh is, somebody who I should look out for. And if and me inferring that, like, because I do know this game, it's like, well, if somebody who you're closely associated with is going to be targeted by a big player, that probably means that I would find my way up onto the block next to Marty. And how much can I trust Josh? In hindsight, honestly, I would have rocked with the 7. I would have been much more communicative. I just was just skeptical. I'm like, 7 of the strongest players in this house. There's no way that this works.
Yeah, it would have been a blowout.
But maybe it wouldn't have been. You know what I mean? Like, if we had collectively communicated with each other, removed Moose, and we got kind of a collective target amongst ourselves, we probably could have gotten to a final 9 or a final 10 and duked it out.
Yeah.
And I blew that thing up, blew it up. Targeted 2 people who were, one person who was I was semi-aligned with Steph, but it was from the beginning, and this was also a Moose, like, hey, go do this kind of thing. I was like, oh, yes, for sure. A numbers alliance that I didn't really care about. Steph wasn't good for my game. I didn't need Steph at all. But then the more that this idea of sides kept to emerge, and who's on what side, and well, if I'm hearing that they're on that side, that means that they're against me, and blah, 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 blah. Got way too caught up in all of it, and then started taking shots at something that I didn't even know if it was real or not.
Yeah.
And I didn't give people the time of day to explain to me that it wasn't, because I was so sure that I was being manipulated by people within the 7. That I was just like...
And then with Marty telling you that as well.
I want to, same way with some of the other relationships in the house where it was like, hey, just know that like even though we might not talk, I have your best game interest in mind. And I hope that you have mine, kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's like if you're not communicating with that person, how do you know you have their best game interest in mind? So I just assume that when you find yourself kind of on the outs, like Kevin did, that he would just kind of be, he would just be like, yeah, as long as you're keeping me safe and we're chatting once in a while and you're kind of filling me in on like general stuff.
Yeah.
But he wanted to be something that was like kind of like that.
Okay.
So that's why he felt really put off by how I acted, because he was like, oh, I thought we were closer, and I was like, I thought we weren't. Like, you know, communicate, talk with everybody, man, because you'll win an HOH. Like it's a matter of time. You will find yourself in this room. There's no doubt in my mind. And when you do, regardless of who you think you're close with, everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's also, people are going to also see that as a big time respect thing, because not every HOH has given them that opportunity. So,
all right.
The one thing I will say, I know that you don't, just know that like you have no reason to vote for me. Jess is somebody who's shown you nothing but loyalty. That's seemingly more of a house consensus. The biggest thing that I'm not going to assume where your vote goes one way or another. I know that I've made promises to you that I would 100% keep if I was here. Again, you have no reason to trust that or believe it or whatever. But the only way I get to show that I do have your best interest in mind, and I'm literally on an island, and it's one of those things where later game and all that kind of stuff, jury, whatever, very well could find myself in a position where we are far in this game together. I know at this point it seems pretty unlikely, but this is also the Big Brother Canada house, and who the fuck knows what could happen.
Exactly, yeah.
So one way or another, I don't expect you to go against the house consensus. I don't expect you to do anything that's bad for your game, but if you do see me as beneficial for your game, I know that we've kind of had a chat about your relationship with Jess, and that it's not as tight as maybe Jess led me to believe, because Jess really kind of seems to think that you guys are absolutely like
100,
like just riding together kind of thing. So I don't know if that's bad for your game that that they're pretty week could find their way up onto the block.
For sure.
It's just
or the
not
easy replacement.
Easy replacement kind of thing. But I know that that's kind of like where, just based on game dynamics, that's kind of where I'd find myself for at least a couple weeks kind of thing. But if I manage to survive all of that, hopefully by then I've shown people that I'm somebody who you can work with and who provides useful information and who trusts people with the information provided. Yeah, I promise you I have learned from this week, and if I stay, I'll show it. But if I don't, I'll implement it into my daily life, and there'd be absolutely no hard feelings. I would definitely leave all of the better gear here, just so that people could rock it throughout the season. Would love to see everybody, repping the mental health stuff. But
cool.
yeah. Either way, man. The one thing I would really appreciate is, and you don't you obviously don't owe me anything more than anybody else in this house, but like when you do come to your decision, I would just love to know.
I will for sure.
Yeah.
I promise that.
Okay.
I actually haven't talked to Jess about what their plan is.
And in terms
I'll
of
hear from Jess, but I'm finding the interactions difficult, and I need to figure out exactly, like long term, if it is beneficial for my game.
Right. Well, I know that in terms of optics, I still keep the heat off of you for probably almost at this point longer than Jess, because Jess is gaining traction with other people in the house. I become that absolutely burning pile of garbage that's like everyone's like, huh, what the fuck is going on over here?
Yeah.
Well, like it gives you more time to operate. Very open. I think that the safety of your game is something that I see as beneficial because of the fact that we're able to sit down and have these conversations. I've made you promises that I will keep. Yeah, I mean, cutting the tie with Jess, there could be an element of people seeing, I don't know how that would, kind of optically look for you. But I think in terms of collaborating with a group, I think that going, not this week or next week, but I think the fact that things change in this house so much, I think I could definitely find myself 3 weeks from now back in everyone's good graces and being a substantial social asset in this game, which is what I came here to be.
Yeah.
And I don't know if Jess will ever be. Jess has always kind of rubbed people the wrong way.
For sure.
And I think that I think I can turn that around. I don't think Jess can. And
that's what I'm saying. I feel like you've learned from your mistakes.
Yo. Gino, come on, man. This is getting ridiculous.
Damn it, Gino.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah, but I also know this game's not about second chances. Like the only way that people get second chances in this house typically is like you fight your way back in.
Yeah.
I guess what I'm kind of asking for is a chance to fight my way back in socially.
Okay.
And be willing to take the absolute, like, this game has broken me down, but like show that I'm willing to like continue to gruel through some of these days as a lone wolf up until I get the point to prove myself that I'm worthy of being in this house, and that I'm of value to people more so than Jess. I think what I keep trying to tell people is like, this isn't necessarily this week. It isn't necessarily a vote to save me. It's a vote to keep me in this house over Jess. And if that is more valuable to your game, I think then just to keep that in mind. And when you're in, because I know there are going to be big conversations that happen within groups. Yo!
Yeah.
It's just something to keep in mind.
Okay. Thanks, Kyle.
That's all right. Yeah. And if anything else comes up over the next few days, I'm an open book.
Okay.
Come and ask me or pull me aside and say, did you say this? Did this
I'll
happen?
love to
Whatever.
chat,
Yeah. Gotcha, I appreciate it. Talk with Betty now.
Smells like bubblegum.
It does smell like bubblegum. Betty, do you want to have a chat? That'd be great, thank you. I was actually going to do you want me to grab you one? I was going to do the same thing.
I have it in my bottle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, give me 2 seconds.
Yep.
No, more than 2. You're so funny.
Oh my god. But yes, it was just a joke, folks. It was just a joke. Not a real thing.
Always a joke.
I'm sorry, there's no more slop for you.
Sorry?
I don't think there's any more slop right now.
Oh, Josh couldn't drink his, so I
Oh,
have it.
really?
Yeah.
Let's see if there's any more. Oh, ingredient one. Okay. Could you not drink your smoothie? You didn't think it was good? Josh, you didn't think your smoothie was good?
Like, I feel like I keep gasping like every 5 minutes.
Wow. I'm just gonna quickly use the washroom, okay?
Yep, do your thing.
Your lifeline is actually quite long. It doesn't pass your wrist though.
What does that mean?
It's like,
Where is it?
so it's this one.
Even Jess, like the first, whatever that first night with Steph, she's like, they're like, so what happened to Expedia? We got a little bit of a showman situation. I'm like, I'm gonna ask you to not ever paint a target on my back like that again, okay? Fucking screaming that. But it's so weird. Like with you guys, everyone's just like so happy for you guys.
Yeah.
You know, it's nice. It's
It is
chilling.
nice.
I already told
I was scared for that because honestly, like coming in this house, Big Brother asked me so many times, like, oh, you got to get into a showmance and all that stuff. But I'm like, at the same time, it's like it's scary because like, I don't know, like people like would paint a target on you because of that, right? Or because you're working together and stuff like that. So that was the scary part for me coming in game wise, but it's not that bad.
If the vibe's right.
Yeah.
And it is what it is. Like in life, you just gotta do it. You always say you're gonna do what you want to do.
Exactly.
And it's not like you guys like you're not like this like abrasive, like loud, like you know person.
Yeah.
So it's not like and neither is she. So it's like it's not like a thing where
Like we're not annoying, you know.
Yeah. So it's not like yo, I hate both these people.
Yeah.
Like whatever, right? You trying to chat anytime soon, or are you busy?
You want to chat now since you're here?
Yeah. It's good. It's fine. Have a seat, my boss. Wherever you'd like. It's your room. I'm just happy to be in it.
2 more days and then it's gone. Finished.
All the hard work's done on your end, you know?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy so far. Well, I'm really happy the way it went down this week.
Yeah. This was an incredible bounce back week.
Yeah, like my goal was to like from what happened last week, I really wanted to come in and make it as clean, direct, and like possible. And then obviously I sent out some message. Like Marty was the first one on the block because he kind of backstabbed me. I'm trying to rebuild a relationship with him. I'm hoping that could work out. And then obviously Kyle, it was just the right move.
Yeah.
A lot of the house expressed that they were going after him as well. That was just painting a target on my back, and I like being associated to him.
Yeah.
So I just couldn't carry that weight moving forward.
Like for what? Like,
yeah, right.
yeah.
So when I told him though, this is another thing I'm really happy. Like Kyle's a super smart and knows the game, right? And he's a good guy, and he completely understood. Like like don't even feel bad. Like this is probably the right move for him.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty incredible.
So for being able to have that person tell me that to my face, like I like that made me feel a lot better. Like somebody that didn't know the game as much would have been like, yo, you're a fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Shit, blah, 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 blah. So I'm very happy he took it well. He kind of knows he's going home. I think it's going to be like unanimous.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think it'll be a first one. How ironic.
Yeah.
But the game is like a funny way of like kind of working itself out.
Yeah.
No one obviously seen anything like this last week. Kind of, if we're to describe this week, there's no way you can tell me you knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah.
There's no fucking way. Call you a liar if you did. But everything was. It all makes sense. It's the right. I think it's the right move.
Yeah.
And I think you did what's best for your game too.
Yeah.
So.
Like in goals, like I wanted to open my doors because like I said, like last week I had zero trust for anybody, and like I was kind of starting from scratch, and the only person I was relying on was myself. But in hopes with this HOH, I was looking to like open doors, be able to build new relationships with people, like start from scratch. You know what I mean? Like
100%.
work my way up. And like so far, the people I've been talking to, they're like, yeah, like you probably made the best move so far.
Yeah.
We respect it 100%. So.
Well, like for my position, like for me, I think someone even brought it up in a conversation. They're like who's your number one? I don't really have a number one, and it's not somewhere I thought I would be. Like at the beginning of the game, week one, basically towards the end of week one, let's say beginning of week two, I thought I was aligned with a lot of people. We were aligned with a lot of people, almost over aligned.
I think that was a big mistake we did. We were aligned way too much.
Way too many people.
Too much shit going on, and was gonna blow up. I saw it coming. Like,
I felt it coming, but I thought we could just hang on
Yeah.
this boat for a while, and then it just like, and then obviously like week 3 it was just like, right. So I was like, well, this is fucked. So like I went from being in a position where I felt like I was maybe aligned, slightly over aligned, but those are problems for future Herman, to like I had to deal with those problems now.
Yeah.
And then after last week, you know, I come out, this dust settles, there's, you know, rubble everywhere, the buildings are blown up, and I'm standing there like, holy shit, like we're almost back to square one. There's still like, you know, initial like personal connections that you have with people that are like, are still hold strong.
Yeah.
But as far as like game, relationship, alliances, I'm basically at ground zero. And, you know, kind of brought up, you know, in my head, I'm like, you know, I've been kind of chilling a little bit more this week just because last week beat the shit out of me.
Yeah.
And, you know, I trust like, you know, things that you were saying. So I just had to trust in that because I'm not a worrier. I deal with things as they come. A lot of people are like, what if? Yeah, what if? Like, you know, but if I deal with them as they come. So one of the things I was concerned about was kind of what next week in my game looks like.
Yeah.
Like 6 weeks. What does 6 weeks look like for me? You know, what 6 weeks look like for people that I'd like to work with? Do these people still want to work with me? You know, how genuine are these connections? Like, am I, you know, maybe my target wasn't as big or the blood wasn't on my hands as much because, you know, I did end up voting the other way. But listen, we all fucking hung out. Like, we all kicked it. You know, there's no like, oh, Herman's absolved of everything. Like, there's still something there.
Yeah.
And I could tell kind of, you know, there was stuff being maybe planted here, planted there. Helena thought I was coming after her. You know, when Jess is like asking questions. There was other people, you know, even from, even not Josh, because Josh, you know, we talked last week, but there's a few other people who are just like, or Kevin even, like, and yet, you know, sure, I threw some names out. I was, you know, I think if you don't throw names out, you're shady as fuck, and I don't trust you. Like, let's talk game. Like, if you wanna be in the know and know shit, this has to be an equal exchange of information. I can't give you shit and then you give me nothing. I don't ever want to talk to you again because I don't trust you because you don't trust me.
Exactly.
But anyways, let's get back on track. So I want to know, like, you know, for myself, I'm kind of building ground up from where I want to be, where I want to go. So, you know, do I fit in that picture? I know you've said you're not looking to, you know, look my direction for a bit. I've promised you the same, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, genuinely, I think that, you know, we could go deep in this game.
Yeah.
I'd like that. I think you deserve it. I think that's one of the most boss moves I've seen, you know, in the show and
been saying that
ever. Like, I really do think it will go down as like a pretty sick thing, which is, you know, it's incredible. Like, and I even said, I was like, the only thing I'd be upset about it is that I didn't get to do it. You know what I mean? Like, as fucked up as that sounds, that's just between me and you. But listen, I was like, you know, I'm still crusty about last week. Like, so, you know, if I was in the position, I guarantee you I would have done it. You know, I may or may not have already had a speech in my head. Like, there's a lot of things that, like, you know, I would have done very similar to you, and that's why, you know, I feel like I can understand everything you do and say.
Yeah.
And we can communicate.
Yeah.
Which is like another thing that Homeboy is lacking. So.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing is communication was not good enough, and that's why everything like.
Or better with some and not with others.
Right, and like a lot of people felt that way. Like even Marty felt that way.
Yeah.
But a lot of things too. Like I wasn't communicating well, but it's kind of hard too in this game. Like you're trying to communicate, but like there's so much people watching and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like it could have been a lot better.
But you did it, bro. Like you just did it. Like after a week like that, you just showed that it's possible. It definitely is possible. But it starts from like the first act. And the first act of putting Steph up for whatever reason, and then changing it to Moose, like that indecision of like, it just like immediately was like, this is fucked. Right? Like there's like, how can anyone trust anything there, right? But let's stay on topic with ours.
Yeah, that's
what do you want to, like, how are you feeling still kind of moving into next week? I know obviously, like, I don't know if people automatically kind of put us in a similar area, or they don't really know our relationship. They know we're cool. I know you got Jace as well too and stuff.
Yeah.
And she's an ally. I don't perceive you guys as like imminent threats to my game. I think we could be successful working in the same direction.
Yeah.
It doesn't need a name. It doesn't need a label.
Yeah.
We don't have to do all that, but you know, just to make sure that we're not shooting at each other, that we're shooting together at the same in the same area.
I like that.
So that we can, you know, so that if any one of us gets in power, we're not in a situation where like, well, I think these two fucking people should go. And I'm like, you're fucked. I think these two people should go. Now you don't trust anything that we're doing, which is kind of what last week, everyone had their own. Marty thinks Josh is coming after him because Alina says.
Yeah.
You know, I think Kevin and Jess aren't trustworthy. You know, you're thinking a different direction, and Kyle's thinking a whole different thing.
Yeah.
And it's like the last person to get in his ear, he'll make the decision.
Yeah, like I like that what you just said, and like if we just communicate to each other, like what's happening. Let's say you empower next HOH.
Yeah.
We communicate each other, like where's your head at, and like what's your game plan, and who you're going for this week, and like I'm willing to support like all your decisions.
Yeah.
But like I'm trying to build relationships everywhere. I'm trying not to promise anything right now to anybody because I'm still trying to build that trust level for everything.
Yeah.
So, like I'd like to discuss some more and like get deeper into it. And
I just want to have these conversations before there's a, even if they're preliminary like this, before there's power or there's a special power or a veto, and it's like now we're having these conversations. I'm like, you know, like why now? Like
I
you
like
know,
it before too. Like it's way better to have it before than like you just want HOH and come have that conversation now. You know what I mean? So but yeah, like if we could stay off each other's radars, like
I think a big part of this is going to be, you know, last year when I was watching the show and stuff, like, and just throughout like the history of the show, you know, with the boys last year and their alliance, they're by far they were the biggest targets, right? But somehow every week they were able to, you know, well they won. They definitely won a few HOHs back to back, which set them up, but which we kind of did at the beginning of the year, beginning of the season. But they were able to somehow create a bigger target than themselves every week, like undeniably a bigger target, and you'd see it happen every week. And it wasn't something necessarily that they did, but they definitely didn't get in their own way, you know. And I think that's like, it's something that we can kind of adopt, and like, it's basics. It's basics of the game, and you want to not be the biggest target. If someone else can create that target for themselves, and you can just kind of cool it, then allow everything to happen naturally, and then it'll happen the way it's supposed to. So I think a big part of it's going to be, you know, trying to make sure that eyes aren't looking this direction. You know, I can defend you in conversations without it being like an obvious thing. Like, I know you don't need me to fight your battles. I don't need you to fight mine. But, you know, just if I hear genuinely that, you know, you're a threat to someone's game in a conversation, then I have to tell you that, you know, 100%. So, and I would hope that you could do the same for me. But if we could somehow make every, like, you know what I mean, at least every week, make someone else the perceived threat, whether it's through whatever means. I mean, you know, still playing the game honorably and stuff like that, but everyone is a threat. They really are. It's just they're not exposed as a threat yet.
Exactly.
Whether people don't know how smart they are, or they're doing a good job of hiding their game, or they choose to throw comps because they don't want to make decisions. Those are threats.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
that's another thing too. Like people gotta start playing their POVs like seriously. And
bro.
Fight for it.
Cause it's frustrating as an HOH. Like
it is. Like the guy, like the person comes in as an HOH and puts up 2 people, expecting one of them to go up. HOH can't play this year, and like there's like 3 other nominees playing. So there's 2 nominees and 3 playing.
Yeah.
Right. So
it's tough. It's like no one wants to like show their cards, right? Like no one, like basically if you win, you got to show your cards a little bit. You're telling the 2 people on the block that, hey, you know, whether you're honoring the HOH's decision or you just don't fuck with those people, or it could be your homie on the block.
Yeah.
You know, like then you'd have to save them, show them that, hey, this is important. You know, and then it's like there's so many things that aren't happening in that comp right now because it's people just keep taking themselves off, and then it's more blood. Every HOH had 3 nominees. That is absolutely absurd. What was the number? It was obviously it was like there's 12 people have been up, but almost the entire house
has been up on the block.
Yeah, or no, what they say there was 15. Well, yes, 12 people in 4 weeks.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
Crazy. Think of it.
And then what? Jess was up twice, so 11. That's it.
Just what? Yeah. Kevin, Betty.
Betty's been up once, right?
I'm not 100% sure. There's still a part of me that thinks that the numbers are still semi-accurate. But the idea was that the fact that we didn't have a close relationship, the idea that you would never necessarily be a vote, because as HOH, there has to be an element of like you are working as somebody who you have to have the best interests of your game first, and then the people that you're working with game kind of next. And it should be this really cohesive thing where it wasn't. But at the time, I'm thinking, okay, well, if there are sides of the house, Steph is somebody who it's been proven that Moose kind of fabricated a lot of that stuff. Steph has shown me nothing but loyalty. Okay, maybe if I put Betty up, Betty is somebody who, because we don't have good game chats, Betty would be a number for not me moving forward.
Who told you? Marty told you that there were sides to the house essentially, and that
Not just Marty. I very much thought
kind of figured that.
I kind of figured that, and then when I had like Marty reaffirming it, there was a lot of other things. I like just know that I had reason to believe that it was true, based on like I'm a big time believer in that like actions versus words.
Sure.
And obviously I didn't show that this week, but there was actions that were made that I was like, okay, like I can kind of see how there's a collection of people who I can see like really being really tight, having conversations that maybe I'm not privy to.
Sure.
I'm having conversations that they're not privy to. They have really no reason to trust me. I have really no reason to trust them. You find yourself kind of in this like, okay, I've got people around me who trust me, and I'm working as the HOH, so I find the spotlight on me, and now there's this divide, and then other people around me and are kind of perpetrating this idea that sides are more clearly defined and whatever. So I go, okay, I think that now, seeing kind of like looking at it from like a jury perspective, looking at it from like 3 weeks from now kind of thing, I'm like, okay, I still think that Steph could be a number. That was kind of the relationship that we had.
Are you in an alliance with Steph? Because that's what's going around the house too.
I was in an alliance with Steph that was, and I'll keep it a buck with you. I called it a fake. Like
Okay.
it was
One that you'd have within arm's reach.
one that I had within arms. It was a numbers alliance. It was I had a few people that that you're smart and you might be able to figure out, but I just don't feel comfortable saying that I was working together in more than one alliance. And Steph kind of found herself being lumped in with us, but it was this idea of maybe this other alliance is the priority, and this one is one that we have as numbers.
Got it.
Steph was in that. I had good relationships with a lot of people in the house. Steph was somebody who I had a good relationship with, but I also knew she rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And again, going into that relationship, there was a pre-established element of you are a number to me. This is a game.
Fair enough.
That's where that is.
Yep.
So I thought, okay, well, if that's kind of where I see Steph, then maybe if I'm putting Betty up on the block, that Betty will be the target.
Yeah.
So that's when that kind of decision was made, where I was like, I didn't tell either of you that one of you was the target, one wasn't, because at the same time there was still a part of me that was like, I really don't know. This is pretty uncertain. This is Big Brother Canada. Anything can happen. I don't want to say anything definitive until I'm like 100% sure. So that was the second time that I told you that I put you on the block, because I was led to believe that even though you're not a threat to my game, that your vote is still exactly. I appreciate that you say that. And then I had a few different people in my ear really kind of saying, well, if you see sides, then why, Betty is somebody who has vocalized to you that they're not a threat to your game. Like, and you did, that's what, your pitch largely was that you're not a threat to me, blah, 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 blah. So they're like, well, what about people that, Betty is like closely associated with, and maybe they're like more impactful, not that they're more like bigger splash plays in a game. One of those people, obviously because this is a campaign, one of those people was very much Jess, where we sat down in the white chairs outside, and Jess was saying, well, if you kind of see, because I definitely saw how close T and Summer were. I saw that you were close with them. I saw that you had a great relationship with Josh. I saw that Moose and T had a great relationship together. And I was like, okay, like there's a lot of people who kind of are in and around each other and get along really well, that this could be something. Again, the paranoia of everything, got caught up in it. And Jess was like, well, like, why wouldn't you go for T or Summer? But T or Summer were two people
Jess said that to you?
Yeah.
To go for tea or summer?
Yeah, because it would
Wow,
be.
I didn't know that.
Because it would be more impactful in the house than taking you out. That was their synopsis of kind of the thing. Was if I saw that you three were really well connected and people like really liked you and you were like you guys were in a good. Yeah.
Food.
You think so?
Yes, come on. I don't actually want
Share
to.
everything.
You want it?
Here, you want to share?
You want to?
You want to try it?
Yeah, here.
Cool.
It's gonna be
Here?
incredibly hard.
Is it hot? It's hot, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
The first time we're in this
Comfortable or
guy
what?
this house, it's the dumbest time.
I had 2 corners.
No,
I
it's-
was dressed for
You
winter.
did dumb about it?
No,
What do you guys think is comfortable?
You didn't even know where you were going.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, your regular flip-flops?
Yeah.
Wait, this
Funny
is
thing is, I
Hawaii.
was gonna walk. I
Thank
was
you.
gonna sit right there.
Please.
You didn't. That's why I was screaming so loud. I thought for sure we did. And then I pushed that. I was like,
Nothing.
I hope we don't.
Yeah, we'll need a broom up in here. Like, that's already
Not a darn thing.
messy.
But when we got locked in here, that's for sure. But no, just this room. But I think she's gonna go down in this room.
No, I just want to lie down in the sand. and sleep.
Tropical
Where
storm?
were these from now?
Oh, so that's the Expedia members lounge. And this
Is the vacation tropical
It's
station.
like sitting right there.
Oh,
is
that's
the
the lounge.
beach
and this
travel
is the-
experience.
We're at our
Cold
destination.
showers and beach and vibes. Yeah, I'm here for it.
It's a sick beach.
It's very cool.
You think this is Hawaii?
Yeah.
What do you think, Maui?
Yeah.
Never been. But
Come on,
I'm
there they
down,
are.
but I'm glad that
Yes.
I'm there
Next
now.
to Carl, you done them?
Thank you.
Oh, I need to go. I need to go here.
Could use
Life's
another
always
towel.
better at the beach.
Oh, yeah.
So many questions.
Anywhere.
That's for sure.
Wife.
Little summer saunter.
Very slowly in the center.
The summer.
Oh, look.
No, no.
It's the tracks of a
No,
summer.
not that far.
It's like, what is that? It looks like a beast. Oh yeah, she just doesn't look up her feet.
No, I would go for
Get it?
sure.
Just
Like, it's
dragging.
like but like I'm
As somehow makes her way through the Expedia
Go
room.
after.
Oh,
The
God.
tracks are dragged
long?
across the sand as everybody enjoys
wow.
the
You in Vancouver, then go south?
And then Toronto to whatever, and then this, and then this to Hawaii.
Oh, wow.
Tuesday. It's gonna be a damn mix.
Oh, you'd probably have to do it in 2 days.
Sand.
Well, that's interesting. Where?
I know, that's all I can think about too. Can we have a broom in here, Expedia?
Mojito, margarita,
Yeah. You can.
sunglasses. We need our sunglasses. Cheers.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the sand.
Oh.
Cheers.
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 Oh yeah.
or whatever it is.
That was delicious.
You think?
Give me another.
Oh, these things are.
Those are absolutely too small for you.
Oh,
Your foot's hanging off the back.
What is?
It's because you didn't flip them properly. They're supposed to be like this.
Oh, really?
For it.
That would explain the tightness.
Oh.
So that you're not stepping on the. You too, actually. You didn't flip this.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
And I go,
You gotta-
like, remember when
Now I feel like I'm made
There.
to travel.
Wow.
Thank you.
You were wondering why you were
Oh
stepping.
my god, I'm like, my feet are devastated. These things off right away.
But honestly, like, if people walk in the sand like that, we'll have to leave a bucket of water
Oh,
right
it's
there with
bloody
a towel.
hot in here.
And we do that when we go to the party.
I know, like,
Yeah.
it's
Oh, I have a boogie. Well, it's already all over this floor. Oh, wow. That's a big one. I gotta go get
Rinse your
some
feet and
tissue.
towel it up before you eat.
Yeah.
I mean,
People just use a towel to like
oh, no, okay.
dry their feet off when they're done.
Did I come in here with shoes?
Yeah, like hang over.
Or no.
Dust off.
So let's get done.
You would.
Thank
So
you. Big Bird.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you.
It's gonna be amazing that you guys
You
found
can
it.
play in the sand.
Dirty.
So good.
I wonder if we can.
Oh, just gonna wear those new
I
kicks
love that we
around the
got
house
more
there,
and more
King of the
spaces.
Kicks?
Kind of liking these.
Make sandcastles.
There's
Make some water. Have some wet sand. Make some sandcastles.
I would
That
love
might
like
mess up
points
because it's not up right here, but I see what you're going for, and I think that
literally for
idea.
two, for Expedia, for you and a friend anywhere around the world.
You like walking in the
Like,
Dude, you can't tell.
literally, how did sand get up here?
Yeah.
See that?
Love that.
In the sand?
There's sand.
I don't actually want.
Share
Oh,
everything.
that
You want it?
makes sense.
Here, you want to share?
You want to?
You want to try it?
Yeah. Here.
Cool.
it's gonna be
Here?
incredibly hard.
Is it hot? It's hot, eh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Was this like
The first time we're in
Comfortable or
this
what?
house, it's like the dumbest time.
No, it wasn't. You have to dumb about it.
No,
What do you think? Comfortable?
you didn't even know where you were going.
No, I didn't know.
Oh, your regular flip flops?
Yeah.
Wait, there's Hawaii. Thank you.
Sit right there.
Please.
You didn't. That's why I was screaming so loud. I thought for sure we did. And then I pushed that.
I hope we don't
Yeah, we'll need a broom up in here. Like that's already.
Not a darn
Oh,
thing.
messy. But when we got locked in here, that's for sure something was happening.
Ah.
But no, just this room. But I think someone's gonna go down in this room.
No, I just want to lie down in the sand.
What?
honestly.
Tropical
I don't
storm?
wanna-
Where are these from now?
Oh, so that's the Expedia members
they're
lounge.
tiny.
This
Is the vacation tropical
It's
station.
like sitting right there.
Oh,
is
that's
the
the lounge.
beach
and this
travel
is the-
experience.
We're at our
Cold
destination.
showers and beach and vibe. Yeah, I'm here for it.
It's a sick beach.
Very cool.
You think this is Hawaii?
Yeah. for
What do you
sure.
think, Maui?
Yeah.
Never been. but
Come on,
I'm
there they
down,
are.
and I'm glad that
Yes.
I'm there
Next
now.
to Carl, you found them?
Thank you.
Oh, I need to go. I need to go here.
Could use
Life's
another
always
towel.
better at the beach.
Oh, yeah.
So many questions.
Anywhere.
That's for sure.
Wife.
Little summer saunter.
Really slowly in the
The
center.
summer.
Oh, look.
No, no.
It's the tracks of a
No,
summer.
not that far.
It's like, what is that? It looks like a beast. Oh yeah, she just doesn't lift up her feet.
No, I would go for
Get it?
sure.
Just
Like it's
dragging.
like over, but like I'm on-
As somehow makes her way through the Expedia room,
Oh
the
god.
tracks are dragged
long?
across the sand
Just to get to Vancouver.
as everybody enjoys
wow.
the
You go to
night.
Vancouver, then go south?
Toronto, and then Toronto to whatever, and then this, and then this to
Oh, wow.
Tease like, it's gonna be a damn mix.
Oh, you'd probably have to do it in 2 days.
Sand.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Where?
I know, that's all I can think about too. Can we have a broom in here, Expedia?
Mojito, margarita, and
Colin
just
was say what
Yeah.
was needed was to-
You can,
sunglasses. We need our sunglasses. Cheers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the sand.
Oh.
Yeah.
cheers.
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 So, you know,
Oh yeah.
or whatever it is.
That was delicious.
You think?
Give me another.
Oh, these things are.
Those are absolutely too small for you.
Oh,
Your foot's hanging off
What
the
is
back.
it? What is?
It's because you didn't flip them properly. They're supposed to be like this.
Oh, really?
That would explain the tightness.
Oh.
So that you're not stepping on the. You too, actually. You didn't flip this.
Oh yeah, there we go.
And I go,
You gotta-
like, remember we
Now I feel like I'm made
There.
to travel.
Wow. Thank you.
You were wondering why you were
Oh
stepping.
my god, I'm like, my feet are devastated. Take these things off right away.
But honestly, like, people walking the sand like that will have to leave a bucket of water
Oh,
right
it's
there with
bloody
a
hot
towel.
in here.
And we do that when we go to the college.
I know, like,
Yeah.
Go out, try it.
Oh, I have a boogie. Well, it's already all over this floor. Oh, wow. That's a big one. I gotta
Just
go
rinse
get
your feet and
tissue.
towel it up before you leave.
Yeah.
I mean,
People just use a towel to like
oh, no, okay.
dry their feet off when they're done.
Did I come in here with shoes?
Yeah, like hang over.
Or no.
Dust off. Please. So let's get
You would.
Thank
So,
you.
Oh,
Thank
wow.
you.
it's gonna be amazing that you guys
You
found
can
it.
play in the sand.
Dirty.
So good.
I wonder if we can.
Oh, just gonna wear those new
I
kicks
love that
around the
we're
house
doing
there,
more
King of the
spaces.
Kicks?
Kind of liking these.
Make sandcastles.
There's
Mix some water. Have some wet sand. Make some sandcastles.
I would
That
love
might
like
mess up
points
because it's not up right here, but I see what you're going for, and I think
literally for
Yeah.
two, for Expedia, for you and a friend anywhere around the world.
Do you like walking the sand?
Like,
You can't tell.
literally, how did sand get up here?
Yeah.
See that?
In the sand?
There's sand up here already. Anyone? That much got kicked up. There's sand on this table already.
Oh, this room is gonna get real sandy.
Oh, it's gonna be
Added that.
As it should.
as it should. Life's a beach.
Depending on if I want to smart or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is like resetting me. I could just feel.
Another room to hide.
I could just go back and forth over and over.
Yeah.
Straight clothes.
Oh
What if you
no.
a towel over your bum?
Too late now.
Yeah. I'm committed.
I used to hang out in the beach. Oh, oops.
The back.
Yard's back open.
Yes.
Oh,
Wow,
amazing.
what a good day.
Thank you, big brother.
What does it look like outside, I wonder?
Oh yeah, what if it's
This is my new meditation
go from the sun
station.
to the sun.
Oh.
please.
I would be down.
I'm so cute. It should be.
Feels so good.
Nah, I'll make the ocean sign for you, Joe.
This is the finest sand of all time.
It's like real beach sand.
Yeah.
Is it people doing that?
Are these sandals supposed to stay in just this room?
It's good meditation, man.
That's a boat.
Huh?
wonder if
Good meditation, man.
Sounded like a donkey.
100%.
I'm sure.
It's a boat full of donkeys.
Yeah.
I think I need some sunscreen.
Like this. I haven't seen too many light bulbs in
That's
here.
the plan, right? It's supposed to be.
I like to see a nice light bulb.
I'm not at that level.
True, eh?
Yeah.
But
I think
apparently
it's the only
don't lie.
light bulb I've seen so far.
Yeah,
What
that's
are you
a
saying about all
powerful
the
one.
sand?
No, like if you're on text,
It means
you're
like
like
they're
no
not
baseball
lying,
cap.
right?
Can't
Yeah.
look at it.
No, no cap means like, yeah.
You're not lying.
Yeah, they're not
Right?
lying.
That means they're
So
not
like, I
lying.
swear.
It's like separate.
Like, it depends how you ask it. No cap or no cap.
So
Like, if you're saying it's no cap. Or
Like if
asking-
someone said that to me
Right.
prior to me figuring it out, I would have thought they really meant no
Just make a
baseball cap. and
platform
I'm not really a
That's
hat
what I mean, but
person.
Yeah.
that's what I like.
Oh my god.
I said, I don't know. I'll have to see if I can find it.
Yeah, and that's why I'm like, well, I guess that's just where I'm at in life.
My sister keeps me in the loop with that kind of lingo,
Oh really?
but I don't.
What is something? What's a big lingo that she uses?
You know what's something that they're doing? She and her friends shorten the word actually.
What do they say?
Yeah.
Act.
Act. I was like, you cannot.
Sorry, what?
You
Your
cannot
sister does
shorten
this?
that word.
Stop. So she's like, yeah,
Yes.
me and my friends butt act. We're like,
Yeah, like straight up.
so they're
That's it.
basically not even speaking
They're
full
not
English
even speaking
anymore.
full English, and their
Wow.
texts are an absolute travesty to the woman.
No act. I'm gonna start saying that. I'm pretty sure my partner will be like,
So, like, no,
you
but
okay? You good?
Yeah, what'd you learn when you were over there?
No act boo.
Y'all say BT dubs?
No.
I say
Not often.
BT
Sneak it in.
dubs.
yeah. By the way, BT
I'll
dubs.
sneak it in.
I
once
kind
in a
of
while.
like it.
Yeah, I mean, like I know people who say that, but then I turned 14 and I stopped saying that.
Moose.
Fair,
Shots
fair.
fired.
Okay,
Wow.
what about G2G?
I don't
That-
say that.
I don't
You say that out
I
loud.
don't say that with my
anymore.
words. I might say, I don't even really say that in my text.
There's no reason to say G2G 'cause it's the same amount of syllables as got to go.
I'd say that on an instant messenger in 2006.
Yes.
Yes.
2000.
Yes. I
Yes.
do too. That's a good one. I do say sometimes like
Kevin,
actual.
few
I'll
words
say
but
BRB.
powerful.
I'm not sure if we can wear them
I do
anywhere.
definitely.
I think we can take
the
that.
letter I.
I think we can
the,
take that.
the letter C.
Yeah. LMAO.
Not usually.
I say LMAO.
I haven't gone
Like, you know,
to
and you're
San
like
for
wanting
that
to text
reason.
something.
I remember. Or remember
I-
you say
I-
raffle? It was like the type of raffle.
Raffle copter.
Yeah, not in that order, but you know what I
A
mean.
bucket from where?
ISD.
We should have like.
Can you imagine? It'd be like
I need
free
sun
fucking
protection.
block.
It's so hot in here.
Okay, our date's canceled. It's
Literally.
I just don't like how it's dusty. Like I'm breathing in the dust. Like there's,
I know, I might
it's
get
all
water.
settled on
I
this
like
table,
the
you know?
Trying to go outside and breathe some fresh air. Last time I wasn't.
What a
The boat was
room.
working out.
I know there's
For
actually
real.
towels.
I love how we're all just like locked in, like with the idea. We're like, yeah.
Well, we're like the idea of a vacation. Are you kidding me? Keep me here longer.
Facts.
I wonder if this room's gonna
Excuse
close
me.
or if it
While
will
we're still in
remain
it.
open.
Imagine if this was how big the house was.
This room?
Yeah.
Kidding me?
We would go
Be
insane.
dead.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Get out of my face.
That would be
Yeah.
that would be
Sorry, go ahead.
illegal.
Almost fell.
There's nothing. There's no such thing in the Big Brother
Per,
community.
per square foot, you need the capacity of one person.
Yeah.
Oh, so cool.
No, it's so cold. Marty was
There's
too
a
hot,
litter
now he's
box.
too cold.
Oh my goodness. One section of this would have to be a litter box.
Oh, backyard.
Oh,
outside?
Just finished tanning. Yeah, I want to see what the weather's like. I want to look for sun.
Yeah, actual sun.
This is actual sun. I just want like even more sun.
Are we gonna be allowed to bring you into the house? I don't see why not. I'm going for it.
Oh. Let's go see.
You're very KJ.
I'm in love with this place. Only thing would be better, it would be a nice beach snack. A nice hot dog on the beach.
Snack.
Oh my gosh, you have a towel down that's genius.
Oh yeah, we were
that
bathing.
cute?
This is serious stuff. You could go put on like a beach fit and come in here.
I'm getting huge beach bar
Like we
vibes.
could have like flop shake.
Oh yeah, I would drink a slop shake here.
Yeah. Yeah, make it taste better.
Big brother speaking my love language now.
So this is the only thing? Or no, this is the door.
So it just opened when you came in? It just opened?
No, the light was on, and then.
You guys just pushed it open?
Yeah. Pushed it open. It was exciting. It was very exciting.
The lashes of orange.
Yeah, me neither. Sorry.
Nothing.
That cured me of the last few days.
Yeah, I did. I'm just mad that I.
Brand new man.
Are you gonna go outside or you wanna play?
No, I'm gonna go outside.
You wanna play pool? Or did somebody queue up with you, Herms?
Sunny. Wow. Finally off thinking what's behind these doors. It was Hawaii at our fingertips.
Imagine having a little cocktail in here and you forget you're gonna eat.
I need to go outside.
Yeah, is that open?
Pardon?
Yeah. You're not good at holidays? How come?
I let somebody else leave.
Eat.
If you want to get active, I'll try and be comfortable, but
Sure.
like my preferred is Aruba, lying on the beach.
Really? You don't want to do any activity?
Very cool.
Oh.
You've been to Aruba? Wow. Tell me more.
And we got the backyard. That's great.
Is that a lot for you though?
27 degrees.
Yeah.
That's perfect for me. Once we get to like 35, I can't go outside.
Yeah.
But like 27, ideal. You know, beautiful beach in Aruba. Like beautiful.
Did where you're from like have a really big heat wave this summer?
Toronto?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
We did. BC had massive ones.
So did Alberta.
Yeah?
Ridiculous.
Not
I didn't complain though. I had AC, so I was like, oh.
Oh my goodness. Just all we need is dinner now. I'd eat dinner in here, lunch, breakfast.
Ugh,
That's what Josh said. We could eat in here, but it's so dusty.
I need to go for more slop soon.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm too hungry.
When was the last time you had a meal?
Breakfast.
Yeah, I had a small bowl and a couple sips of the Betty Shake, 5 stars.
And then I went to work at the post office for 2 hours.
It wasn't the post office.
Thanks
it was
so much for getting us.
I
It was
got you.
Marsha's fan club.
I can't believe Marsha and the Moose made a comeback. in season
It was
1.
amazing.
Does it feel epic to be a part of it?
Yeah, I was so excited in that moment, and Kevin just said, "Hurry up, or it's not gonna get done."
Someone needed to be the hard ass in there.
You're right. You did a great job. You did a great job in securing the dinner.
I was determined to get dinner, and I will have fun at dinner.
Loved it.
I know. Thanks, Kev. Thanks, Jess. Thanks, Mark.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank
Thanks.
you.
Y'all are welcome. Y'all would have done the same. I already know that.
How about that one?
Of course, for a meal, and it's just so much sweeter this week. Yeah.
I would have stamped. We could have stamped 400.
Yeah, we didn't know that we had that much time left.
Killed it.
45 minutes?
Like
40 minutes supposedly,
yeah.
according to your.
Yeah, at least 40 minutes.
Wild.
Sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, sounds good.
I really like it in here.
Same.
I know. Cozy.
Yeah.
Summer, it's still your favorite room?
The Expedia Lounge?
Yeah.
Well, doesn't this count as the lounge as well?
I think you can count this as the whole thing.
Oh, is it?
I think
thought-
this
I
might
thought
be
that
like-
would be the lounge and this is the beach.
Okay, so
That's
Yeah,
the
I would
members
too.
lounge, and this is the beach. Yeah.
so they're both my favorite rooms because it's one and the same thing. I think.
Let me see that card. Blessed be thou.
Thanks.
The dust in his hands.
I could do hours in here.
Right?
I like this better than the one beside it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
I agree.
please.
Amazing. Mm-hmm. You did read it. You get the beautiful time. Summer's in her happy place.
Absolutely.
Love it. Love to see it. Love it. Love to see it.
How are those chairs?
They're good.
Really good. How are those?
It's exactly
the same, except
it's the same. Just
this
cut
is
in
the
half.
chaise. That's the love seat. I would guess.
I wonder if there's like a lie down situation.
Oh, I bet there is.
Put the pillow behind.
Put the pillow behind. Yeah, totally.
Like this?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
my goodness.
oh, that's nice.
Oh.
That's really nice.
Why don't you face the other way so you can see the ocean?
Yeah. Look. Yeah. Good suggestion.
Like here, and then I'll lean back.
Okay.
Battery change.
Battery change.
Oh.
I almost went through the middle.
Ah.
You're welcome.
I don't understand why everybody left.
What did you say?
I don't know why everybody left. This is so cool.
I don't even want to leave. I just feel like I should get some H2O.
Oh, I'd like some.
And some
I do need
oxygen.
I need some fresh air.
Some water and some oxygen. Maybe I'll skip the water for now.
Batteries, boys.
This is like Vegas.
Batteries.
Hey?
Like what?
It's like Vegas.
It's nothing like Vegas.
Does Vegas have that view?
Yeah.
Not as good, but like they have like skies.
for you, sir?
Like
Where's
indoor
your Expedia
skies.
flops?
Put them in the
Oh.
basket. I need something special for when I come in here.
I like it. Whose are these? They should go in the basket too. Tanisha's. Supposedly. Even though her last name starts with a W, not a Y. But. Very exciting.
Margarita. He's not looking the best. You know.
And?
Oh.
You rip this place upside down.
Basically.
Don't close the door. I don't think there's anything, but
I don't know.
Yeah, it was funny. Moose was saying like.
The only thing I want to do is unroll every towel open. I want to.
do it.
There's that basket too.
Oh, there's 2 towel baskets?
There's this one too, yeah.
I think everyone looks.
Like, are we really gonna put a veto in the sand?
I don't think there's anything in here right now.
I don't either, but
I was like, oh, let's climb this, but no, it's not
what'd you
stable.
say?
I was like,
Kevin, stop that.
Will they put something in right away though? When I read when I grabbed
Potentially.
the thing, I thought it was going to be something right away. You know?
I thought you had a power and I
I
was
know.
like freaking out.
I know.
I mean, it doesn't feel like there's anything in it, but you never know.
I highly doubt it.
I do too. It was fun watching everyone be total susspots.
Mm-hmm.
Is that your water bottle, Kevin?
Yeah.
There's nothing. Not right now, at least.
Not yet. Maybe not ever. Did anyone lift the cushions up?
Yeah, I lifted this one.
I didn't lift this one. Did we lift that love seat?
I think I did.
I'm back tonight. It's like I prefer this over the outdoors.
What happened outside?
Why would we ever leave here?
It's not hot. This is the
Is it
place
cold?
to be.
It's cold. The sun is out. It's very strong, but no heat.
I'm a bit afraid of sand.
Who stepped on this?
Not I. Said
No
the water
one
buffalo.
since you left.
Ridiculous. Who would put their feet on this?
I don't know.
I think it was Herman.
The same people that would like sit in sand and then go sit elsewhere. LOL. LOL.
This is my space.
I was laughing when you said like BT dubs. I'm like, I love it. And then everyone made fun of you. And I'm like, I literally say LOL all the time instead of just laughing.
I say LOL too. Oh,
Well,
BT
then-
dubs, I don't see anyone. Oh no.
Can you lock this door from the inside?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Like, I don't want to
Try it.
I already did.
Oh, you can fully lock yourself in here.
I don't want to talk to nobody.
Summer.
We might be told to stop that, but you know what I mean?
Summer, you gonna lock yourself in here?
I could.
I thought about it.
That's really funny.
Yeah, I would never make complaints. My only complaint is if you want to have the doors wide open, they're like blocking half the room. That'd be my only complaint. But I wouldn't complain in the Big Brother house.
They serve slop in this room?
I think they might.
I bet.
I think it's on the menu. I've heard it's really nutritious and delicious.
Super food.
Okay, I need to eat slop and I need to work out before dinner.
Use the beach as motivation?
Yeah, I'll give myself 10 minutes here.
I need to work out too, but am I?
Same.
Yeah, it's nice to have another room. Like, that's the biggest thing.
I just.
Hey.
Hot AF in here.
Is it?
Is that good?
Maybe it's because I'm in
It's like,
shorts.
it's like
not
a
bad.
huge like temperature change when you come in here. No, it's good. It's good.
You want to sit?
Yeah, you might come lounge over there. That chair back there. Thanks, Kat.
Waiting for Summer to go, I heard
People can't see
everything.
you when
You're
they
not
come in.
sick.
Yeah.
You wanted to stay here? Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, I wanted to come back.
You could come with me if you want, or I'll get up and lay on the sand.
Your thing.
Ooh, laying on the
stomach
sand might be nice.
It's
stomach's
rumbling, and I know I
rumbling?
need to eat something for lunch.
No.
Well, it's,
Got it?
dinner is provided, not
We just
lunch.
got a damn. This is the coolest room.
Oh, yeah. It's not even.
You want to lounge in the chair back there? Too bad.
Too bad you can't.
You can't.
Oh, Summer's lounge over there. That chair back there. Thanks, Kat. This is the coolest room.
Oh, yeah. It's not even.
You want to lounge in the chair back there? Too bad.
Too bad you can't.
You can't.
Oh, Summer's lounge. That actually scared me. I saw Summer's shoes and I was like, oh, she must have just left them.
I was actually
What
waiting for
happened?
Summer to go, I heard
People can't see
everything.
you when
You're
they
not
come in.
sick.
Yeah.
You wanted to stay here? Is that what you wanted?
Yeah, I wanted to come back.
You could come with me if you want, or I'll get up and lay on the sand.
Your thing.
Ooh, laying on the
stomach
sand might be nice.
It's
stomach's
rumbling, and I know I
rumbling?
need to eat something for lunch.
No.
Well, it's,
Friday?
dinner is provided, not
We just
lunch.
got a damn new
Just saying
batch of
anything.
I
slaw.
just think it'll be bad.
What did we?
There's 2 cups in there. Is anyone making it or what?
Marty.
Marty's making more.
Yeah.
Did
You
we
know
tell
what?
him how much is in the bucket already? There's 2 cups in the bucket.
I actually don't mind, like, eating it now, knowing that we have dinner tonight. Like, I'm okay with one more bowl.
Yeah.
Knowing,
Have you tried smoothie?
Yeah, but it's a lot of effort.
I'll make it. Try it.
Josh looked.
They did well.
Yeah.
If you're making it, I'll take it.
They're fine.
Thank you.
It might be there later. I don't know how
feel
much
like I
you
have
need
a
to be
splinter
dirty
or
in the
something
sand,
on
but
my
not
finger.
stopping you. Trying to save you from
Sting it.
dirtier toes than necessary.
Okay, should I make it right now? You hungry?
Sandy, I would love that.
You know?
I'll follow you in 2 minutes.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank
Bring
you.
it.
What are you gonna make?
Does anybody else want a smoothie?
No, thank you. Smooth it out.
Smoothie, Summer?
Hmm?
Smoothie?
I'm all right. Thank you, my dear.
Nobody else? All right.
I'm okay, Helena. Thank you.
I honestly feel like I got my 3 cups for the day.
You did?
I just cannot believe the rush
for dinner?
that I just got from opening this door.
Yep.
I'm making more
Yep.
dinner.
Dump of serotonin.
Literally,
Would you
I
like
was
to join
screaming
me
at the top
on
of
the
my
on the
lungs.
beach patio here?
Of course I will.
Is there more slop?
I think I'm like
English.
losing my
Oh,
voice
you
from my
did?
reaction.
20?
Like I was actually screaming at the top of my lungs. I was a total freak. It's awesome.
Oh, I'm
See, this is what's amazing. I did not
You
walk through the
worked
sand,
hard
but
for
look.
that. We better be getting some
No.
dinner. No,
So
not
sandy.
yet.
Oh yeah, there's
Later.
like it's gonna be a.
This is the beauty of this room. You're gonna be covered in sand at all
Is-
effing
oh.
times. And every crevice of every outfit that you wear.
Truly though,
Sand track all through the house.
Oh,
Moose
yeah.
is gonna
I think
freak.
like
I'm already freaking actually. And
Oh,
Tanisha
she's
said the
already trying
same
to lay
thing. Where I'm
down
just
the
like,
law.
I don't want it. I really don't want it.
Extra cleaning days.
even in general, just to like reset, and it's the closest thing we'll get to grass.
This room's amazing.
It is.
I'm just truly blown away.
Look up.
Okay, whatever. And he's like, yeah, Marty he's my #1 target. If I stay, I want.
You know?
Yeah, he's like, I want, to hopefully rebuild this and fresh start, whatever. And I told him like the way you spoke to me, like you spoke down to me. I'm like not okay. I'm like you wouldn't speak to anybody else in this house that way. And for you to think like all these things about me, I'm like I never had anything. I had nothing to do with the job situation at all. I'm like don't saying my name is easy scapegoat. I'm like no, it's just chicken shit thing. It's just stupid and dumb. He's like, yeah, I know. I think the consensus is it was fine. He's going home though. I think everyone's.
I know.
He's definitely going home.
Yeah, I think
so.
he
It's
knows.
not even worth it. Cause I know I don't believe it. I trust you.
Yeah.
MFS. Legit till the end. I got
He
your
went.
back.
He went to Summer and he told her that I'm the one that pitching this here for Josh. I was like, yeah, I told that to Josh the next day. I was Josh. I want to be honest with you. Like, I threw that in Cal's ear to put you up. At that time, I was still in the
He's
Bronx.
trying to slander your name.
Yeah, I know.
But now I
But
think.
like my relationship are strong enough that even if somebody like that's going under
Yeah,
the
I
boat is trying to, I'm not worried.
No, I think he knows now he's going home, so I think he wants to enjoy, be nice. But
That's
just
what people said.
Yeah, I think he just
tomorrow. I
wants
guess
to-
he wants to focus like on mental health.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Which I
Like
think
I
it's
love the
good.
guy. It's just his game. I just like,
Yeah, it's game wise now, 100%. So even that, I'm like, it's what it is. It's nothing. We're gonna move forward. I want my HOH. It's gonna be good.
yeah. You win the next HOH.
100%. I'm trying. I'm going to. I'm
I
going
want
to.
to see your family. I want to see where
Yes, I know.
Not much. I just finished a batch of slop.
Thank you.
Did a 20-cup one there.
You're the slop king. Your second one of the day.
Oh, I don't know what time we're gonna eat and stuff. I think either 3 meals a day.
You're feeding the whole. Yeah.
boarded our way and got to our destination?
Just seeing that there's light. I was late. I missed the flight, and that's okay.
It's okay. You got the later. You caught the later one. You're here now. You're soaking it up more than I have yet. I haven't really left this one chair. No need to. Where am I going?
You know, we'll literally be in here every single day. This is his new spot.
It's a good little spot. The camera's just loving Summer laying, dozing. Sorry, I shouldn't talk about that, but it's just so cute. Sorry, big brother. I've really worked on my potty mouth, though. I'm proud of myself.
Good job.
Yeah.
Actually, that's really good.
Watch me get like in a really angry mood, though, and it'll come out probably.
But it's
Dust-
still really
dusty.
nice.
Oh, Dusty.
Still will be nice.
Still will be nice.
I'll be back, perhaps.
There was no secret power in here, but there might be one day.
One day.
How you doing?
I love this place. This is my new favorite place.
Is this the part where I pitch to you?
Absolutely. I've had Kyle's.
Okay, you ready?
With Jess throughout this game has been early game. She was somebody who pulled me aside, and we both kind of like saw that like game spark in each other, where we knew we were good. Like we knew we both loved the game. We both knew kind of how this game works.
Yeah.
Like we thought I knew how this game works. Nobody knows how this game works. And so Jess was somebody who I had a tremendous level of trust in, but a relationship that I didn't. That we both kind of were like, okay, you know. Getting each other's perspective is super important, but like working together is not necessarily something that suits our games. Like it's best for our games. But we were somebody who like they. My goodness.
No worries.
They were somebody who I very much, very much trusted, and I believed very much had my best interests in mind. So I went to them because I was kind of faced with this weird thing because I wanted to get their perspective to see whether they saw, where they saw the house. Whether what I was doing was making the right move. They were very much supportive of the idea of taking a number away. And I said, listen, I don't really think Betty. And at the time I was leaning towards Josh because, I'll get to that in a sec. But Jess pitched the idea and was pretty solid about Summer, T. They are two people who have emotional connections in this house. They have if you can take one of them out now, they don't have the opportunity to continue to grow within this game. I was like, yeah, sure, but again, I thought, and I hope that if I proved anything last week that was in the positives, it's that I'm only going to go after people who I feel like are actual threats to my game. And so Jess was, and the other thing too is like Jess, because of the fact that they know that I love this game, we're very like, you could make a bigger move. Like there's an opportunity for a bigger move here, kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, you know what, you're probably right. Like nothing's guaranteed in this game. This is a dream come true for me. And to come in here and make a smaller move, like when I have the opportunity to do something bigger, don't know where the house stands, don't really kind of know where people's loyalties lie. Let me try to take a bigger shot. And the reason that Jess didn't pitch Josh was because Jess sees Josh as somebody that they can continue to build a relationship with and work with in the future. Having conversations with Josh, not really sure kind of if he sees it the same way. But that's what kind of Jess told me. And because I said, well, what about Josh? Because he's the biggest comp threat of the people that we're kind of like, that we're both kind of agreeing, like we're saying, okay, like they seem to be close enough that, in this game, when you're close with people, like the idea that you never talk game is kind of silly. Like everybody knows that if you're close with somebody, even just like you're always hanging out, at some point you've brought up game and you've talked whatever. So this idea of that. The reason that I targeted Josh was because Marty was somebody who I trusted very early on. Same way that Moose had this level of trust that didn't have to be necessarily earned. Marty also the fact that we shared a bed together night one. He was from New Brunswick. I'm from New Brunswick. He's very much my kind of people in the sense of like he just reminds me of home. Somebody who if I saw in my community, I wouldn't blink twice. You know what I mean? I'd be like, that's it's Marty from St. Stephen.
Yeah.
And we had this great relationship where he was always there for me and I was always there for them. And so he came to me and said that just because of like I'll kind of tell you somewhat of the chain of whatever, but somebody that we both mutually trusted, he said, came to him and said, you have to look out for Josh. Josh is somebody who is a super big threat in this game and has been saying, just said that. You have to look out for Josh. Now, Marty, being in the very paranoid, very sleep-deprived state that he was week 2 going into week 3, was adamant that the biggest threat to him was Josh. And I had no reason to go after Josh, but I thought, well, if Josh is saying if I'm hearing from a trusted source, Marty, that Josh is coming after him, then there's a good chance that who sits beside Marty, probably me or Gino, two people who I like very much, like Marty and Gino were two guys who like I trusted big time. And so I was like, okay. that is, you know, Marty's really pushing this. He's pretty sure, like he's sure about it. I have no reason to doubt Marty. I don't really know where people, like, it was tough in terms of the communication aspect, because I could have just pulled Josh aside and said, hey, did you say this? And Josh would have said, nope. And I would have said, okay, great.
Yeah.
And we could have all had that covered up. But the idea that, you know, I didn't want, I was like, oh, I don't know who I can trust, who I can't trust, but I know I can trust Marty, and there's so many other question marks. I just kind of bought into 100% this pitch, and I saw the strength in the decision, because if there are sides of the house, then Josh is a significant contender, somebody who could come after down the road, whatever. So instead of making a move that I thought benefited me this week, I thought, okay, maybe I'll make a move that would benefit me in 3 weeks, when it's like week 6, week 7, and that's when somebody like Josh finds himself in a position of power, takes a shot at Marty, and then I find myself in the crosshairs too. So that was kind of like the whole crux of where Josh goes. And then I had people who were around me who also didn't really know where the house was at. I didn't really know where the house was at, and I wouldn't have made that. The idea that I made that call and didn't have 6 people, because that's what we needed was 6 votes.
Yeah.
Or, yeah, 6 votes. I would never have made that move if I didn't have 6 people who were like 100% all in on this idea, do it, you know, we'll support you, blah, 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 blah. So I go, okay, this is a game-defining move. This is a huge move. This is going to shake the house. It's going to draw some more clear lines where I think, like, in my mind, I saw it at the time as, even though I don't exactly know where people stand, if I draw a big line in the middle, then it's like, okay, there's more clarity in the game, and it erases some question marks from me, and that was something I saw as a positive, where in hindsight, I think that was a huge detriment. So anyway, after the vote goes down like it is, I have multiple people come to me and say, you know, you kind of told me what the decision was, you didn't consult me. I was like, fair enough. I did make this decision kind of based on only a few people's information. I didn't, you know, I didn't go around and get everybody's perspective. It was something that, like, I was just, you know, it was a decision that was made, that was rash. But at the same time, like, for people to now be going like this, and wiping their hands of the whole thing, and I'm taking the entire heat for what happened last week, I think is a little silly. Not only that, but after the vote went down, you know, I have Marty come to me and say, who flipped? What the fuck happened? And I'm like, well, I don't know. Like, it obviously wasn't you, because you're coming up and saying this to me, and it wasn't Jace, because Jace pulled me aside and was like, what the hell happened? So I was like, okay, it must have been Gino, or, you know, whoever else has kind of been close and saying this stuff. But then Marty, I'm literally on my way to go confront, you know, some other people who had promised me a vote.
Sure.
Because I was just, like, really confused, and I wanted to know what happened and why things landed where they did, obviously. And Marty pulls me aside and goes, Kyle, I lied. I can't lie. It was me, and I did it because I felt like you were manipulating me. And I'm like, manipulating you, Marty? This whole kind of, like, not, this thing wasn't your idea. It was a mutual, and it was a decision that I made as the head of household, but it was one that was pushed pretty heavily by you. This idea that I've manipulated you to get to this point, I think is a little silly. But I said, listen, like, you know, sure, a lot of people kind of feel that same way, because it was such a massive decision that was made without, you know, like, I don't know, in this game you have to make quick decisions, and I think that a lot of people felt like they deserve to be part of, you know, the split second, like, oh, okay, this is happening, okay, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
When I felt like I was trying to do what I felt was best for the people around, and had people support, whatever. And yeah, so then, you know, Marty says that. So Marty goes and wins the POV, comes down, and I go to him and I was like, Marty, like, I really want to repair this relationship, because, like, right now, I'm completely on the outs. I've put Gino and Jace in a really tough position. I feel like I've got all of this fire. I do feel like you're at, you know, I can't see you just sit there and not take any responsibility for anything that happened. Like, but I do, like, I want to be together. And Marty was like, well, I don't really necessarily think that it's a good idea to work together again, because you have, like, you kind of, I felt like you did me dirty, and I was like, but it was proven that I didn't, because you flipped, not me. Like, it wasn't like I made you look like a idiot or whatever. And he was like, yeah, no, I know that, but, like, I've flip-flopped on my word, and I can't leave this experience and go home and to my kids and my wife and not be a man of my word. So I was like, okay, but Marty, you weren't a man of your word, but now I'm kind of giving you the chance to kind of, like, make up for that a little bit. And he goes, no, well, the people who I promised I'd work with last week, I'm gonna kind of continue to work with them. So I said, well, Marty, are you gonna put me up next week? And he goes, well, I don't know. If I have to put you up next week, I will. But if I have to put the people that I aligned with this week up, I will. I'll do whatever's best for my game. So, Marty's saying he doesn't want to flip-flop, but when I ask him for his targets, even though he has all the reason to say me, and my number one target going forward is Marty, absolutely.
Wow, that's very direct.
Yeah, I have to be at this point. And Marty was like, well, no, I'm just going to make the move that's best for my game at the time. And so I was like, I found that was a tough pill to swallow kind of thing. And yeah, so that relationship is one that I don't see really, being repaired. Jason, Gino, that relationship is one that they're kind of operating as one. And although I have nothing but love and respect for them on a personal level, on a game level, they made a really good game move. Because putting me up, it's like, you have to rebuild relationships with people in this house. You have to think about your game going forward. I respect what Gino did. I shouldn't say they, what Gino did 100%. And I've told him that. I'm like, honestly, man, I think it was the best move for your game, based on the optics of the house and everything. So from a personal standpoint, love them both to death, love Gino to death. From a game standpoint, obviously people who have shown that they aren't operating within any kind of, they're playing their own game, and that is obviously a threat to my game because I've literally found myself at the other end of it.
Yeah.
So that's a relationship that's been burned. The relationship with Jess is, Jess is somebody who, it's kind of one of those things, I can't really say that they're a target of mine because if I stay, that means they go home. And this house, Kev, somebody who, again, felt this manipulation. I tried to say that that wasn't the case, that I never wanted him to feel that way, but came up to me in the bedroom after and was like, I was like, Kyle, I just want to Kevin, absolutely deadpan, no, whatever. I was like, Kyle, I just want to let you know I lied to you for 2 days. I knew I was going to vote to keep Josh, and I was like, thanks, Kev. I remember I was sitting on the bed, and I was just like, thanks, Kev.
Wow.
Appreciate you telling me. Walked out. So there was, it was a, so that's I guess, more or less, that is the kind of complete breakdown of where I'm at. So before I kind of go into just in terms of keeping me over keeping Jess, do you have any questions?
Well, I also feel like you must feel like you're in a really rough spot right now.
I've certainly had better.
And just at a game level, do you know what I mean?
At a game level, I have nobody. That's the thing. It's one of those things where, and this is a conversation I had on a personal level with G earlier, but it's also a game conversation where I am a social creature. I am somebody who thrives on the energy of the people around me.
Yeah.
Even these past couple of days of being on this island, being a social, kind of not social pariah, but being everyone kind of there's a mood that when people are around you, you kind of feel. It's would I want my place in this game to be the easy target, week to week, lone wolf, blah 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 blah, and that's the thing is I could, that's tough. That's just tough for me as a person, as a player, everything to kind of be in that position. But it's also the position that I would have to prove myself in so that people could trust me again.
Totally.
I would have to absolutely claw and fight my way to a position again where, because it's not like I have anybody who's keeping me safe week to week. It's if I stay every week until I've proven myself that I'm a valuable asset to other people, my ass is on the line.
Right.
So that's a tough position to be in, but it's a position that, because of the fact that I do want this to be, I do not want my Big Brother Canada experience to be not experiences, because the experience has been amazing.
Right.
But the actual game, it's to say that my game was this, when I have even the opportunity to claw back and rewrite a little bit of that narrative of what all of this is. If anything, this week has given me nothing but absolute perspective on this game, how you play this game, how you make decisions in this game.
Right.
I know a lot of people have kind of talked about this, what would you do if you were in a position of power again in this game?
Yeah.
And if Marty's still in the house, he would be my target number one. I'd probably put Kevin up beside him. Those are the two people who I feel kind of really did me the most dirty. Gino and Jace would find themselves kind of on that priority list as well.
Wow, that's very direct. So you're basically saying that Marty had something to do with Josh going up?
Big time.
Wow, that's news to me.
Yeah, Marty seems to be really downplaying his involvement. From conversations I've had, people kind of really have said that Marty is really kind of made it sound like it was, Kyle's decision 100%.
Like, I've heard like 5 minutes before that Marty was in the loop of that decision.
Yeah, Marty was somebody who, from week one, has been paranoid that Josh is coming after him. So it's like, even though you find yourself in a position where I'm not telling you the definite decision up until maybe 10, 15 minutes before, because it was such a morning of decision.
Right, it was like whispers in your ears.
Whispers kind of thing. Just because of the fact that you were told 15 minutes before the actual thing, because I had to tell Josh, and I, had a conversation with him for like 20 minutes kind of thing, just kind of going back and forth. It doesn't mean that for weeks you haven't been planting seeds. And I think you have to be like, the fact that you're not willing to take responsibility for that, and you're saying, well, but it wasn't me who made the decision. It was like, yeah, but you influenced the decision for weeks leading up to kind of like, for at least a week, like week two, kind of leading up to when everything kind of went down. So that's kind of where I see, that's why the relationship with Marty is so touch and go, because as a person, I have nothing but love for the guy.
Right.
As a player, I just feel like he was much more, I don't even think he realized how manipulative he was, but I think after the fact of me framing it and being like, Barney, you still like, we're telling you, we should be looking Josh's way, we should be like, doing this. And then I do, and then you flip, and then you say that you had no idea about any of this. It's like, it's just false.
Wow, that's news to me.
Yeah, no,
I think that's news to a lot of people, to be honest.
Yeah, and some people definitely do seem surprised when I've kind of like laid all of that out. Yeah, I think in terms of, so do what you will with that. I know it is one of those things, because I've found myself in a position where a lot of people have made me a scapegoat for everything that happened last week. And I'm the most to blame out of anybody, because I was the HOH, that is my responsibility. I am the one who should take the most heat, 100%. The fact that other people are trying to rinse their hands of it completely, I think is a little silly, because they've seen like how much of a kickback this has had, and they're like, well, fuck, I don't want it. This is a game. Like, nobody wants that blood on their hands. Nobody wants that title or whatever. Sure. So I guess it's just kind of my way of just kind of talking through and saying like why I made the decisions that I did. The few people who played more integral roles than maybe they're owning up to. And so with all that being said, moving forward, as I said, Marty is my priority. I think Marty has shown that whether it's a mental comp or a physical comp, that he is an absolute juggernaut in this game. He's somebody who is going to be tough to take a shot at without some pretty significant retaliation. That is my target in this house.
Interesting.
So that's kind of in terms of if I was winning a double HOA, like if I stay and it's a double, and that's the two people who would hit the block with Marty and Kev.
Interesting.
Kev, I told that to earlier, that I was like, just based on everything that's happened, like Marty would be a target, but like you would probably find your way up onto the block because of kind of this relationship that we had that I felt was burned. But Marty's somebody who I think he's kind of shown to be a bit on that flip your flop your side. I have no reason to go after anybody else apart from the people who have really done me dirty. Some people I understand why they made moves more so than others. Marty, I don't understand. There was a few other people who kind of promised votes that I was like, afterwards, I was like, I get it. Like, you were put in a weird position, and I understand where you're kind of, where
you're at.
Yeah, and I understand kind of more so where they're at. But yeah, Marty definitely more so, and then Kev as well. The fact that he was just like, I lied to you for 2 days. I'm like, so you could have given me some form of a heads up and just didn't give me the respect of that.
Tough. No, I get it. Where do you think you stand moving forward, though, in terms of like people in the house right now and like where your vote, like where the votes lie?
I'm getting, so I had a conversation with some, like that is kind of the nice thing about being on the block is it's like there's this easier feeling of like I don't feel like I have to be as guarded with conversations and that kind of stuff, because it's like, I had a conversation with Summer last night, and Summer was like, you went after Steph, who you were aligned with, and I was like, well, I'm not not aligned with. Like it was a numbers thing, but still, Moose was somebody that I was aligned with, and then Josh was somebody that I was working closely with. So Summer was like, that's pretty weird. Like there's no really reason for anybody to do that this early in the game. For her, that's already too much.
Right.
She's kind of said, like, unless something drastic happens, that's where she's leaning, is a vote to keep Jess. And Summer, credit to her, is very direct, very decisive, and somebody who, and I mean, that could be one of those things that's a huge strength in this game, could be a detriment at some point,
For
where
sure.
it's like the lack of flexibility in that sense. But at the same time, I get where she's coming from, and I don't blame her for that at all. Herman has also kind of said that Jess hasn't pitched him yet. And even though he has bigger personal qualms with Jess than me, this is a game, and he feels like I put him in a weird position last week too, because Herman was also somebody I was close with, who, had to kind of, and Herman is somebody who kind of buys all in or buys all out. He's an all in or nothing kind of guy, and I felt like, he felt that I forced his hand in a few different situations, and I did, and I've apologized for that. But because of that, he's like, well, there would have to be a kind of a house and that's I completely understand that the house for me to stay, it has to be a house consensus. Nobody is sticking their neck out on the line for either Jess or I. Nobody is going to bat for either of us.
Yeah,
It's one of those things that as people are together in rooms, it has to be a consensus decision that's made, and I get that. So Summers said that that she's out unless she has people around her who convince her kind of otherwise. Herman has also said that he's wouldn't be adverse to me staying, but just based on actions, he's like, even though I know that Jess has thrown Herman's name around a ton, as well as Summer and T, they're still somebody who hasn't made moves on those words kind of thing, right? Whereas I've made actual actions that have been detrimental to Herman's game. So he's very much on the fence, but he told me he's leaning towards keeping Jess. Those are two people who are very powerful, influential voices in this house. I did have a conversation with Josh. The one thing that I got from that was really positive was that Josh, after everything that we've been through, he feels like I have learned from my mistakes, and that the fact that I'm moving forward with no ties in this house, if I can prove myself through actions, that I'm not, that maybe, Jess is somebody who has kind of always rubbed people a certain kind of way. Me, I'd say it's been more so, and this is just kind of more so the past week, I've really rubbed people the wrong way.
For sure.
But in learning from that and trying to show through my actions in the past day or two, because it's you don't have a lot of time to really prove that, right?
Yeah.
In the past day or two, that I would be willing to be that person up until the point I get to prove myself again to the house as a whole,
right?
And show that the week 3 HOH was, the first iteration of a Kyle Moore HOH, and that after that there would be a lot more consideration done to how my decisions would affect the games of the house as a whole.
Yeah.
Because you do want to, I guess a huge part of being an HOH, what I've learned is obviously there is a huge element of setting up your relationship. It's furthering your relationships with the people that you want to further your relationships with.
Totally.
And you only need to burn 2 bridges when you, and maybe only 1, because if you're really adamant that you're okay, listen, this is the exact plan.
Right.
Maybe somebody who goes up as a pawn is still a little bit angry that they find themselves on the block. It's not a fun feeling, we both know.
Yeah.
But still is okay, at least I'm not a target.
For sure.
So yeah, there's
so you're still hopeful, essentially.
I think I'm just hopeful that the people that people do similarly, and I would really love for you to talk, because I'm sure you'll talk with Josh about all of this.
Yeah.
I'm just hopeful that people do see that I understand where I went wrong.
Yeah.
See that I've taken responsibility, that I understand the repercussions of my actions, and it's somebody who is willing to be very flexible and learn, and
Totally.
Second chances aren't doled out in this game. This is what typically you have to fucking fight for your life outside. You have to leave, fight a competition to come back in, kind of thing.
Yeah.
What I'm asking for is to kind of do that in a social sense,
Yeah.
of not walk out the door, but be on the fritz, be somebody who's a target, be somebody who, until they prove themselves to the
Right.
house, fights that social giant kind of thing. And yeah, I guess that's the biggest thing that I can just kind of pitch is that like I still do want to be here. I see it
Totally.
much less as a vote to save Kyle, who put everybody through hell week 3, and much more like kind of a vote of the potential of Kyle in this game over Jess.
Yeah.
Because that's like, you know, it's not like I have to beat out everybody in this house and it's like, who's your favorite house guest? I'm like, guys, come on, why isn't it me? It's like, you know, who do you just see as the biggest benefit to your game?
Yeah.
Jess or I. And if the house consensus is me, I will do everything in my power to make people see that like I am somebody you can collaborate with, I am somebody you can work with, and until that time, I don't expect anybody to trust me. I don't expect to be in any decisions.
Yeah.
I'll vote with the house. I'll kind of like. I'll be there, and if I am in a position of power, I will take shots at the people who put me in the position that I put myself in this position. But we're holding my hand on the way to the incinerator kind of thing. We're like, hey, hop in, buddy. So that's kind of, so I am hopeful, but at the same time, nobody owes me anything in this game. I've done nothing for people to feel like they should owe me. So if it is one of those things where Thursday is my last day, I do completely understand. But I would really love a chance to kind of rewrite the Kyle Moore experience in Big Brother, and at least leave people with this house with a bit of a sweeter taste in their mouth, opposed to everything that happened in week 3. And
Definitely.
I don't know. It'd be pretty cool to like be able to actually like prove that it's like I've actually like this isn't all just smoke and mirrors. This isn't me just being like, well, I'm saying the right thing because I want to stay in this house.
Yeah.
It's actually like, hey, like this is a game that I love, an opportunity that I'm unbelievably thankful for, a platform that is super important to me, and I should have and I didn't approach this game with that respect that I have for this opportunity. But that was my intention coming in, and I think that this is giving me a real slap in the pants where it's like I'm not going to lose sight of that again.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, I definitely appreciate what you're saying, and I understand where you're coming from. I'm sorry your HOH was the way that it was.
Yeah. So you have nothing to apologize for.
I do. Like I do feel bad.
Where would you say that you stand kind of right now? Trust me, regardless of what you say to me right now, I'm not going to go to anybody and be like, well, Betty said this to me. Like,
no, you can if you want. I just feel like, I just have to be extremely direct with you. I think that, you know what, at the end of the day, it was your HOH. I totally understand that you made decisions based on influence. Unfortunately, like I said before, I was put in a position for absolutely no reason, not once but twice, and I felt like I was the target. I feel like if you do stay in this game, there's really not much that you'll do for me or my game. So I won't be voting with the house. I think that, you know, at this point, I would probably, actually, I think it's, I would probably vote with confidence to keep Jess, just because I feel like they would do a lot more for me, and I feel like I could see myself working with them.
Totally. It's totally fair.
Yeah, and I just want to make sure that I don't beat around the bush with my vote. I want to make sure I'm letting you know. I'm sorry that it happened this way, but I also think, you know, it is Big Brother Canada, and like even me getting the opportunity to be here is absolutely wild.
Yeah.
If for some reason you do end up staying, like I hope that you do stay true to your word and go after those targets. But yeah, at the end of the day, I just can't see myself voting to keep you.
That's fair.
And I just want to let you know that
I
as
appreciate
direct
that.
as possible.
Yeah.
You might have a chance to stay in this house. Like, who knows? Like, you could do a fight back. We've seen it happen so many times before.
Yeah.
But like, I just want to make sure that I'm clearly direct just where I stand.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Kyle.
No. You don't have to, you have nothing to apologize
It was
for.
just a sticky situation that you were in, and unfortunately, I got the brunt end of that. And it's just like, and I'm also thinking about it logically, like as a game. I feel like I'm totally underestimated, and I really do feel that I will be able to prove myself in this house and show people that I want to be here. And that's just where I stand.
That's totally fair.
Yeah.
No.
I'm sorry.
You have nothing
and
to apologize
I really
for.
am thankful that you were able to share with me your kind of like chronological order of where you stand. I'm grateful for the information you shared about Marty. Definitely going to keep that in my pocket. But yeah, that's just where I am.
That's cool. No, that's information that I was willing to give.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I really want to say thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
No, you're good. I do appreciate the directness, because that is something that, you know, in terms of perspective of like how much longer you have and that kind of stuff, it is nice to kind of know that the opportunity to use this platform for the amount of time that I'm gifted it, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the people in this house, as it should be, choose how long that gift chooses to last.
Yeah.
I get your perspective.
Totally.
I understand it as a game thing and everything.
Totally.
And I do definitely look forward to kind of like continuing to, follow along with the season and watch where kind of things, the chips lie and everything like
and
that.
I wish you like nothing but the best, definitely in your future and with better and everything.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Betty. I
See you
got
later.
Yep.
You just stick to it. It's a mind over matter situation.
Wife. Oh fuck, that's so funny. It was so awkward. I'm like, sorry. It was awkward. Oh my god. I was just like, I'm not gonna beat around the bush anymore. I'm the most awkward person you'll ever meet. I was like, you know what, you put me through the ringer twice. He was like, wow, and I appreciate following along this season. I'm just like, straight shooter. I just get power in this house though. Fuck me. Oh my god, I was just like, don't talk to me. I almost feel bad, but like, you can't feel bad in this game. Definitely. It got awkward. She was like, I don't even know if that's gonna make TV, but it was so funny. Put me to the ringer twice. I owe you nothing. For you to say it. I know. Oh my god, it's like, fuck, I'm not gonna stay. He did. It got so awkward. I'm like, fuck. And he did nothing for my game. It's so bad. I'm like, you can't always be nice. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, when he started saying to me, there was two drugs in this game, so I'm like, okay, we're gonna stop right here. You'll promise. I was like, that. He's gonna mean it very. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No. Oh my god, it was so awkward. I can't even. And then he just got up, slowly walked away, and you could tell he was just defeated. No. I just said, I know you're talking shit about people, which there's a certain element to it in this game, but I was like, I can say with full confidence I'm not voting for you. I know. Mm-hmm. What is this? Mm-mm.
And like I was learning all about it, like and it's actually really cool. Like it's really cool, but I mean it's I think it's a higher price point.
Absolutely.
Higher price point.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
My son, whenever he went to play hockey, like technically he was in a prep school, private.
We'll have to see.
And then get paid hockey. The school,
Yeah.
high school, like in my hometown.
That's rough.
There, after
You're using your leg, hey? I could see it like arcing. No, it's smart. It's like a keystone, which is an extremely
Yeah. Look at you.
Get quality, like if you go to private like that.
Yeah.
There's no like shitty professor because if they're not good, they're just gonna get rid of you.
Yeah.
But in the public system, like they got union, they got, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
even if you go there, don't give a shit, you can still keep your job.
Yeah.
Like a private school is a business. Like
Yeah.
you're doing it good.
It's the top quality,
Yeah,
top tier.
you pay a lot to bring your kid there, so you got like quality.
Yeah. How do you send kids there and keep them humble? Do you think like
Honestly, like my son, that's the thing. Like like the year he graduated in Quebec, like I went there with my little car that has 600,000 kilometers on it. And I almost embarrassed to park there. And then the other guy would just, I won't name the brand, but it was like a $300,000 car,
Oh.
$400,000 car.
Yeah.
You know, like you go like they almost like a red carpet.
Yeah,
but they were
all
nice
the cars, yeah.
They were really, really, really nice car. I
Yeah.
was like, holy shit! And us, we scratched all the cents that we had for him to.
I know.
afford to go
When I
there.
see people
It was
come out
just-
of those cars, I'm like, what the
I was
do you
surprised
do in
that
life?
there's not one that came in a helicopter. You know,
Yeah.
it was so like I told my wife, "Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Like, holy shit! I didn't know that this existed in Canada."
Anyway.
Yeah, no, it was. It's rich people.
Yeah.
Really, really rich.
Really, really
Holy
rich.
shit.
How much was it a year?
The place he went was 59. But that's just.
Gino and Jace, that's shouldn't say that. Gino put me up on the block. Jace will probably not like that's it's dumb for Jace to vote to keep me.
Yeah.
So that there is 4 or 5, and then and so I was like, so I kind of need people to almost be like, you know, advocating behind closed doors, which is something that I can't expect anybody to do at this point. So like, there's a pretty good chance. And Betty's demeanor changes instantly, and she's like, well, Kyle, I just want you to know that what you did last week is actually pretty fucked up, and there's absolutely no way that you'd get my vote this week. I'm definitely voting to keep Jess.
I don't know.
But
Yeah.
thanks for all the information. And I like sits back as if she just like accomplished something. I was like, yeah, well, I really apologize for last week. I really do. You know, thanks. Like,
holy fuck.
Yeah. And she's like, I'm super underestimated in this house, and people think they can just like fuck around and
Yeah.
or like, and she didn't say fuck around. She's like, people think that they can just like fool
Play
around with
me
my
around,
game,
yeah.
play me
Yeah.
around. And she's like, damn it. And she's like, I have to show that that's not like that I'm here to play and all this stuff. And do it when I tell you I was so tempted to be like, all right, Betty, then I better see you figure a fucking puzzle out, because my God,
Yeah.
you banging and crashing that thing like a toddler the last time.
You should have said something.
I
That
should
would
have
be
said,
good TV.
it's not in my, it's not, yeah, I know. I fucking should have. I was like, but is that really Kyle Moore, the jerk of the
Yeah,
house,
true.
yells at Betty and calls her a toddler, slamming square pieces into circle holes, like. So yeah, no, we're cut and dry. We're yeah. we'll have some more talks in terms of like, you know, if there's anything else that I can do to help you and Jace before I leave.
Yeah.
Whether it's in terms of like absolutely fake me fucking like absolutely hurling stuff at you and just being like, fuck you guys are out, like on my way out or some shit like that.
Yeah.
Whatever needs to be done.
Yeah, I think that part we won't have to do it because like most of the people, like the fact that I put you up, they're like.
I think that's plenty.
Yeah, they're like a lot of people are already like the feedback has been like super strong in the house, and people are like
It was a
open
great
now.
move, yeah.
They're open to open like relationship with me.
One thing I did do that I want you to know is when I talked to Josh asked me, I won't stand too close to you in case somebody sees your shot, but Josh asked me, who can I trust in this house? And I said, I kind of went through one person by person and said whether, and I was like being honest, like whether I thought they could trust, Josh could trust them or not. And when I got down to you, I was like, this is going to be really hard to believe, but you can, like, Gino is somebody who's logical. He is a great player in this game. He's somebody who's strong as hell socially and mentally and physically. And even though he voted with me against you, like the guy is absolutely loyal, and he's like, he knows what's best for his game. And yeah, I don't know. I don't play a lot of pool. It's nice.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I was like, those two people. I said Gino, and then and he goes, okay, that's actually, you know, really nice to know. I was like, listen, Gino's somebody who like the guy is like one of those people who says he has a heart of gold and has a heart of gold, like. Logical guy, put me up this week because it was best for his game. Take a shot. Pool's never been much of my forte. We had this old pool hall in my town that it got torn down and rebuilt in an old car parts store.
Oh, for real?
It was one of those very small town things, but you'd walk in, there's like VLTs and pool tables and the works like that. Kyle, come on.
Sure, there's a pool in your town.
I don't go there very often. And he was pretty,
Shitty shot.
Yeah, he was super receptive. And then he was like, well, what about Jace? I was like, Jace too, like same kind of deal. I don't think that they're people that, I think that they're people that you could build a relationship with. Obviously that relationship is one of those things that Pool's never,
You
working out?
Man, I started, Summer showed up, I sat down for 30 minutes, I'm like,
Then I showed up.
Then he shows up, then Kevin took over, so I'll try right after.
Sure.
Right after.
Yeah, you want me to
Come on,
join
get
you?
over there.
You want to join? If you want to join the workout, you can.
What are you doing though? Legs?
It'd probably motivate me more than doing it alone. No,
Legs?
I'm doing like a push day.
So what,
Like
push-ups,
shoulders, chest.
I could be down actually.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I
let me
could be
know.
down.
Maybe like 20-ish minutes. 30
Okay.
minutes. Oh no.
But yeah, same kind of, and I said the same things about Jace. I was like, super smart, super strong, somebody who is like really good person to be aligned with, and nobody would kind of see you guys ever working together, so that could be something just to keep in your back pocket. So planting that seed of trust with Josh.
Yeah.
With me, like, it's just not. She's like, Kyle told her that he's gonna say whatever about them to be able to better his game. And I was like, oh well, he didn't say shit about you to me.
Yeah.
I'm like, really though, would he? Because y'all voted for him, so why would he slander your name? So I was like, okay, I'm actually guys who arguing about much like, I was just like, I want him gone. It's sad, but like, I personally won't be. My vote will be going to Jeff.
Oh yeah.
Wait. To keep. Oh sorry.
Keep us
Oh
the same,
sorry.
like, what?
Oh,
After all of this?
No, my bad. Yeah. And I was like, oh okay. I'm like, yeah, no. She's like, okay, good. I want him out. Like, I think she's really trying to make it clear to everybody that she is not with that. For sure. I know. Which is good.
I wouldn't want to be associated with that at all. Are there any more 20 items?
20?
Thermos is 2020. Is there anything priced at
The card 20.
2002? I'm just trying to remember. Which ones have angel numbers? The thermos, the blue thermos, and the red car.
And that.
These little things down here. Is there another one? How many items are for $20? 1. So this is 2002. 2222. Silver car is 2002. 2020, 2012.
Oh, you should have scared him.
I could have.
Marty? Did you do that slop that pancake? Oh!
I finally got you.
Somebody get it?
You got. I'm sure your face went.
We got
Moose
you.
got to see it.
We
I was focused on you, so that was a good.
Yeah, good little ploy.
Good job.
I think I would have gotten you without Moose's help, but I'm happy for the accomplice. Yeah.
It just got him super off guard, you know.
Yeah, he wasn't double checking around
It tastes
corners.
good. Yeah. Come and get it later, sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh my God, I adore Helena. With every fiber
Me
of my being.
and my loud ass voice. You don't want to just talk in our bedroom. This is good. Okay, let's go.
What, do you want to go to the bedroom?
Yeah, I want to go to the bedroom with you.
Oh, rawr. Rawr XD. You want to go there? Okay.
Want to go to the bedroom with me? Sorry, I'm making it awkward. That's what I do, in case you haven't noticed.
In case you haven't noticed.
In case you haven't noticed, that's what I'm good at. Awkward as fuck. No, he's not. And if he does, we'll say, "You're not slick" when he comes in.
Yeah.
It's like,
I don't even go on my bed. I don't want to touch Marty's flag.
No, it's smart not to.
What up, home skillet?
What up, homie? All right, I like it. And lay down. Make sure your mic is good. Everyone's good.
Right?
I know. It's like sus.
That's the fucking worst.
Marty was down on the couch the other night when his stomach hurt the night after his first slop, and I went down to check on him, and I'm like, "Is your you should have peppermint tea?" And my mic was like not visible. It was like in my shirt from washing my face. Just pulled on my microphone in the middle, like center, when everyone was already sleeping. I'm like, this is so sussy.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Super sussy.
I don't feel like I need to make this long unless you have questions for me too.
Yeah, I don't. You don't.
Okay.
But continue.
Great. I don't need to overcomplicate a week that seems very obvious. I think you already know where you want to shoot your shot.
Right.
And whether that's just conveniently in my favor or not, that's great.
Right.
So, I'm sure.
Which it isn't. But yeah.
What do you say?
It's not conveniently in your favor. It is in your favor.
Okay, thank
The
you.
convenience is great, but
Yeah, eliminating someone. That's great. I also know like what Kyle did kind of created maybe a bit of a reset, as that's what people are saying to me. If that's the case, then wonderful. But you know, like it did dismantle whatever powers that may have been. I'm not sure.
Right.
At least on his account.
Yeah.
I feel like he's already going down in flames, and what he's tried to do in the past 24 hours has just added gasoline to his own mess.
Yep.
So I don't feel like I really need to start fires anywhere.
Yeah. You're good in my books. I've been good in my books. Like, I'm starting to hear now what he's saying about me, what he's saying about you.
Yeah.
You know, it's pretty nasty. It's not nasty, but it's just kind of nasty.
Well,
you know?
also none of it lines up too with what he said to some people and said to other people.
Yeah.
At least in my thinking.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like.
You're like.
Oh, you were saying something too.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
saying,
I was yielding to you.
I'm saying, yeah, so it's also because I'm keep on looking at this thing. Sorry.
Stop.
Yeah, because it's like also he's leaving my name out of certain conversations, and then bringing it up in other conversations to be like, by the way, Moose is this and this, or like Moose is a manipulator. But then for other people, not saying my name at all, but then being like, oh, I will be going for Jess and Moose type of thing.
Okay.
You know, so it's sort of heard.
That's cute. That's the first I've heard that he's gonna go for me. I like it. Oh, you threatened by me now?
Yeah.
I thought I was on the island and you were trying to save me, and then I didn't do what you wanted, and now you're sad.
Is that what he's
Oh no, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh! Sorry, I should
Never bank that in the vault though.
Yeah,
But
that's a
that's
good
how it
one.
feels.
No, it's for real though. It's so ridiculous. So like,
Well, and the Josh thing felt personal because it's like that's my last queer ally here.
where he came at Josh to be like, fuck, F Jazz, basically.
No, you're the first person who's told me that he's throwing my name out as like his
Yeah.
target if he stays, which I'm like, but
Yeah.
I'd be gone.
Well,
So
yeah, exactly.
what do you mean?
That's what I mean. Like, what are you talking about? So anyway,
And again, I'm very flattered if he wants to give me like all of the
Yeah.
kudos for all of his shitty mistakes, but you need to own those, bud. That's the biggest issue right now is a
Yeah.
lack of accountability.
exactly. He's just like explaining his reasoning for stuff, and like he's just throwing my name under the bus. You know what I mean? Like he was sour with Kevin as well. Like, you know, he did very sour stuff to me, and like again, that's where I heard. Sorry.
It's good. You just don't want to do that. John does it too. I stop him from picking.
Yeah, just again, that's what I heard, and I was like, well, obviously that makes sense. But then I was like, yes, I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And then it's like, Kevin, that doesn't make any sense. Like, you seem to just be throwing names of. I feel like he's just trying to put names out there of people that seem to be quote unquote unreadable and or don't have an ally, and Marty even.
Yeah.
And Marty even, right? Because Marty's like
Sure.
now
Free agenting.
Yeah, exactly.
Supposedly.
It's
yeah.
like, so it's like you're
Which
going-
again, maybe he is. I
Yeah,
don't
maybe
know.
He is, maybe he has a deep alliance. Who knows, right? So it's like you're going around trying to like put up names of people that everybody in the house is already like, well, we don't know about them,
right?
As a tactic of, don't worry, like I'm gonna go for them. It's like, well, I'm sure there's a lot of other people that might feel that way.
There's options everywhere as this
Yeah.
game evolves all the time.
Exactly.
Like,
So anyway, but yeah, you're right. Like, you don't have to do much work here, and yeah, I mean, look. Here's the other thing, though. A lot of people are like, "Bye, he's gone." Da, 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 da. This is a fucking crazy game. Canada could be voting this week.
sure.
We don't know anything.
He might pull out a secret veto of his butt.
Exactly.
Who knows?
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying, right? So it's like,
And
right,
I will
so-
never be overconfident. Like that's why I'm still taking the time to have one-on-one
Yeah.
conversations. Like, and I mean, obviously you and I haven't talked a lot of strategy, but I also feel like that's fair if you've already had alignment with other people early.
Yeah.
But also like the reset gives me an opportunity. I feel like personally, like you actually appreciate and respect me a lot more than other people do.
Right.
And I said this to you like day fucking one on that stage when you were like, I might know a certain someone. It isn't just like an alignment like that. It's like, I know you're going to be a challenger. I know you're a competitor. I've got the proof on my arm. I've got the proof from watching in the POV. I will say this to anyone who proves themselves. Like this season has been awesome in having anyone who's a direct target really, really fight for themselves and prove themselves. So like there are a lot of like targets, quote unquote, and I hate that word, but it is what it is, walking around. And it doesn't benefit me like to have a target shooting at my target. Like our targets keep our targets smaller. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
So again, if you already have alignment with things, like I totally understand all of that. I'm never gonna be like selling you the moon and the stars. If I can't gift you them, I hardly get access to them. But I do like you as a person. I have heard people say that you've thrown my name out, but I also feel like if I was in other people's shoes, I would have done that week 1 and 2 and maybe 3 as well, because it's an easy name to throw out. I've proven myself. I was targeted early. I would have done that too if I like was in a bigger group and there was someone on the block. Like it's just easy to avoid that person. And I think the more that you and I have been allowed to spend time together, you're like, hey, actually, I kind of like Jess as a person. We have a lot in common. Like we have good conversations. That doesn't always translate into game. But like I super respect you as a person and I respect you as a gamer. If that means anything to you, I want to say that.
No, I do appreciate you saying that, and honestly, I feel the same way about you, which is, and you know, I'll affirm that I definitely did throw out your name in those in that time, and obviously, you know, things have kind of dissipated and changed as that has gone on, but like I like whatever threat, I saw you as a strong player. You know what I mean? Everyone
I'm you know, very grateful, but also a terrible option for me.
Yeah, right. So you know, and that's where I can totally be honest with you. And like again, it's like initially you're like, oh damn, like let's get out the big players, like you know what I mean, like or let's do this, that, or like or these people that I think that might not benefit me at all because they're good is who I should be like targeting, quote unquote, right? But as things have gone on, it's literally only week 4, and I feel like I've literally completely flipped my idea about the way that this game works.
Okay.
You know, and you know, initially alignments were starting to build, but again, after that whole Kyle fuck up, essentially, that kind of went out the window.
Okay.
So it's not that I'm starting from scratch or anything like that. Like I still feel good with a few people and stuff like that. But again, it's one of those things that you never know.
Of
And
course.
after all of the sort of you know, misdirection and lies and you know, rumors that were spread, and some of it was
Mhm.
true. Like
Yeah.
some of the stuff that Kyle said about me was true. You know,
Mhm.
that I can say was. But again, because of all of that, it was like kind of now, you know, dug at my tree a little bit. So
Mhm.
I'm like, well, smack. Like I guess I kind of have to reconfigure who.
Get some new roots growing down.
Yeah, exactly,
Yeah.
and understand like where and who will be able to take me far. You know what I mean? Whether it's
Right.
through protection or alliance, right? And
Okay.
again, I think I think this week is a gift.
Mhm.
It's gonna be again, we don't know what's gonna happen. It would be a blessing to see Kyle walk out that door and
Mhm.
kind of give everyone a really big relief of the what are we gonna call it, toxicity.
I guess so, yeah. I
you
don't know. For me, it's manipulation right now.
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
I feel like I tried to give that kid space too, like on a personal level, and then it's like, I just wanted accountability,
Dude,
and
for
none of it's
real?
happened.
For real, I literally thought that you guys were like boys, like gang, alien, and fucking boys. Like, I thought
Like all the non-males are banding together, destroying you.
No.
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying I just thought you and Kyle were really, really, really close. That was my like straight up. I had a perception of that because like,
Amazing.
of the way that he was like talking to you and stuff like that, and then like, you know, like things I was hearing, I was like, nah, bro. It's like I definitely just like. But then after the vote, I was like, yo, this dude has no idea what he's doing. Like, you know what I mean? Like that
The
really.
problem is he flipped the script so many times.
Yeah.
Like I might have actually been like, okay, Kyle's well insulated, and that could have been helpful for me.
Yeah.
Like obviously, I was such a random islander. Like
Yeah.
I'm like, which boat passing by is going to be helpful for me?
Yeah.
He told me to climb on board. There's 1,000 fucking holes in it.
Yeah. Exactly.
And like lack of communication was an issue. Expecting like that whatever he did unequivocally was an issue.
Yeah.
And I said that straight out to him.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Like I literally asked him midweek moves for apologies.
For what he was doing.
Yeah. I'm like, explain your behavior. Because like it makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to me. And like I even thought him and Steph were close. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But like, why is she even sitting up there? I thought you and him were close. Why is who's sitting up there? Why did you tell me that it was going to be Betty?
Yeah.
And then you change it and don't tell anyone. Like they're like, I'm just like the miscommunication with absolutely everyone, from your closest allies to maybe a random person you're trying to pick up,
Right.
makes absolutely no sense. Like
Yeah.
you're just literally lighting your game on fire.
Exactly. And that was the thing, right? Like there's just so much complication, confusion. And the other thing as well, which I kind of I haven't said this to you, but I've been saying this to people, like, if there's anything that you did hear during that was like Kyle's back and forth or whatever that you want to dispute for your own, whether it's for your game or just for your own sanity, like I will answer them completely, whatchamacallit, without judgment. Like, you know what I mean? Like you can ask me any question I won't be offended by, because again, a lot of stuff was said. So if there is anything that you want to ask me and be like, hey, was this true or is this not true? I can absolve.
No,
you
I
of
mean,
that.
I already like.
But
yeah, I appreciate that openness though, and I'll bank that.
yeah, for sure. Like, you know, I could, and that's what I'm saying. Like, people come to me like, "This true, this true." I'll be like, "Yeah," I'm like, "Yeah, this is exactly what happened," type of thing. But yeah, otherwise, I mean, like, it was so again funny to see that in terms of everything that happened. And again, like now I think he's just gonna go down on his knife, just slandering me again. And I don't know, maybe you, hopefully not. But it's just a lot of. Again, I think there's a lot of security right now between us, at least.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, things are Gucci.
You watched early parts of season 9, right? You said.
No, season 7.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Kyle, please go to the diary room.
Oh, he's in that room. I'm like, why is that in this room?
Yeah.
That was weird.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, if I can count it right, Kyle Moore 1.0 went out week 4.
Oh yeah.
And now Kyle Moore 2.0 would go out week 4 if this happens.
Way, really? That's
Which I think is just ironic, like situationally ironic, and I'm laughing.
It's ironic.
Which is shitty of me to say. I shouldn't be a shitty person.
No, I know I shouldn't be a shitty person either, but like, it's just, you know, it's just so funny because, again, me and Kyle weren't best buds in university, but we like
saw each other all.
How did that even get off? I think we have a piece
Because I was carrying it like a little baby in my arm. I've collected it. It's mine. Shit's just falling off everywhere.
So strange.
Okay.
What's up?
What's up? I know we're good, but confidence is death in this game. So I don't ever want to not take the opportunity to sit one-on-one and talk to you. And I want to make sure, like, much like Summer was, like, I had like a conversation with you and Kyle. Like, she percolated on things. We talked. I think she talked more with Kyle. Like, it wasn't necessary. But I would have always shown up to that. So whatever. We don't need to talk about the mess that Kyle is, and like how I just was so thankful for last week and having the chance for us to prove like our trust in each other. And I want to build on that. And I know you're an incredible player and you have lots of friends in this house, but I am happy to be one of them. And
I don't know why everybody thinks that. I have so many friends.
Just because you're so wonderful.
Oh.
I would be, if someone like doesn't like you, I'd be wondering what the fuck is wrong with them. Actually.
Really?
Yeah, genuinely, you're just so wonderful. Like even all your self-love things, like generous, you know, like all those things.
Yeah, thank you.
Like I gave you a check mark on all those things you said, 100%. I just want to know if you're feeling anything, or I want to give you an opportunity to have any conversations with me about last week. You know that I hated it, every minute of it, having to play the double agent, and that really sucked. And I'm sure that it could have, because I know the fucking paranoia in this place, I've experienced it, if that planted any like seeds of doubt with you about anything, because it had to be back and forthy to give you an opportunity to discuss anything. So that was like my biggest thing.
Yeah, for sure.
The only time that your name came up was Kyle rattling off, oh, who do I replace with Moose? And he did say T, Summer, or Betty, which again, I'm like, that's an assumption, I guess, on him thinking or knowing that you're close with Moose, which I didn't take for anything. And he told me that it would be Betty out of that bunch, which I instantly told Betty about. And that's who I thought the target was going to be. So then Josh going up is fucked up to me.
Yeah.
So I feel like I've communicated with you about how he operated, how he was trying to cut off my allies the whole week. And yeah, I just want to give you the opportunity to talk to me about anything that you talk to me about.
You're so funny. Well,
I'm just the awkward kid. Don't mind me. I'm the awkward kid.
Awkward.
Okay.
Awkward.
Okay.
First off, I think that you've landed in a sweet position this week.
No.
Like,
Shit, thank you for doing what you do there, bud.
You know, so that is like great for you. And thing about that, and he's like, that's funny because he told me that Jess mentioned him, Herman, to go. So then I was like, okay. Then in that moment, I was like, okay, I think that this is just bullshit.
Yeah.
Which is why I didn't even speak to you about it, because me and Summer were like, okay, we'll have the group thing.
Sure.
Right? And then when I got that from Herman, I said, I don't even think that there's a point to do that because I don't think it's actually true. Because Herman had a different version of the exact same story.
Mm-hmm.
So that was that. And
Right.
other than that, I didn't have anything else. I think there was like when with the Steph thing, like how we were trying to not tell her or whatever, and you might have mentioned to Betty that I was like telling people that I was gonna tell her.
You had said forwardly to me.
Yeah.
That you were gonna tell Steph.
Exactly.
And I was like, we shouldn't tell her at all. And you were like, I want to tell her like an hour.
Yeah, like
before.
an hour before, exactly.
And then I just said to Betty, I'm worried that an hour would get them trying to rally some shit.
Yeah.
I wasn't ever trying to tell you what to do. You're a grown-ass woman. You do what you want.
Yeah.
So that was my only concern, that it would give them time to rally. And at that point, too, we weren't still certain on votes. And the votes that you can unequivocally count for, like Herman or Moose, like are people that aren't super close to me, right? Like
Yeah.
I'm still trying to build that.
Right.
And so compared to the siblings, like that was something that I was like worried about, which is why when Marty's like, fuck that, I'm not down on this, and changed his, where he was aligned, you know, like I'm not going to align with that anymore. I want Josh to be here.
Yeah.
I felt a little more, okay, good. Like, and I think we have the votes then. And I don't know if that's what changed people who were still undecided's minds.
Yeah.
Which is something I'm still trying to figure out. I don't know if you're still deciding on that too.
No.
Okay, great. Then then you can trust that. But
Yeah.
I've been open with you about how certain people have said my name, certain people haven't. I don't have tons to go off of. I feel like an HOH would also be helpful, but like you're not on my hit list. And
That's good to know.
yeah. And I hope I'm not on yours either.
No.
You know? So like that's all that needs to be said there. I do feel like Kyle's gonna, or he was
Just miserable.
Absolutely.
Baby batter.
Honestly, I think cinnamon might be ruined for me after this.
I think my
Me
chest
too.
is closing in. The more I drink it.
Well, we're drinking it nonstop.
I think we got to start talking positively about it.
We love slop.
Yeah, no, I love it too. I would just like, I would definitely I could
why?
eat a sandwich every day though.
There's some for some reason
you know
Olivia
what?
made me feel like
Last
we
season,
should talk positively about it.
They, what
Yes.
did they get?
Sorry, I was
think they got
slacking right
slop
there,
and
Mo.
peanut
I love
butter
slop. Slop is
sandwiches.
really nutritious
Okay,
for
so they
you.
could make like toast
Stay
as
fit.
well. So
Oh.
they had slop and then peanut butter
It's good for me?
Yes.
Yeah, I love it then. So good.
Yeah, peanut butter jelly sandwiches and slop would not be that bad. 'Cause then you just toast the bread, take the
Yeah,
crust off,
just-
just keep it in maybe turn it into little hearts.
You could probably coat it. Oh my god! Imagine taking the sandwich, dipping it in the slop, like very like wet mixture.
Stop.
And then
like French
frying
toast,
it,
like
French toast. That'd be nice. It'd be so organic. Like it would just be so natural.
Organic can be word that you're using.
Loving it. Really want to implement it, and I want to also hear
Like
everyone else implement.
organic or organic.
Because I heard someone else say organic. Oh, I heard Cal say organic in a
Again,
conversation. I
I
was
used to
like,
go to a
thank
place
you
called Organic.
for the little.
Throw that in there.
That's what you're trying to do
Okay,
here.
but I like the way that you're
Little-
using it. You're not using it in the common way that you'd use the word.
Right.
organic,
I always
you know?
love to take words and reinvent their meaning.
Yeah, I like
right? So
that.
if I say like panty, like no, I'm not actually wearing panties. I got boxers, but I refer to mine as
I
panties.
call men's
That's
I call
good.
men's underwear panties because I think it's more gender neutral for both females and males if it's panties.
Oh, that's not where.
Not gitch.
No, I don't
That
use
is
that one.
affection that nobody wants.
The day that I said gitch, and I was like, does anybody say gitch? I'm just curious.
No,
never heard that
never,
word.
never used it in my life.
No,
Oh my
I've
God,
never
that's
heard
a thing
bitch.
that my mom would say as a joke when I
No.
was younger, and now like I just will say that ironically.
I'll
Yes.
say underwear or gachia. Your gachi.
Gitchy. So that's
Gachi.
similar.
Yeah, gachis. Like don't get your gachi tied
Like
up in
your
a knot.
gitchies.
Like don't get your underwear tied up in a knot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Say underwear.
Underwear I find like is very like
Use a lot of
mature.
words that don't mean what they actually mean.
You do?
I think, yeah, I think I do. Or like words that like to over exaggerate anything that I'm saying. Absolute, whatever.
Yeah.
Or
I'm
or-
finding myself saying more absolute, or I think I've always said absolute, but now that you're saying it a lot more often, I'm catching myself saying it
there's
too.
yeah, okay, that's
Like
cool.
more, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You probably
One of
say
those
that a lot in your line of work. Absolutely. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
100%, absolutely, yeah, yeah. Rock and roll. Let's rock and
Guaranteed?
roll.
You say
Guaranteed.
that?
Oh yeah. So let's rock and roll. You all ready to? Let's rock and roll.
Oh yeah. I can
Guaranteed is
see
a
that.
very strong word too.
Guaranteed.
Guaranteed.
You know, yeah.
Excellent.
No, I don't use excellent.
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 When I'm serving, it'll always be
Brilliant.
for sure. Oh, for sure.
Oh, wicked.
For sure.
For sure.
I love
Yeah,
Wicked.
all the time.
Yeah, wicked.
Wicked.
For
I don't
sure,
say
wicked.
wicked.
We use wicked a lot.
I say
Wicked, wicked,
wicked,
wicked.
yeah.
Wicked.
I
Right,
just
right.
say sure, absolutely. I say absolutely cool, excellent. I say excellent.
I used to say
You do
make up
say
words.
excellent a
I
lot.
say,
Yeah.
oh my goodness, like something exciting's happening. You're gonna freak out. I say hernia moment. Oh my goodness, hernia moment.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. What
Hernia
does that
moment.
mean?
I literally made it up. I don't know. I've never had
What
a
is
hernia.
that? What is that type of
Knock on
moment?
wood. Like
Can't only guys get hernias?
exciting. Like right now, the doors, the
I don't know if it's
We're
gender
gonna-
specific. I don't, I don't think it's like
doors will be
anything
opening up. Oh my
to do
goodness,
with
hernia moment. Oh my goodness, hernia
Oh my
moment.
gosh, I've never
Excited.
heard that.
Yeah, I literally made it up. I don't know why.
like
you
I
use
had
that
Yeah, okay.
Maybe I
that is
think
one
that
word.
You
just
had
because my
one?
dad's the
Yeah.
only person in my life that's ever had one.
It's things
I think
like
it's like, isn't it something exploding?
No,
Oh yes.
Yeah.
That's what a hernia is.
I had a
it's from
hernia.
like hard work,
It
isn't
protrudes
it?
out
I had
your
mine when
belly.
I was born with one
Like right here?
in my belly button.
Yo, my
That's why I
buddy-
have an Audi.
Oh, one of my
Oh,
buddies
sorry.
had one
Oh,
like
it's
around
cute.
here.
But is that like, is it caused by stress?
As a baby?
No. As an adult.
No.
But as an adult, I think it is.
Like hernia
Like
moment.
hard
Oh my
work.
goodness.
As an adult, I don't know.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
Just
know
a stressed out
doesn't get
baby.
stressed.
Screw this world.
I'm just so hungry. I don't know what I'm saying.
Oh my
So what is tonight for sure, right? Yeah.
Where's the sun looking at? Who knows how to read the sun? Like a dial.
Oh, last time I was out on sorry.
Holy shit.
The fuck?
Let's get dinner going.
Yeah, what the hell?
Sorry, last time I was outside, I think it might have been like 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Well, okay.
I feel like when I came in, it was like 5:30.
Is it dark?
When I was just outside and it was
You were in. You came in after
I
me.
came after you.
Yeah. So maybe like, what do you think, like
it
6
was
or something?
cloudy. No suns are gone. The sun's
Sun,
gone.
where's it gone?
Is it? Sun's gone?
Sun's gone. Isn't
In
it?
terms of
Holy.
it being dark or in terms of the sun just being clouded now? Like which way
Clouded.
is it gone? Just clouded, not gone?
Yeah, but it's not as bright. Like it's slowly.
Okay.
So, right. Sounds good. I got the idea of where we're at.
I know. I wonder, okay, because I think that it was gonna be meal at $900 at the door, but now I definitely think we're at like at least $8.99.
I'm thinking we're at like $8.98. Thing.
What is it right now on the door?
It was at.
We're in the 8th?
I think we must be.
Maybe double check to see where we're at. Are you getting up? Oh, sorry, I thought you were.
No, not yet. Just trying to figure out if if I need to eat again or not.
It's so sad.
Should you? Then you got to clean the blender.
I think we should just wait.
Just tough it out.
It's not even
Okay,
worth
so
it.
can we just agree that if we say anything violent towards each other,
It's
another
fine.
exaggeration word. Okay, if we say anything violent towards each other or like off-putting, understand that we're all a little hungry.
Yeah.
And that
Why are people doing that now?
I'm already there, bro. Like
I know. I
can only speak for myself.
I see it in your eyes.
I know.
It's a fool,
You know
it's
what?
a rage.
To me, I feel like you've lost your spirit.
Thank you. Thank you so much, because this isn't the real me.
That's how I see it. I just see you like a little bit, like all my lips are straight up dry.
Yeah.
I'm just straight hungry.
I can't seem to get enough water in. You know, the thing is, my piss is yellow. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. If I come for your neck right now, it's not me.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be barking at each other. But I am easily irritable.
That's what I mean. It's not like on purpose. You could be like, yo, move your flip flop. I'm like, no, I'm taking a stand. You know what I mean? And it's not the one I should be standing on. So.
I mean, yeah, some people are handling it very well.
But do you think it's just kind of an act? So then other people don't think they're struggling. So then you don't think, oh, like if you ever get a chance to pick have-nots,
Act
you know?
while being hungry. To me, I'm like, that is twisted.
Right? That's what I mean.
is hard.
Diabolical.
Yeah, like
It is
that's
hard.
like major gameplay. Like, oh, I'm fine. Yeah, give me another bucket of that.
Yeah,
for sure.
no.
But there's no way that you like it. There's no way you like
I
that.
can live on it. I actually do think at this point I'm starting to enjoy it, like by adding like little stuff. And the temperature for me is a big deal.
You like it warm?
Oh yeah, it needs to be warm. No,
Warm with condiments?
It needs to be warm at this point. It cannot be cold. I've tried the cold and literally, like it's like my body just like kick. It's like whoa, 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 whoa. It's like starting the car. It's just like la 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 la. And like as soon as I heat it up, if I heat it up, it just like works its way down. But if it's cold,
Oh my God. That's exactly what we witnessed.
That is so funny. I can't.
yeah, it almost took me out. It almost took like.
It almost took me out.
Your car battery just died.
I know. Yeah.
Gas in your engine.
Well, it's tough when you go in. It's tough when you're fighting like everything your body's been trained to do. Like, you need to. It's like fuck no. Body's like,
And it's like you eat lots of meat, right? So you've been veg now for almost 3 days.
Yeah.
That's also tough on your system.
I think that's what's happening too. I think my heart's
True.
shutting
That's a
down.
great call, actually.
There's
Yeah.
iron in it, right?
There's
Yeah.
iron, of course.
It's everything you need.
But I'm just
It's
saying,
actually amazing.
if you're eating like, deli meats or steaks or whatever it is, you're having chicken and all of a sudden that's eliminated from your diet.
Yeah.
I think that could be tough.
Yeah, for sure.
I think also like what my body's struggling with as well is like actually I think it's a benefit really because slop is nutritious and delicious. Is the lack of preservatives in my body. I can really feel my hemoglobin coming back
Is
to
it
its
hemoglobin blood?
to its regular count. Yeah. My white blood cells are returning.
Do you know what your blood type is?
No.
Does anyone?
No.
Would you?
Someone said
no clue.
that we should know that as adults. Someone told me that in this house.
Though, if you pay for it.
No, my
or
boyfriend
I
gives a lot of blood.
If you donate blood.
He
cute,
donates
right?
so much
The
blood that he
additional
has like so
circle.
many
So
pins.
nice.
Oh, I love that.
Really?
I tried
Yeah.
to donate, but I
Does he
went
have a
to
special
different
type of-
country, we weren't allowed for like
No,
6
he has a
Oh,
regular
really?
blood, but
Travel
he
certain
really
places,
feels
like you have to wait.
like he's
certain
giving
areas.
back when he
Time
gives
period.
blood because
not allowed
he
to
knows
donate
how
either.
much, especially Edmonton needs blood for patients. Yeah, so he gives blood all the time.
Aww.
Your body-
what a sweetheart.
My mom should. She's a universal blood donor, but she's like, oh yes, I go. I'm tired today. You need to go get blood.
You don't-
I don't do it because I have very low iron.
Okay.
I'm gonna go right after this because usually I have tattoos and you have to wait 6 months. There's
Oh,
space
that's
between-
another thing. Yeah.
Yeah, 6 months.
Oh, so you can go tatted though, right?
Yeah,
You can, but you can't have
be
had a
fresh.
tattoo within the last 6 months.
Oh, that's interesting.
So
September.
They have
that's
a lot
always
of
been
rules.
hard.
Yeah, and also
October?
like traveling certain areas.
Yeah, that's
you
it,
have
yeah.
to depends on where it is.
All right.
You have to wait 6 months.
Yeah, they do that too.
Yeah,
But
my
yeah, no,
friend, she-
definitely.
yeah, her father passed away in 2012, and so every year they do a blood drive in his honor.
And yeah, super amazing. Shout out Ramen. And with that same thing, it'll be lined with people, but I guess it's so particular of like certain things you can. Yeah, even like some like vitamins or medication you're on.
And you know
to
what
be
the thing
healthy.
is? They make you take this big questionnaire, and then if you don't hit one of the criteria, you'll go with the full intent, but then you'll get declined while you're there. I'm like, can't you just take this while you're at home? But I guess it's not a thing.
They still want you to show up.
Yeah, I get it.
Not to be deterred by not doing the questionnaire, I guess. Hey, you pull up, you're like, put it in me.
Yeah.
Right there. And they're like, well, there's a 600 questionnaire.
For sure.
Then you feel like a piece of shit. You're already committed.
Definitely.
I'm trying to get my blood given so I can figure out what it is. Mostly, it's mostly for me.
I wonder what it is. I don't know.
Did they tell you your type when you give it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they tell you their type when you give it.
I just don't remember.
It's like a B negative or something.
It's been such a hot minute.
I don't know.
B negative.
My sister's universal, but that doesn't mean that I would be.
No,
like,
it
everyone's
doesn't.
different. Yeah.
Your sister's universal?
Universal. What exactly? Like, what exactly does that mean?
O negative. It means that your blood can be given to anyone.
And like, what makes it universal? Like, I
It's
just
just that like your body. Sorry, go ahead.
No, please.
it can be congealed.
It doesn't congeal.
That's why I said go ahead. 'cause I was going to say something dumb.
It just means that your body like will accept it, not reject it. So
Wow.
they either need your exact match or the universal type.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. My
Interesting.
mom gave it to her brother before he died because he needed it.
Aw.
Very cute. She's an angel. I love you.
She's so cute.
Would you all give a, let's say, kidney?
To who though?
Okay, would it have to be to
Just in
somebody, or
general?
let's say if you're a match to somebody, or would it have to be like family, friends, or like?
Am I gonna die?
Or your friend's cousin?
Have I died?
No, no. You're alive. You just, it's a kidney. You have 2 kidneys, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then you can give one and you keep one.
To someone I don't know?
No,
Never.
let's say, okay, no. Family, friends.
Never. Straight up.
Would you straight up?
No. Okay, no.
No?
I wouldn't go far-fetched or random. No, I'm talking, let's say, your friend's
Sorry.
sibling. Your friend's sibling.
Your
You know them.
sibling.
How tight are
Okay.
we?
Your friend's sibling.
It's Betty's like
I'm
the
not
outer circle.
close enough to ask you.
There's contingencies on Betty's
Yeah,
kidneys
close
for
enough
sure.
to
Am I alive or am I dead?
You're alive.
But you're not
Okay.
a body
Oh, I
donor.
was gonna.
Honestly,
You survived. You're
Can I
alive.
ask a question prior to this?
Yeah.
One more, yeah.
Because I feel like there's a lot of questions about who it would be, which
Okay.
I respect.
Okay.
Are all of you signed up to be organ donors upon your passing?
I think that's a personal question.
It's a personal question?
I think so.
Sure.
Yeah, that is a personal question.
And then if that,
I
so
know
then I'm
actually.
like,
I guess
I feel
this
like,
actually
so
is
that's why
also
I'm
a
asking
personal-
Oh, is
that.
it a
in
personal
that way.
question too?
But-
So
it's
that's
a
why
good
I'm
question.
asking that first, because
I
I'm
think
like,
this is
even if you're
hypothetical,
dead,
though.
like bodies are still like sacred
Okay,
to
let's
some
not
people
change
in a
subject.
certain
My
way.
bad.
That's why
I
I'm
did-
like,
yeah.
do you know what I
Fair.
mean? That's why I was like, this is a prerequisite question.
Yeah.
To
It
answer.
would
Like,
depend on the
1,000
situation.
questions.
It would depend on the
If
situation.
it was a friend's sibling, I'm gonna go with no, unless you're like immediately like. There's got to be a few other people within your immediate circle, I would think,
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
maybe could donate a kidney.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I've been turning up for a little bit. I don't know if you even want my kidney at this point. But
Your kidneys aren't impacted by alcohol. I thought it was your liver.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah, so but still no.
What is a kidney?
This is me outside of leaving the doctor's office. Wait, we can use your kidney still.
Oh my
that's a
god, this guy.
I would do it for family.
Yeah, like if my
Family
dad.
I would
or like
do
a
like
best friend.
I'll do family like a bestie.
Yeah.
I'll do like, yeah.
I know, I don't know, man.
Otherwise, that thought came to my head because I don't know why I was thinking of the celebrity, and then her friend donated. Why
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about that.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
There's that one girl who donated, I think it was her kidney, to her boyfriend.
Oh,
She's
then
like,
you broke up with her, right?
he broke up with her.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, to the mother.
No. She gave, it was she
Get
gave
out
her
of town.
kidney, I'm pretty sure, to her boyfriend. Like, literally needed it to live.
Yes, you're right.
She was like in her teens too. Like,
Yeah,
she wasn't
yeah.
like an adult. And he broke up with her, like, because he
remember that.
cheated on her.
Oh
Then he
my
broke up with
god,
her.
Yeah.
the story keeps getting worse.
That should be made into a movie.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Well, I also
What's the
think-
happy ending?
He cheated on her.
And this is like
her
public
kidney inside of
information.
him.
This isn't like something I know. It's like public information
I
because
know-
it's
I
been
know
shared all
about
over
that.
social media.
Wow.
for
was
her
this
to
like,
have
was this
This is the most
And she doesn't
disrespectful-
regrets it.
Yeah.
She doesn't regret it?
No.
Because she saved his life.
Yeah.
Because I think if
Okay,
you make
wow.
a decision like that,
Someone
it can't be
hook
about
that-
a
hook
like
that
it
beauty
has
up
to be a
with a beautiful
personal
life
choice.
story.
Like, it
Seriously.
that's my
Because yeah,
partner,
Jason was like,
you-
we need to make this a movie, and I'm like, yeah, and her life's got to end happy. That
Yeah.
has to be the come up.
Okay, so then she has a whole realization about it could be a meaning behind it. Could be
Mm-hmm.
And there's another one like on
Donating, you know,
social
it's
media that
personal
happened
thing,
where
changing
the girlfriend donated
He cheated
to
on her with her kidney.
No, sorry, the boyfriend donated
In
to
him.
the girlfriend's mom, and then she broke
See,
up
I
with
would
him.
never be able to get that out
But
of
the
my head.
mother
I would
has his kidney.
actually.
The only thing I
Wait,
know
what?
Freaking go for it.
So this couple, they're together.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you big.
The girlfriend's mother
I would
needs
never go for it.
I would just.
kidney.
You like
Yeah.
Her
like a little
boyfriend,
spider monkey.
so her son-in-law
when you're drinking and
donated
turn up and you get a little
To the mom.
feisty.
to the mom,
Like when
and
you're
then they
like,
broke
you're talking
up.
about like you're saying like
She broke up.
you
The
can get
girlfriend broke up
feisty
with her
through
boyfriend.
phones.
But yeah, her
Yeah.
mom
Like, are
has
you
the
like,
kidney.
"Rah!"
That was on
Like, no,
social
not
media
that.
too. I read
Oh.
on
Not a
Like,
spider monkey.
like, okay, yeah,
I'm
listen.
definitely just heightened.
can't
Like
take it back,
everyone's just heightened.
Yeah.
Emotions. I'm very
Yeah,
loud.
like
Did you get like
very-
big fights
This
like with your
convo,
significant
though.
other? Like if you're like,
Yeah, I think if
like,
I
you
was
guys
doing
are-
something like
Yeah.
that, I'd
Yeah,
have
yeah.
to
Because
like
he
full
was-
intentionally
but he
like
was
Yeah.
do this from my
So if
heart.
I-
Like the
Mhm.
person,
Match.
like it
It
doesn't
would be
matter what
matched.
happened.
And also we were living
Yeah.
together for like
So that's why
2
it's
years
tough. I
in a
can't
in the
answer it unless it was
pandemic.
like a
No.
parent,
A little
100%,
tiny
yeah.
apartment.
like a mom or a
Yeah.
So
dad
it
or a
really
brother or my
got me going.
nephews. Like
Yeah.
it
When I
was
was
very
drinking,
tough.
that's when I would be like, I'd bring things up. I'd be like, let's
I
go
agree,
through
I
the
get that.
docket of
Oh,
you
of
know,
course.
it'd be one of those.
Yeah.
Before
But he
they're
like brought that out of me.
Maybe.
But I hated that because that's not who I was in any of my
You
past
can be like a
relationships.
calm like.
Yes.
Maybe double
Yeah,
check
it really
the
depends. I need a
intentions
chill
off,
guy.
'cause this whole-
Yeah.
Yeah,
Are you sure? I don't
actually,
mind.
because there was no
I've been somebody that's just
paper
like
towel
very
in this
like,
downstairs
competitive,
washroom.
Right.
So I was
And then
gonna
it just
check
doesn't
in there anyway
Yeah.
for
because
PT.
it's just always just going at it. So
What's PT?
There
Paper
you go.
towel.
yeah,
What's it?
Not TP.
I've
Toilet
learned.
paper.
That's fair.
yeah.
That makes sense. I was
Wow,
wondering
you
if you're
fell
like,
down.
because I know like
Classic
some of my
Jess, what are
buddies
you
have
saying?
dated
Do
girls
you
who are
what you
like
just said,
just
okay.
like
Love that.
every
So I'll
time they
soak
turn
these
up,
and then
it's
see
like
if there's paper towel and
not
then if
always
it's
a
locked, I'll
fight,
come
but
Like a
it's
big
like
drama.
Yes.
No, I
always a
hate.
thing.
I
Open
hate
and
people
we're
like
still
that. I
waiting.
hate
Man,
that.
it's so
I like to
annoying.
absolutely
Man, why do you find these
vibe.
girls all the time?
Yeah, no, that's not it. I hate that. And I've had guy friends with girlfriends like that. And I'm like, dude,
What? Like what?
I gotta figure this out.
Loud fight, like the fight, like aggressive, fighty, kind of like always in
Like
a
always
drunk
picking a
fight.
fight.
Couples
always,
who fight in public are
Yes.
my number one pet peeve. It
Beyond
makes me feel
awkward.
uncomfortable.
Really?
That's
So
so
uncomfortable.
I love it.
Oh, I hate it.
I
my
thrive
God.
on it.
no.
And you're
It's
probably
fun
sitting
when
there
it's
like,
not you.
Oh, I love
You
it.
sit and watch?
Yeah.
If it's your friends,
Oh yeah.
what? That's
Really?
Go at it.
Go out
You're
and I wanna
sick.
listen.
You're sick.
Yeah, no way, not
It's
for
awkward
me.
though. At my birthday dinner once, like my best friend and her boyfriend were in this fight at the table because he was already hammered, and it's just awkward because they like got up and like left my birthday dinner, and then my phone was crying. I was like, oh my god, what is going on? And it was this whole thing. So in that scenario, didn't like that.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna full on fight. Like anybody yelling at each other, like I will.
If
I
it's
will.
couples
walk.
I don't
I mean, not like
Yeah.
aggressively, you know what I mean? But I
Yeah,
mean,
you're
like,
You're like,
No, like
they're in the
yelling
front
at
seat,
the
you know, they're
Yeah,
in the
yeah, yeah.
driver and passenger seat. You're in the back seat, and they're just going at it. I'm just like,
I love when the girls
except
just
when they
give
do
it
it
the
all the
business,
time.
you know?
I don't like the people that do it all the time.
Yeah, when it's the
like
couple
notorious.
that
Every
goes
time you
out.
go out, they're always leaving early.
Every time.
They always leave at like 11 when everyone's out to
They
like.
just
I
go
know.
walk
I'm
or
fine with
whatever.
that,
Like
but
that.
it's too much. It's too much.
I
Yeah.
just find it so like go to a bedroom, like go
Smart
somewhere
thing,
else
love
and do
it.
it. Why are you
Yeah.
looking at me? It
Love
makes me
to
feel
see it.
uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Unless
Also,
it's
what I
someone
love
I
to
don't
see-
know and it's at dinner and then
Oh,
I'm going
then
at it.
you're
Then
lit.
I'm like,
Love
yeah,
Love to
keep
see
it going.
Yeah.
What up? But not.
You know
not
what's
if
funny
it's
is when you go to like dinner and then like you see a couple
do you
that's
do?
probably like on their first date or something, and you just start to
freak out.
analyze it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like you're like,
Yeah.
oh god, that's for sure their
people
first date.
watching, favorite thing to
I
do.
Yeah.
At work,
Like
like
dinner,
when
same.
we're like at my
That
serving
was
job,
that
we
when I went
always talk about that. We'll always be like,
So-
check out table 100. Definitely first date vibes. And then people are like, oh, that's so cute. And then we'll all walk by and like take a look.
Yeah.
People, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
That's
Lots
so
of-
funny. For
Not
sure
shit
there is.
talking
Your
at
vibe
tables.
No,
There's
I
a lot
just
of
like
conversation.
having like
my
a whole,
vibe
there's like a
helps.
fight going on in a moment. I just like lean back, just sipping my drink.
Okay.
When we talk, I'm like, oh yeah, actually, sorry, I'm not listening to this full
Are you like me,
conversation. I got
studying
something else
along
going
with
on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like,
The real
yeah.
entertainment.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
Have
also,
you guys
I feel
ever
like
been in a
everyone's
public
learning
fight?
method. Like, I
Oh,
feel like
yeah.
pen and paper is normal.
Not now,
Everyone
but
can
like
do
when
that in
past
school and
relationship.
stuff.
On and
But
off,
like,
every single
Yeah.
day.
comes to learning
I did
Anytime.
mine too, and it
Not
was so
anymore.
all all about how your brain
Yeah.
works.
Public.
I've been like
Never
arguing,
public.
Songs, some people
but
are doing
like
like
full on
poems, some
fletch.
people are just like
No,
organizing from
person.
top to bottom.
I do it like in the
Some
ear,
people are
like
doing visualizations. Like there's so many ways to do it. So
you
Yeah.
know, that one of those. I haven't done full.
We always be like everything's but like we'd keep it trying to keep everything.
We've definitely gone to arguments in public, yeah, in front of friends. Have before, like
in front of friends.
in front of friends, like
so
you're
embarrassing
like
the next
almost
day.
Yeah.
break a
Embarrassing,
toe.
yeah.
with
And it's usually
Clorox.
alcohol induced.
Oh, every time.
Oh, yeah.
Always.
Yeah, it's never sober.
Yeah.
No, when you're sober, you can like hold it. You can think rationally.
Yeah,
Drunk,
100%.
no.
I just
Oh,
pull
sorry,
up like
together I
you
said
see
brand
something like
names,
you
sorry,
don't like
together.
we'll just be chilling like man, where's my girl at? It's been a little quiet. You look up, just twerking on the table. Get the fuck off the table, man.
That's happened?
Yeah. Can you get off the table? Oh, okay. Just like right away. So,
Oh my gosh.
damn it.
Oh my goodness.
Have you guys ever seen exes after you guys have been together? And has that been awkward?
Yes.
The last time I saw mine, it was a little weird.
It was like the first time I seen him after, like, it was over Christmas, and I was just like, it put me in a bad headspace.
It was like you guys was at a
Was
social
this the
event?
person that you were living with?
Yeah, 3.5 years, and then I seen them out at
At a
thing.
social event?
It was like we're just at a pub.
Oh,
thing.
you weren't expecting to see them?
No, not at all.
Oh,
and then they were over there like with other people, and I was like, oh, man, worst. And like this is the type. When I say going out, like, we were like drinking since like noon.
Oh.
So like we were lit, and it was like
You're
8
in your
o'clock.
feels.
Yeah, and then I was like, oh, like you know what I mean. And then
Did you say hi?
yeah, she came over. Like we have mutuals and stuff too, so it was like it was just a weird vibe. And then I kind of popped off a little bit, but
Like got angry with them?
not with them. I was just angry. I was just like an angry bull. I was like, I gotta get out of here.
Oh, you're just fired up.
Yeah, I was fired up. No, it's all
Fired
it is
up.
all good. That was like
This
feels like an
is-
eternity ago. I was like
No, it's
totally
not.
good. I could see him anywhere. I'd be fine.
It's bacon
I could probably
grease.
give him a hug. At this point.
Would you be upset if you saw them with somebody else, like they've moved on?
Then probably
Then?
yeah, but
Yeah,
now
no.
now absolutely not. Like
Yeah.
I'm very happy. I want them to like
Mhm.
find someone else. Yeah,
That's cute.
100%.
You get to that point though, I think, like where it's first, it's like it'd be like the most gut wrenching thing, but when you hit that point now, you're like, I want like go do your thing. I want you to like.
100%. Like
yeah.
I definitely want her to be happy. So you know, I want to be happy. I want her to be happy. Yeah.
I've never seen an ex out in public. I don't know what I would
Really?
No, I think I would probably just ignore them if I did. Like,
None of my business.
yeah. No, never. Have you?
Oh yeah, like being from a smaller city, 100%.
That's why
We're
me
all
too,
part
yeah.
of the same like friend circles.
Same spots.
All at the same bars.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all know each other. Everyone knows who your exes are. It's super annoying.
Everyone knows everything about everything.
Yes. So then it's like
Wow.
my ex-boyfriend. He wasn't from Thunder Bay. He's from London, Ontario. But
Best.
yeah, so it was actually kind of nice when he moved away because then it's like, hey, can we all just stop talking about him? You know what I mean? But of course, it's like everyone's asking about him. Everyone's this because everyone knows every little detail. All my guy friends are friends with him. All my friends. So messed up, so annoying.
Yeah, that's so weird that first part where you're like, everyone's kind of figuring out like what's okay. Like there's someone having a gathering. Hey,
Yeah.
they're gonna be there. Are you cool with that, or is it like
Yeah,
just
the
gonna be
awkward little
weird?
thing.
So it's like,
Especially if you share friends.
yeah.
I haven't seen him since though. That boyfriend in particular. I feel like when I see him again, I don't know.
One of
what
my
I'm
exes
gonna
moved to
feel about.
Newfoundland. Who's blessed.
Oh wow.
From Nanaimo to Newfoundland. I was like, "Phew, buddy, this is it. I'm good to go."
I don't know why. I just don't see. I can't. Nanaimo. I don't understand what girls that you would be with in Nanaimo. And I'm thinking, I just don't get it.
Trust
Like I
me.
see what's like, I just don't.
Trust me. Trust me. I'm
I
making
need to
it
know
work.
what Nanaimo's
I'm
like. I've
making
been
it
hearing
work.
you talk about it like this all the
Okay.
time.
It's
What is it
amazing. It's an
like?
amazing place, but
It
it's
is
like
an amazing place.
I like a girl that's like a little more like big city. A little more big
like,
city.
Yeah, I see you with like a city person, not
Yeah.
a Nanaimo Victoria
I
person.
make it work, you know. You just
What's a
I like
Victoria
that.
person? My girlfriend just moved there, but from Edmonton.
I feel like they're normally pretty like chill and hipster kind of vibes. Like
Yeah,
from what
more
I've
like-
gotten.
that's more than Nanaimo.
Like
You think?
yeah,
Yeah.
like we're gonna go
Like 20
like
minutes
Sunday.
away.
We're gonna go do like a 6 a.m. hike. you know,
Yeah.
on a Sunday.
Mount Finlayson.
Fiddlation.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
And it just be like,
That's a mountain. You're allowed to say it.
it is. Yeah.
Mount Finlayson or
You're
whatever.
right, yeah.
Yeah, I freaking I like that. I was like, yeah, let's get it.
yeah, I don't know, just
yeah,
like,
girl.
just more city rather than, I don't know. I
like those kind of girls with their freaking.
No, I like them
They
too.
have the boots. They make like the tea at the top of the hike.
Yes!
Like,
I love
you know what I'm
that.
saying? The two. Listen, like I know exactly the type of girl, and that's like there's a lot of them. So like
You're
and
not
it's-
into that?
Nah, it's not for me. But like we went camp. So my compromise was like, you know, I went camping.
No
a
hate
lot
to
with
any of
my-
those girls, please. don't
Yeah,
come
no
at me.
hate, no hate, no shade, no shade. We love you all.
all that.
Love
I
you
love
all.
all that too.
And I'm a fan. Anyways, like I went camping a lot. That was like my compromise.
I love
But, like,
camping.
Camping, they like.
Give an
you
RV
know,
though, I bet.
They were
You don't
doing
tent.
no. I didn't. I was taking camping basically, and she had everything you could ever need for camping. Like been camping since like she was a kid, right? So like those camping trips were fun. They were just a lot of work. And then eventually I was like, you know, I'm not like really a camper. I get like taken camping. You know, I'm not like the setup guy. I'm like the guy who comes with a setup. I'm a piece of shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah, like I'll clean
You
up.
can't pitch a tent?
Yeah.
Like, are you from Alberta? It's like 5
All
minutes.
right, so no, you can't.
Okay.
He's like, yeah, no,
Funny, you know
He's
what I'm
laughing
saying?
off. It's not a
Are you
joke.
with me? Okay.
You
good.
can't pitch a tent?
Oh
No,
my
I
God.
can pitch a tent.
Come on.
You can totally pitch a tent.
Oh my God.
You are valedictorian. Yes,
Shut
you can. Josh can't either.
Can I get something to eat?
I feel like I'm just waiting to like be fed.
I need to eat.
No, I ate dinner 5 o'clock. Come on.
I love you so
Then you coming
much.
back?
Brother.
Yeah.
I love you so much, big brother.
I don't
But that's okay. That's
Would
okay.
love
This is fun to
to
see.
eat.
This might be the best meal we've ever had coming up right here.
Wow.
Because I've never
I'm
felt
just
so
curious.
deprived.
I'm just curious to see
so-
what they're gonna bring.
I feel like it's gonna be Italian, based on
Oh,
Kevin's
that's fine,
ending.
yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
who knows? Sorry.
I don't, or it could be burgers and fries. Like
that
something
would
like
be good. That
universal,
would be good.
vegetarian, not vegetarian, you know, burgers, because veggie burgers, you
Wendy's
know,
would be
I
meat
think like
burgers.
some food like burgers and fries.
Wendy's would be
or-
incredible.
Wendy's would
Wendy's
be
would be
great.
amazing.
You know,
Just a whole spread out all over the table.
You pick what
I would have like 4 I already looked through the sand. I looked in all the towels. I looked in all the pillows. Did I look through all the pillows? All right.
Everyone left?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you shut the doors?
Just talking to myself in here.
Oh, you want a moment?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
You say.
You want to keep talking to yourself?
No, it's okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna vibe. I don't really want to go anywhere else. Everyone's just moody.
Yeah.
Well, because we're hungry, right?
I think everyone's ready for a food station.
What you two doing? Beaching it?
We were enjoying ourselves.
Where's the waiter at?
What? Hey, yo.
Hey. No?
Come on back.
It's actually, it might be too hot in here for me in this sweatsuit. I tried to pull up my arms and this. Also, Herms is here. Did you find a secret power yet?
Yes.
Yeah?
I did.
Sweet.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with it though.
Just so hungry and waiting?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm
You're
hot.
looking for secrets, Ramon?
I'm hot. I'm too hot to be in
You're
here.
not supposed to do that right in front of everybody.
Who
Do that in secret. It's
Ow.
a secret.
You looking there? Holy shit, you're smart dog. Look on top of this. No, you're not tall enough.
Oh!
No, you're same height as me.
So fit.
God, I'm. Wow.
Marty, you got something going on,
When
bud.
you say boys, is it still B-O-I-S?
Yes.
Doesn't make no damn sense. There has to be something in here.
Too funny. Those hands.
Hey! Hey! Send help! Hey!
You gotta wash your hands before you touch us.
I didn't touch you yet.
Okay,
I didn't touch you
chill.
yet.
You literally go wash your
Show
hands.
me what's going on, fam.
Nothing.
Hey, fam. Hey.
What are you doing? Big brother!
What are you doing with the illegal backhand
I
activity?
can't touch my man's on his butt.
All the way at the end of the house there.
You know what it is. You know what it
Who
is.
brought these chairs in here? Oh, who's over there? It's like you're already
Look at-
messing this place up. You need some lotion, sir.
Maybe a sink?
Dry. Whose ashy booty have you been grabbing? Some grandma booty
sorry.
at the desk?
I was just looking for something.
Why'd you step up there?
This is a vibe.
What is up with you, you little
This is my
sneaky
place.
leak?
Not my place, but like my spot now.
I know.
Ours.
How
Our
is your day
spot.
going, summer sales?
Going well. Did some studying, worked out a bit.
I know.
I did some shopper showcase looking,
Love that for you.
and now I'm here again.
Did they add anything? No.
What?
In the shopper shop?
No, I don't. You're tearing up the wall. You're tearing up the sky. Are you went climbing on the mountain?
These people are wild though.
Oh yeah. You tell her.
Where we start?
Shall I close this door? No, we just had. I had my convo with Kyle and I. Josh is.
They come close there?
Kyle finally telling people that it was Mars.
Yep. Even though it's like you're in each of each there.
Yeah.
And then
But the
somebody.
new part of this, and I've already let Helsinki know, is Kyle added a new layer to this.
What is it?
He said that Helsinki was the one who told Marty, and Marty told him.
Helsinki actually planned with Josh going
That's
out?
what Kyle's trying to say.
Stop.
They even had conversations.
He said that
of it.
she's the one that pitched it to Marty, and Marty's the one that ran with
That's
it.
a damn lie. That's the biggest lie I've heard in my life.
Right?
When do we have conversations?
You know what I told him? You know what I told him? He's like, he was just conjuring off all this shit. Like, I was like, what is this guy saying to me? He basically said that he had a conversation with you and let you know everything, and you were direct, and you know that could be a detriment to your game.
My game?
Yeah, how direct you are.
Whatever.
And then he also shared with me.
Yeah, the one on the block.
That you're a threat to his game?
Huh?
I'm a threat to
She's
his
a
game?
threat to his game?
No, she didn't say that. He didn't say you're a threat. He said that.
And why do you even say that to you? That doesn't make any sense.
You know what I said to him at the end? I was like, let me tell you something. And he was like, yeah, she did tell me she's not going to vote for me, but it really depends on where the house goes. And I said, well, you know what? For me, it's going to be, I'm absolutely not voting for you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where the house goes. But you put me on the ringer not once, but twice. So with that said, you underestimated me as a player.
Yes.
And with that said, I'm not voting for you to stay here. Jess is more better for my game because you staying here won't do anything for me.
Facts.
And he literally just got up and he started backwards walking and he was like, you know what, I hope to see this on TV and to see how far you go. And I was
Yeah,
like,
no, we definitely underestimated you.
He's lost his damn
he was
mind.
like, I wouldn't even say like
he also
making fun.
Yeah.
But he was trying to like say like, oh, do you want to keep someone around who's gonna be slapping down? Like she was under stress and she still like did what
Yeah.
she wanted to do. Like I couldn't even do that.
even, it's like, I know that he was saying that because other people said that to me. So I was like, the fact that you even
Why you said it like
entertained the
that?
idea that I would even vote for you to
You're-
stay, it gave me some sort of
Mm.
pleasure to be like, I'm going to tell you dead ass that I'm not voting for you. Like, don't even bother with me because you're an asshole.
Yeah.
And basically, before I said that, though, like, what led into that was like sharing with me, oh, Josh forgives me for what has happened and actually believes that, basically in layman's terms, he was like, he would be willing to give me another chance in this game based on the forgiveness. Like,
That's a damn lie too.
you know what I mean? And like just basically said like I should check in with Josh first
He
before I
basically-
cast my vote because there might be like opportunity
You
there.
should just do a house meeting and just say. Oh,
Just say it all. Let's
yeah,
honestly
I'll
at this
tell you what's
point.
up. Yeah, this
Because when I
is-
talked to him, he basically singled out all the people he thinks I'm closest to, which is like Betty, you, and T.
And again, he's the one who's just mentioning my name to you is just him pushing the Black Girls Trio because like it doesn't make any sense. Did he mention my name to you?
Yeah, so he said that there was like people that I'm like obviously like close with. It was UT and Betty, and then he's just
Is
like,
it?
and
Why is he saying that? It's because we're black or like we're people of color.
I don't know.
I don't like that.
I just talked to him like 2 hours ago.
I really feel that way. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it out loud.
What?
That he's like literally being like you all three are together because you guys look the same.
It could be the case. It's like, yo, yes, we do have game talk, but I feel like I'm not around you folks.
No, you're around everyone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
So I'm like to say a trio. I'm like,
To use that language.
yes, trio. I was like, why can't it be 5 people at least? Like, make it less obvious. I'm like, the only reason why I said those 3, Marty, Gino, and Kyle, is because I already said you are. I didn't pull it out of my ass.
I still got my eyes on Marty too. Like,
Oh yeah.
throw my name out there to
100.
the wind and then just like act like you didn't do anything wrong because you voted for me to stay.
Facts. Keep that in your pocket.
Oh yeah, just keep it in the book.
Facts.
Like, we're cool.
And that could have
Yeah,
been
of
a gameplay to be like, oh, put it in Kyle's ear and then back away right away.
But I don't know what you did.
To deserve it, I'm a threat.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Marty even told me he's like you're a threat.
Well,
Please
Kyle
don't say
said
that. I'm gonna say you're not slick. 'Cause I hear shuffling and kabuffling.
Kyle said that it was because
You're not slick.
Kyle said it was because Marty was paranoid that you were coming for him, so he planted seeds in
You
his ear.
can't. He can't.
No, Marty literally kind of made that up because he's just like, you're a threat to me.
In what way?
That's what I'm wondering, and that's why I don't like this narrative anymore, and why I didn't want to
disgusting.
express it because this like with Jay just leaving at the hands of Marty and getting into it with Kyle, and then me being put on the block by Kyle, and then Marty coming up with this notion that I should be also put up on the block because I'm also a threat.
I didn't like spreading that narrative, so I didn't want to tell anyone because I don't like the way that sounds or looks.
Exactly, and that's kind of what I was when I had my